Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited.
Let's go!
CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest DIAC 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
我觉得极限之力这次让这种很多新鲜队伍上来，是对亚洲区的一个就是整体水平的磨练吧。就是这些新生代队伍都可以有机会跟更高级别的队伍切磋。对个人有点影响吧。就是之前在我当指挥的时候，可能对个人水平有点影响。现在的话就只要专心于自己的个人发挥，其实没有做太多研究，就是打好我们自己的就行了。首先这个队伍对标就是一个很历史悠久的一个对标嘛，就从很久开始，这个天路就在 CS 里面进军了。然后其实，在之前包括现在，它都是在中国以及亚洲前列的一个排名嘛。然后也积累不少粉丝，我感觉是这样的。会的，这次我们会拿冠军。
Яг бид нар бол хоорондоо бол одоо дайжгүй. Бид нар зүгээр энэ чинь тоглоом бас ингээ багууд одоо ингээд солилцоо хийж ямарваа нэгэн хүмүүсийг сольж ийж би нэггээ солилцоо хийж бас ер нь бол сайжрах бас ер нь том зургаараа бас сайжрах юмны бас нэг одоо юу юм шин тий илрэл. Тэгээ яг тоглогч болгоо ингээд дотор би хэрвээ одоо би Атокс байсан би Атоксоор одоо ингээд тоглогч байсан бол би одоо АЦ багт одоо багийн бас ахлагчдын нэгээр тий ер нь бол бас өөрөө өмнө нь яг тоглогч яг ингээд хүний үгийг сонсоод яг ингээд тоглолтдог байсан бол одоо болонгууд яг өөрийнхөө хүсэж байгаа юмар тоглож байгаа. Тэгээ бас Чингис Warriors одоо бас АЦ-д байсан хоёр тоглогч ч гэсэн ер нь бол бүгд яг өөрийнхөө хүссэн юмаа л яг хийсэн л гэж би одоо харж шүү дээ. Ер нь бол
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Good morning, welcome back on in. It is eXTREMESLAND Asia 2024. Mac, welcome to Shanghai. Welcome to 2025, actually. It's a bit confusing, isn't it? It says 2024, but actually we're here in 2025. That is, of course, because this is the 2024 edition of EXTREMESLAND Asia. And it's been pretty good so far. We're getting really quite deep into it. We're more than halfway through now.
Oh, who's that? Where are they going? Players getting ready.
Ooh, I saw that guy.
Oh, hey.
I know that guy.
That was Big Ben Savage. Wow. Wow.
I've seen him before.
Yeah, they're getting ready. They're playing later, though, because, of course, there is going to be a best of one before their game. They play the loser of the first game of the day, which is going to be a big one, actually. One that we don't know which way it's going to go. Tyloo, of course, having a very solid showing in their initial best of one, and IHC have shown us before what they're capable of. So it's going to be a very interesting initial matchup. But, of course, before we get into that, let's get into the best tech in the business. Zowie monitors, Zowie mice, Zowie mouse pads. You love them?
I want to make an ice cream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream type joke right here, but I think if I go I, we, you, we, it kind of gets a little bit interesting.
We all scream for
We
Zowie.
all scream for Zowie. But yeah, shout out to Zowie. We all scream for Zowie. That's what we'll say. I like it. I like the products. I do personally use the monitors at home. I know you use the monitors and the mouse at home as well. So yeah, it's not just hey, we like Zowie because they pay us. It's actually we do use the products as well, and so I do recommend them. Yeah, not just when I'm paid to. So that's really good. I like their products and I like EXTREMESLAND. So I'm glad that it's happening. Thank you very much to Zowie for all of that. And of course, these teams will be saying the same because they are now playing on a stage in Asia, obviously in Shanghai right here on LAN, and they'll be very, very happy about that one. Upper bracket match is going to be Tyloo and IHC. Down in the lower bracket, it is going to be Semperfi waiting for them. We were highlighting that just a minute ago, Mac, with Semperfi already being here, already getting ready. I'm sure they're setting up on the side stage or on the boot camp sort of setup.
Yeah, the warm-up area upstairs.
That's the
upstairs. One. That's why you can see them up in the roof because we put them up there because they smell a little bit sometimes. But look, that being said, Group D, of course, is what we're going to be delving into later on in the day, and you'll see it's going to initially be that upper bracket best of one. GG How against Atox. Loser of that goes down to play NKG and Miracle, of course, playing Miracle Rise the other day. No, Miracle Play rather. That was an interesting one, but NKG coming out on top. Felt like the Korean team just unfortunately couldn't get anything going, and as you can see, this is the timing of all of that.
Yeah, nice easy day for us today, isn't it, Mac? BO1, BO3, BO1, BO3. We saw that yesterday. Nice and early finish for us. Had a little bit of dinner. Managed to record a podcast last night. It's amazing what you can do when you've got a few hours in the day, and we'll be, I hope, getting that again today. But look, I'm kind of hopeful that we're going to get some good games. I have a feeling that today might be a little bit longer than yesterday. We did have a fairly long start to the day yesterday, but our sort of second group, like Group B, went super quick. Group A was a very long one, but I'm looking at Group C there. I'm looking at Tyloo, IHC, Semperfi. I think initially that opening BO1 between Tyloo and Semperfi, Tyloo and IHC could be a very close one. And then regardless of whether it's Tyloo Semperfi or IHC Semperfi, I think that also could be probably, I would say, a three-mapper personally. I don't know that Semperfi have really shown us what they can do in this event so far. It was a little bit, I mean, I think the game against Tyloo, you know, you can look at that and say, okay, well, they just got outplayed on an individual level. Jam, I'm getting away with a lot. Yeah. But at least that game against OniClan, I don't know that I saw the best of Semperfi just yet at this event. So if they can perform to the level which I think they can, I definitely think they can take, you know, at least Tyloo to a third map, or, you know, maybe even beat IHC. But first we have to get through this opening BO1. And honestly, you know, on paper, I think it's very clear to say that Tyloo should be the favorite in this matchup, even though they've been going through some degrees of roster instability. What we've seen from them at this event so far has been pretty solid. Yeah. Mr. G right here on our screen looking pretty cold.
Can I just say as well, look, he looked cold in the server too the other day, like not in a bad way. Like cold as in like the Zoomer scene. Yeah, right. G was sharp with it on the AWP the other day. Right. You know, as opposed to, you know, Lin Vision sometimes he makes some questionable decisions, maybe cost him chances at majors, etc.
Do you know what G's nickname in the Chinese community is?
GG?
No.
Oh, what is it?
It's somewhat related. It's related to I scream, you scream, we all scream for Zowie.
Was it related to that?
His nickname is Pete.
Pete. P.
Yeah, like Pete. Like
yeah. Why is that his nickname?
Because the Chinese community thinks he's not very good. So whenever he misses a shot, it's like they spam P.
P in the chat.
Yeah, so it's funny that you should say that he's been having a good performance. And I think, generally speaking, you know, I think the Chinese community actually have a worse opinion of G than we do in the English-speaking community. Because I think we generally have him in a pretty reasonable regard, if not, to be honest, a high regard. I don't know that maybe he's at that same level that we would have had him at around the Lin Vision time, where we were like, oh, you know, he might actually be the top AWPer in China because Kaze stocks were quite low. Zaka wasn't AWPing at that time. Some of the previous sort of AWPers in Asia had kind of moved away, you know, like the likes of Danking and whatnot. So he was kind of up there in terms of the Chinese AWPers. But now, you know, with Zaka having a bit of a resurgence, Kaze as well having a bit of a resurgence, Xi, I think, is just kind of like that middling kind of AWPer, right? Like he doesn't necessarily need to be a standout star AWPer in the same way that maybe he was required to in that Lin Vision roster, because you have such a strong rifling core in Jam Young, Mosey, and Mercury. And when those guys are going, like, you only just need a guy that's like just going, you know, 15 and 15 in any given game, and it's like that's probably good enough. Here on the other side of the coin, though, for IHC, a very interesting Mongolian project, bit of a newer roster coming through.
Yeah, some new faces, some old faces, of course, but everyone looking to go towards, I'd say the harder looking maps. Yeah, we got Nuke and Inferno left over. So where are we going to be going?
Nuke's a fun one. We know Tyler likes a bit of Nuke, so...
Yeah, Nuke's a bit scary for some teams on the old best of one. But again, Tyler already playing it the other day, maybe showing a little bit what they had up their sleeves, although they were kind of just tearing through Sepify over there. IHC, however, look, in terms of the mentality, some of them looking nervous, but I was just looking at Coolest, and even just like watching Coolest just walk around the area, he looks like he's having fun. Yep. He's enjoying being here. And that's someone that you definitely want on your team, because when things get high pressure, which they probably will in this best of one, right? You want to take this win. You want to be going into a higher seed for the quarters. You need someone like that just to break the ice, break the tension.
Yeah, what I will say is it is an interesting project, right, with IHC putting together this roster. One of the big sort of talking points that we saw in the interview that IHC did, and also it seems to be a bit of a talking point within the Mongolian community, is that Yami is supposedly taking a bit of a leadership role in this team, and he's obviously a very, very young player. I think he's 19 years old, still quite fresh to the competitive scene. He's had maybe 2-3 years sort of closer to the top level in that ATOX roster and some of his previous teams. Yami here on our screen. And I was talking to Dobu last night on the podcast, Geographically Challenged, youtube.com/OpusGuys if you're interested.
Is it up yet?
Not up yet. It'll be coming out in a couple of days.
Please.
But I asked him, you know, like, what do you think of Yami taking a leadership role in this team? Like, is he leadership capable? Do you think he's ready for that? Dobu said no. Dobu said, I don't think he is. I think he's a little bit too inexperienced. I think he's a little bit too young. But he thinks that he is a good player. So I'm very interested to see how this IHC roster is going to shape up. I sort of echo those thoughts. I think Yami, as a leadership figure, that surprises me a little bit. So we'll have to wait and see how it's going to go. But I don't hate the IHC core. I don't hate the IHC roster as a concept. I just think, yeah, very interesting to see sort of how that works out if he ends up becoming, I don't know, like, in a world, it would be crazy to say, but like, could he be this like Blitz-esque figure where 2-3 years down the track we go, oh yeah, he was actually like the real deal, very young guy. Obviously Blitz is something like 22, 23, or maybe he's 24 at this point, but when he started coming through, he was like 22. Could Yami be that same guy? I mean, that's what he, I guess, is trying to do with this IHC roster.
Look, theoretically, could be, and it's a conversation we can bring back up in the future. I'd love to have a second Blitz coming out of Mongolia. They live it and breathe it there, and Yami might just be the next one to take the crown. But for now, they need to take the crown off of Tyloo here in Shanghai, China. And they're going to be going quick, straight out the doors. Utility going everywhere. Flash over towards Mini. And down the vent they go. Tyloo looking for that B-site plant, and the CTs not flowing the information. They're just going to have to play for the retake unless Rate stops them in their tracks.
Yeah, good shot from Ray. He does cop a bink back in response, but overall you'll take that as an exchange. Mello here has got himself the dualies in hand. Rate's playing quite passively with that USP, but eventually the fight will be brought to him, and Tyloo strike back. Orman and G combining for a couple. Now the retake looking more and more difficult for IHC. G just turns it on, and it's exactly what you were saying, Mac. He is looking ice cold in the server. Nothing about P there.
No P at all. Just peeing on him, really. Crazy little plays. And yeah, that's what I was saying. He's just looking incredibly sharp. You know, a lot of AWPers seem to be pretty proficient with pistols. You kind of have to be. If you miss that shot, there's always that fail-safe. So you'll see some of the best AWPers in the world pretty proficient with the secondary. Now, we're just going to see Tyloo just throwing some utility over towards outside. A little smoke wall to deny information. But again, it feels like Jam Young happy just to try and gaze down upon them. See if there's any information given to him at outside. But it is a big old stack. Looks like Yami will go door, and then we got 4 players up at heaven. Yeah, big stack.
Much slower round from Tyloo this time. Smoke wall, not really prompting much of a response from IHC. So now it's on to Tyloo to get a bit of a wriggle on. Still got plenty of time to work with here. It's going to be a contact walk into ramp room, trusting themselves with the AKs, the rifles, to win any possible duel against IHC. But of course, as we can see, there's nobody there. So they're going to be able to walk their way down to B. And this looks like a very, very easy start to the day for Tyloo.
IHC giving up that stack in heaven and looking for some kind of information, but the MAC-10, you want to be avoiding that if you're unarmored CTs. And at range, Jam Young, dink down to half. Nice shot from Mello. And the MAC-10 now retrieved. You're probably not going to save that. I'd argue Mello will be looking to try and find some more exits, expecting that to be happening. Over towards ramp side, we'll see if he's going to be able to get past the rifles or if he just saves it. Okay, Saban's the call. Easy peasy, only 1 pick, or 2 picks rather in the round. And Tyloo happy to go for the handshake and keep their guns alive with 2 on the board.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, there's not really that much to gain by chasing these USPs down when you've got a full rifle set up, you've lost your SMG, so more risk rather than reward really in that environment for Tyloo. Scattered applause for the 2 rounds that Tyloo have picked up here. Some interesting half-and-half kind of style there from Mosey. He's wearing the jacket on the left side, but not on the right side. So I guess trying to keep warm, but trying to keep the mouse arm a little bit freer. Fair enough. It is pretty chilly this morning here in Shanghai. It's 7 degrees now, but it was 4 degrees earlier on. And Conky will tell you all about it when he's on the cast. He was out for a walk this morning.
He did make it sound cold.
It did.
But you can't really hear cold, can you? When you really think about it. You usually feel it. Mello feeling the pressure, falling back, already recycling through all that utility. And relying on the MAC-10 that he saved in the previous round just to try to bolster the economy for the long term. Jam Young, slow clearance here, starting to make his way down the ramp. And Yami might spot him in a moment. Just jiggling towards the ladder base. Rate already going down to the halls as well. We've got a bit of a 3-2 split here, so we'll see what IHC end up doing. Tyloo, again, another slow round, allowing IHC just to burn through what little util they have left.
Jam Young's been very patient. Here comes the IHC roster into lobby. Yami Coolest all striking early on in the piece. And IHC have just blasted Tyloo away. So we saw this sort of more contact style from Tyloo in the first couple of rounds, pistol and then anti-eco. But it has not worked out this time now that the guns are in the hands of IHC. So I guess Tyloo looking at that and saying, we're not going to change it until we need to. Now they need to. I
think arguably straight away we are seeing a completely different style of play from Tyloo to what happened the other day. Of course, Tyloo, when they were playing against Semper Fight, Jam Young was going fast over mini, fast at outers, just full rap into heaven, and he was up in heaven flanking without Semper Fight having any idea. And that was happening constantly with the others just holding lobby and pincering the A side. Haven't seen that so far. Tyloo just going for some slow ramp control, so maybe seeing that there could be a weakness over that side, and then trying to go for that later approach in through mini. So far, no good. It is still early days. 8 more rounds and a half to play with, and Tyloo have plenty of money to reinvest into the fourth. So let's see if they go for something faster. More members towards outers with the wall.
Yeah, a lot of util getting tossed this time early in the round for Tyloo. Nade will blow
Jamyang.
open the smoke, but Jamyang, he's made a noise, he's been heard. Yami going to try and challenge for that, but Jamyang getting to the relative safety of Unbreakable, at least for now, into Credit Card, and he's slipped the needle onto Yami. Getting away with a kill from a position like that is actually a pretty good result for Jamyang. He looked to be up the creek without a paddle with that player swinging in from heaven as well. But a 1-for-1, not too bad.
Right. On the off angle. Is he going to hard clear this? I don't think there's a world where he'd expect Mercury to sit in this position, so he'll get that advantage further away from the corner. Nice pick. And puts Tyloo in a better position. Mello already in control room, will be able to trade back.
There was a sharp readjustment coming through from Mercury there. We always talked about him as being one of the better mechanical players. I feel like he's fallen off a little bit in that sense, but still having some degree of an impact here for Tyloo. They're not expecting Clouden at back vent, and that might be enough to win the round here. Mosey will have a job to do to recover it. Luckily, he doesn't have to worry about Coolers coming up the vent. That could have been an awkward timing for him. At least now, he should be given the bomb plant, which will definitely help Tyloo going forward. And if he can take another gun away here, make it close, even if he doesn't win this round, there is still some advantages to be gained for Tyloo.
Old Mosea wins these. That's all I'm saying. And, oh my lord, quick flick from Mello. Awkward position for anyone to try to shoot. He was half off the ladder, awkward angle through the doorway there.
Yeah, I mean, Galil as well, not exactly doing him any favors.
Yeah.
So
also, this pick that happened, I don't know who it was, before Mosea got that trade. Yeah, Clouden, I think he took out Mercury or Orman running in from main. That made things really awkward. It felt like Mosea completely knew of Clouden's position at CT Vent, but it felt like that wasn't communicated. His crosshair was trained there the whole time, and old mate just ran in looking the wrong direction. So it is early days. Tyloo showing a couple of weaknesses, and IHC showing that they are mechanically gifted as expected from a Mongolian squad. It's just a matter of being in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, money's broken for Tyloo, even despite that bomb plant, so going to have to take a save. A few pistols around, but nothing of major substance.
We did see that readjustment. Jamyang tried to go out towards yard last round, but got spotted.
Yeah, still got a bit of work done though. Has a bit of a knack for it in that area of the map. This looks like it'll just be a ramp room bust. Koulas there with the AWP. Should be able to jump down into the B side if he needs to. Here comes Tyloo. Got one flash in the hands of Warman. That's now been thrown, and it goes a little bit too deep to harass Koulas. Yami there as well to swing off the contact. Can only get the one. So as far as Tyloo's concerned, that's not a bad result. G's picked up the AK. Remembering, though, there is no armor for Tyloo. It, you'd imagine, proved to be pretty ineffective, especially with this setup from IHC. They've got both sides of Mega covered. One with the AWP, one with the rifle, and Tyloo are finding it quite difficult to work their way into the site. Clouden will line up a couple. That's the AK drop for G. Mercury spotted out now as well. Great round from Clouden, great round from IHC. 4 guns alive. Starting to get the ball rolling now on this CT side.
Nice little line held in through Decon. Yami ripped off a bit there. At least the head was.
Fair.
And now we'll see Tyloo move into the 6th. Getting past the eco and back onto the rifles. 5 AKs brought into the mix, full utility, pretty much. And IHC, what have they got? Only 1 extra AK so far, but still nice little buff to that firepower. Looking like we are going to see a more aggressive approach. A bit chaotic here. Jamyang already made his way into Mini, and that is going to be the upper hit. Clouden, though, might be able to shut it down, won't be able to find himself that third. Had to go for the reload, and Yami able to trade it out. So it's chaotic. It was weird, and Tyloo almost finding the A site until Clouden said no.
That's still a bit of a cracker of a round from Clouden. 3 kills from that position is good. Koulas looking solid enough with the AWP.
Oh, I want to watch it again. Jamyang got there so quickly, and it felt like IHC just had no idea. And he couldn't find the impact because Rate and the other boys were all sort of just not fully aware of that. Whoever the door player was just got shut down. I think that might have been... I don't think they had a door player. I don't know. I'm seeing things. That round went too quick.
Well, tell me what you think about Kulas's haircut.
I think it's pretty lit, man.
I think it's pretty awesome.
Well, that's cool.
If
I
could
wish
have
I could grow hair like that.
You reckon?
Yeah.
I reckon you'd look all right with the mustache and the hair. I like it. I rate it.
Yeah. Well, my hair doesn't grow straight and wavy like that, so it's just not going to happen.
I've never tried growing mine out that far. I have, during the COVID time, did grow my hair out. As long as it's ever been.
Yeah.
I don't think it looked very good. I've looked at the pictures back in hindsight and thought, geez, that was a mistake.
But hell, it wasn't that long, was it?
It was pretty long. I could pull my hair from the, like my fringe would touch my mouth.
Okay, maybe it was pretty long. I just remember whenever I'd see you, you'd push it back.
I do push it back.
You wouldn't show it off, you know.
Yeah. Anyway, quick tack time out there from Tyloo. Things are not really quite going to plan for them here, and I think this may be worst case scenario, to be honest, for Semperpai if Tyloo end up losing this one. Jamyoung working as hard as he can to win it, that's for sure. Barreling his way in a couple of entries there. The crucial AK, the hero AK, making the difference right here, and Kulas missing a shot. Will potentially lose this round now because that'll be the end of Mello, and it means Kulas has to clutch. He won't be able to. A faster round from Tyloo. Catches IHC.
AU man.
AU man.
Pre-fire. We did get extra confirmation on AU man.
Did we?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Baseline J.
That it is
Saying
AU man.
It is AU man.
Yeah.
Not Orman.
Nah, look, I can change from Mosea to Mosey after having been told that it's Mosey, not Mosea, like a year in, but I can't change Orman to AU man after 10 years.
10 years
sorry,
in.
bro. Besides, Orman sounds way better than AU man. Like, come on.
It does.
You're not even a straight.
AU man.
AU man.
How you doing? There's a gun.
What's going on?
Oh, Mello in a great position. Dodges the flash and almost finds a triple off of that one. Orman able to trade it. We got this 3v3 situation. Bomb starting to make its way down to the lower side. Yami not too far away and might be able to catch Mosey.
Mosey definitely keeping an eye on things here, but he will be beaten to the punch by Yami. So it's on to G and Orman. Line goes down, but 3-on-2. Orman once again looking to make a difference. Can't quite get there fast enough to save G. And that'll be info over to IHC as to where Orman will end up being. They will also be aware that he can potentially have this AWP. So just going to sit the defuse inside of that smoke. Grenade going to help Orman out a little bit. It does get Cloud off it though. And it's all for naught really. Round's pretty much over here unless Orman gets a little lucky. Good tag, but not enough. Probably needed to really commit a little bit more to that swing after the nade went through.
So close.
After that point, it kind of felt like the round was lost, particularly when that incent came through onto the left side of Mega. Just didn't really have the angle to peek the defuser from. Now IHC up 5-3. And again, money's not really quite there for Tyloo. So IHC are putting together a pretty damn good CT side.
Fast approach again. Mercury able to gap it all the way to Secret with those smokes, and it feels like no one's up there at Heaven. Coolest. We'll find one eventually, just before that smoke gets blown. But Mercury, as well as Mosey, both down on the lower side, are looking to be rejoined by this bomb. Orman gets it down quickly. And now where do they go from here? Full Secret control. Starting to clear out control room. And IHC still yet to send anyone down. Jamyoung getting that pick might make things a bit more awkward for IHC.
Well, Tyloo slowly working their way down to B. Doesn't seem like IHC are really working in that direction
At all.
at all. Yeah, they're not interested. They're happy to take Outers, lobby control. Eventually they're going to have to make their way down here to B, and honestly I think this is a pretty big win for Tyloo. They get a bomb plant down. You've got a few Tech 9s and an AK. I can see this being a winnable round. The only thing is they don't have any delaying util.
Yeah. Big problem for IHC is there's only that one smoke, one molly. and a flash. Molly clearing out Dark. You need to trade that one. Mello with the Tech 9 in this base is going to be able to take it. It's Ray to grab it away. Jam Young, dangerous with an AK in hand and plenty of places to get that reload off. Jiggling finds the first and knows the position of the final two. Now just needs a helping hand from the rest of Tyloo, but he doesn't even need it. He's just doing it himself. Rate running for dear life and Tyloo chasing him down.
Yeah, I mean, that's the danger, isn't it? Rate might not even get away with this AK. Probably won't at this stage. So big round for Tyloo, and that is the danger of letting a team down onto the B site like that for free, essentially. You know, 4-on-4 retake. It's never going to be easy on the B site, but without utility and without any positioning on the site at all, you know, you don't have someone towards decon, you don't have someone towards control room or doors or anything. You just are all filtering through from Mega. It makes it a little bit too easy for Tyloo to just set up and essentially shooting gallery on that line. Not to mention the Tech 9 close range. Playing behind the roller door is always going to get a bit of work done, and it was a good start to it from Mosey. That's a nice clean run boost for G. Gets him out onto the warehouse line. Hasn't spotted much there. I actually, to be fair, haven't really been putting a lot of presence on outers in any of these rounds on the CT side, but now pressure's back onto IHC. Their money's broken. They're on the save. And Tyloo turn the storyline back in their favor.
Yami with a lot of control here in the lobby. Tyloo incredibly aware that he could have done this. Oh, awkward. Smoking off Secret. Squeaky rather. And great patience just to continue to stay here. Went for the quick switch, so wasn't able to shoot back, and Jam Young not quite dealing with him or spotting him. Quick switch there, Yami. Just tossing things around. End up with the Deagle. Mercury, though, smoked off as well. Over towards Secret. Things getting incredibly awkward towards the mid-round. But IHC using those smokes to really buy a lot of space and try to put their pieces in the right spots.
Good flash there into Annex. Going to set Norman up for success. And he will deliver with a kill onto Kulos on top of the hut. Great though, triple kill from him with an A1S in a position like that is a bit unreasonable. That is going to give IHC a little bit of a sniff. And there's a re-peek through from Clouden, but Tyloo good enough to handle the pressure. Thought for a moment there was a chance in there for IHC.
Yeah, keeping this really close. It felt like IHC was starting to run away with the half, but Tyloo in the last two really brought this one back in their favor, considering they're still on the T side. IHC need to dig deep in the next because they're not going to have any rifles to get it done. It's a full save to try and maybe get a sixth in the next, or I guess you can cause an upset here. We've seen some crazy things so far here this year at Extremesland. And Tyloo, good anti-eco strat, just send it straight out A. They've got a read on the economy and they've got easy damn kills against these default pistols.
Yep.
That'll pretty much be the round.
Why is that a good eco strat?
Because there's no utility to stop you, and as long as there's supportive flashes, you know, the USPs don't hit that hard.
Right.
So you can clear everything real quick. He just looked at him. He's like, are you serious, bro?
That's fair enough from Tyloo. They've really wrestled control of this game back. Wasn't quite good for IHC to begin with. Solid effort from Tyloo, and look, hopefully this Tyloo roster can get rolling. You know, we've heard the rumors about things not looking too good inside that camp, the vibe not being fantastic. Jam Young's gone and trialed for Valorant, has come back. They still haven't really found themselves a fifth, but I mean, on paper, it's still a really good roster. So you want to be seeing this Tyloo team really get going in 2025. We got a bit robbed last year. They didn't make it to the RMR. They didn't obviously make it to the major. I think that somewhat imploded the team. They lost Starry, which is admittedly a big loss, but I still think there's a way forward for this org, for this team. And a good start to the year here at Extremesland could potentially be that. I don't know that I'm necessarily going to predict them to win the tournament, but I think making top 4 is bare minimum going to be the goal for Tyloo.
Yeah. It's great to see. Nice competitive match to kick off the day as well so far. We'll see what IHC have for us on the T side. You know that Mongolian attack can be devastating if you are unprepared. Slashes it out as rate. Spamming that whole clip. We'll be allowed to get the reload off. Mercury a little worried about a potential player at Warehouse. That is something we aren't seeing from IHC. Usually you'd have someone these days playing back Warehouse, but IHC is saying, nah, don't need it.
There's nobody in the vicinity of Outer basically at all this entire half for IHC.
It's literally Coolest playing it from heaven.
Yeah, they've completely neglected it, haven't they?
And Rate actually doing a pretty good job around main, mini, annex, whatever you want to bloody call it.
I mean, to be fair, like obviously there's been a bit of an issue for IHC that Tyloo have gotten down into that B site on a pretty consistent basis. G does get that opener onto Rate, and Cloud, and a bit of a whiff is going to allow Tyloo to continue their progression in toward A. Mello will try and help out, but 7-5, he's going to be the scoreline at halftime. Jam Young's like, just a standard day at the office really for us. Good start to the day for Tyloo. So here we are back in for the second half, and it's 7-5 right now. Tyloo looking pretty damn good. I mean, pretty damn good, is that an overstatement? Is that a bit of a stretch? I'm not so sure. IHC started the half well. Bit of nice resurgence, though, for Tyloo. And a 7-5 lead on the T side of Nuke was always something to be happy about, but now we move into the second half and see if IHC can follow in their footsteps and have the same success.
We shall see, but for the moment it is just going to be that fast approach straight towards ramp. Not too much defense here from Tyloo, so they might be looking to go for a bit of a retake on that B side, but Jam Young tucked away in the cutout is going to be able to find one, helped out by Mercury to double it down, and G as well. Very crispy on that last pistol and looking to do more work here. Coolest, last alive, stuck between a rock and a hard place, and 3 more Tyloo members to get past. Now out in the open, good gush onto Orman, and is looking for a little bit more damage there. The smoke giving him some space to get over towards the stairs, and Mosey wants to lock it in. Pre-fire, you're not going to be able to do it with the Julies, but there's plenty of guns. Still 5 alive for Tyloo. If you really think about it, Jordan, if you want to do the maths.
I was never very good at maths.
Okay.
I don't know how it worked for you in New South Wales, but in Queensland I had to, when I got to grade 11, choose to go into one of 3 different kinds of math classes.
Yeah, we had
A,
that.
B, or C, we called it. And I chose B, which was like the middle math. It was like, you know, you're not super smart at maths, but you're not like super dumb at maths.
Okay.
And then I failed that.
I did
So then I went down to
extension,
the dumb
which is
maths.
the super smart one. But I had to get to school early for it, and I didn't like that, so I gave it up.
That sucks.
I don't like being places early, Jordan, you know that.
I blame my high school girlfriend for that because she was in that math class and I was a little bit distracted. Anyway, she was pretty smart, a bit smarter than me. Tried to teach me maths B, but
That might be why you're good with your hands, though. But that being said, moving into round 14. Nice shots on the coolest. And rate taken right out of the equation. Looks like it should be an easy 9th for Tyloo here.
yeah, Tyloo looking pretty good with their hands as well. Maybe they suffered a little bit in their math classes at school as well. This is looking a bit too easy for Tyloo here on the CT side so far. I mean, admittedly, IHC haven't had guns, but it's been quite a routine start to the second half. No guns lost in that one for Tyloo either. So you could not ask for a better start. Plenty of cash money in the back pocket.
Love
Crowd has
cash money.
really filled up here for Tyloo as well. They'll actually be hoping Tyloo loses, then they can watch them play again.
Yeah, to be fair, the more Tyloo, the better. And probably the bigger the audience, too. At least down here. Watching live at the, I don't know what district we're in, Soundstage. Don't know the name of the venue.
I can probably find out, actually. It's usually on the computer. We're in the Shanghai Jishi studio.
There you go. So if you want to watch, I don't know where you buy tickets, but just come on down, give me a DM, and I'll sneak you in or something.
Yeah. Give them your VIP badge. That can't go wrong. But IHC have got themselves some guns here. And they are looking to explore outer, at least Yami is. He's a lone man at the moment. Looks like a very default setup from IHC. They're not going to get anything from Tyloo, perhaps hoping for it, knowing that Tyloo will not be reinvesting too hard. We've got a few MP9s and a FAMAS, so you'd be expecting some kind of aggression out from the CT side when those are the weapons in tow, but not the case here. Tyloo happy and content to just sit back, relax, and wait for IHC to come to them. Really sit back and relax. IHC are going to go quite late.
Yeah, and they don't have much util to make that happen either. Just a flash and hey, actually that's Tyloo. My brain is off. We've swapped sides. It's the second half. Orman looking to hold door. We'll only be able to find that one. Mosey on the back default. Pulling out the Julies. Big dink, but it's not enough to deal with Mello.
Mercury's fast on the flank here from Hut. I don't know that Mello's getting out of here alive. He will eventually drop as that bomb plan did go down, and so too will Rate. So big round win for Tyloo. That's the bonus round picked up. They didn't upgrade any of their guns. They didn't lose a single one in the anti-eco. They had 3 MP9s and a FAMAS in that round. They come out of it with a couple of guns, a couple of rifles. Now they're up 10-5.
Yeah. Very scrimmy, very dry.
What is going on here?
Who was that?
I couldn't quite tell. I think it was Advent.
was it AI Advent into a dance?
some sort of dance.
Oh, lordy. They got some quality content here in Shanghai. Saw a lot of it at the major.
Yes.
Even getting a little bit here today.
Another tack timeout for IHC. Still got one in the bag. But could end up being a bit of a longer day for IHC the way things are going. Semperfi up next. I don't know that that's a guaranteed win for either team, really. I think, for me, IHC versus Semperfi, probably a bit of a 50-50, personally.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure which way that'll go, but I do know that IHC are going to come in with a bullying mentality and confident in that matchup, if it was to happen. G, though, over towards outside. Looking to make use of the big green. Yami trying to read his position through the smoke. Won't be able to. And Tyloo with a heavy upper stack. If IHC do go for the upper bust, they are walking into 4 members of the loop, which now has P in it.
Has Mosey in it as well as Orman, and they are making short work of Tyloo here, of IHC here even. Tyloo up 11-5. This is looking pretty done, Mac.
It really is. Look, to be fair, I just want to go back and say, even though like we gave big props to G for his performance the other day, and he came out swinging, I think at the half he might have only had 5, maybe 6 kills, which was a bit of an interesting situation. And where's he at now? He's only at 9. But again, finding more impact in the last couple. IHC really need to convert this if they want any chance of taking Nuke, but so far, no good on the T side. Mello straight towards the top of the main, flash from Yami to try and enable him. He's in there, but he's half blind and he won't find Orman. That's a catastrophe.
Yeah, it's gone from bad to worse for IHC. This is actually going to end up being a pretty dominant win from Tyloo. Just goes to show the strength of the individuals on this roster, that even when things are a bit tumultuous in the Tyloo camp, they are kind of sweeping aside their competition. They didn't have a particularly hard time against Semperfi, and here against IHC, also a pretty easy breezy kind of a competition. Mercury, a nice easy double, and this is going to be 12 for Tyloo.
That's rough.
IHC will have no money next round. I think it's 13-5. Like, that's a super solid win.
Yami's flash there was, they couldn't have been better. Couldn't have been better. Completely blind up Orman. But it might have just been the direction that Mello was looking when he went for the drop, went for the entry. And then things went south so quick from there. It feels like as soon as the game plan starts to go wrong for IHC, they just don't quite know how to get back into the round. And this might be what you said, you know, Dobu was talking about. It could come down to Yami being a little bit inexperienced. You know, if the initial plan doesn't happen, doesn't work as expected.
I mean, it's very interesting setup, their CT side particularly, but also this T side hasn't been anything, really.
Yeah. But that's it, right? You need an IGL to call a good T side for a T side to have any form of operation.
Right. This is true.
You can just rely on your individuals if they are mechanically superior, but now we just got like a little bit of a scream in through that ramp smoke. G on the offline. Yami finding something. And when there's nothing to lose here, it seems like IHC may be able to find that first round in dire straits.
See what happens though. Orman's going to walk his way through his own smoke. Rate seems to be pretty prepared for that. And Mosey also dropping onto Yami in the vent isn't going to work out. G's managed to get down. Will miss that shot. Samuel gets away. Oh, what's going on? Is this a G moment? Not quite.
Could have been a GG moment, but it won't be. Not quite there yet.
Yeah, look, I don't know if that's really going to convince me just yet. Mosey trying to play with the ladder as much as he could before he dropped in there, but wasn't baiting out any shots. Tyloo not too concerned about that, obviously.
Early utility over towards outside. Incendiary slowing down the push from Yami. Ooh, and he gets spotted. Great timing on the smoke break, and he'll try to escape away alive, which he will. Coolest. Opening onto G now. And with that pick, IHC still looking around in spawn. Clouden just lining up a little bit of util. Looks like he's going to go for that one position smoke wall eventually. Problem is, look where Orman is. If they don't throw a progression smoke and hit out as late, then Orman might be able to get completely in on a fast flank, or at least just get all the information that there's no aggression out as if they don't come this direction. There you go. He's walking, finding, saying, hey, it's A, probably, or ramp. Doesn't commit to the flank, though. We'll just come back to bolster the defenses from main instead. In comes the pop flash, and in come the troops. IHC, can they make it happen?
Oh, Mosey's gotten a lot of space there. He actually gets up away with only the one in the end. Mercury from Hut as well, only the singular kill, which leaves Jamyoung, who was spotting that ramp line. Might end up just being a save here. It's a bit of cash actually for Tyloo to play with next round, assuming they can take this M4 through. Jamyoung's hanging around. But yeah, he'll elect to go up on top of T-Roof. A few Na'Vi fans on the Tyloo side by the looks of it. A lot of those CT weapons have got Na'Vi stickers on them. Don't know what the name of this M4 is. It's Jimpat something. Jimpat.
Yimpat. Yimmy. Jimbo Jones.
James.
Now, Jordan, you love a bit of overtime, don't you? You seem to be...
I'm an overtime magnet.
Yeah. Best way to put it. Yep. I just want to talk about that. Mosea being able to survive by running into that position from default was kind of crazy. I don't know what happened. I think it was Yami wrapping around the site and just didn't quite spot him.
There was a molly behind the silo that he couldn't wrap, it seemed like.
Yeah, it was weird. Whatever it was, it almost worked against them, but IHC managed to bring it back. So, look, maybe something to review later on. Gee, getting aggro and out is right up before the smoke blooms, and see you later, rate.
This could be the beginning of the end. What a shot, though, from Coolest. Orman was not expecting that one. So as soon as it starts well for Tyloo, it swings back in the other direction. Now 4-on-4, and G, once again, will be hunting for another opener. It's a nice line with the AWP. Coolest is going to creep his way forward.
Battle of patience, this one.
That's for sure. G's locked in. Don't even blink.
Coolest also locked in.
Oh, he's going to go badly for Tyloo. There's a shadow spotted.
Whoa. Oh, is that the bait? Is that what they're doing? If that was intentional, that's insane.
I think it might have been. I really do think it might have been, but Mosey's position still pretty predictable there for Yami. And so an easy pre-fire headshot, and G goes down as well. So IHC, even despite some funny business from Tyloo, are working their way through this round nicely.
Mate, you need to... Where's Nard out here when you need him? It's in the next video.
He's out here, out there, wherever.
Here are some pro tricks and tips that you've never even thought of. Well, this is just a save. Tyloo making sure that they have some kind of firepower going into the next, and IHC will be securing themselves 8, and all of these CTs should survive over towards Secret. No chance at a late retake. Tyloo not playing any silly business. And that'll be that.
Yeah, Tyloo's struggling to close this one out. But all it takes is one mistake from IHC.
Yeah.
That's the problem. It's very difficult to make the comeback happen when your opponent has hit that 12th. They're still grinding away at those rounds. Jamyoung on the push in through Trophy, and it looks like his timing's going to be pretty good. He's already into lobby though. That may still be too late. He's lost his entire team. A site taken by IHC. Mercury pushed back. Jamyoung got nothing done in the end. Tyloo will lose another round, and IHC get one closer. Nuke's T-sided now.
Seems to be. I think it feels like the region's just a little bit T-sided.
Yeah.
The economy leans towards the game generally being T-sided. And having a quick stock take of the economy, Tyloo will be looking A-OK into the next to buy and try to close things out. If they don't do it there, they'll have at least one more great chance to depending on how the save game goes. And that'll be that. G won't be able to escape away with any extra weaponry for Tyloo. And IHC are taking it 1 round at a time.
Three to go for IHC. They've put 3 together already. Can they get another 3? Still a bit of an uphill battle. Tyloo should get 2 buys out of the 3 rounds. This round plus perhaps the 12-11 round. If we get there. We'll have to take a save somewhere in the middle though. Loss bonus is definitely built up for Tyloo. G's on 2,800, so he'll be able to afford the AWP later on as well. 2 bites at the cherry for Tyloo. Decently timed Molotov there from Jamyoung. We'll keep IHC at bay for now, and then he'll follow that up with a smoke. It looks like IHC were considering going through that. They might just wait it out. They're returning back to lobby. So Jamyoung holds on to ramp for now. But IHC are definitely interested. Jamyoung got a nicely timed nade in here, but he might lose his life. That nade, a bit of a chunk onto Rate and Mello. Jamyoung has to cede control of the ramp room and go back down into B. IHC starting to put the pieces of the puzzle together here in round 22.
Creeping in. Solid positioning from Jamyoung. Can pivot to watch either side of the lower ramp. But he needs to pick one. Has the timing on the pump from IHC. Left goes first, right comes out and takes the head off of Jamyoung. But G's position is known and he's going to be stuck here on the stairs. No mollies to deal with him. No one even aware that he could be on that line. What's going on with the communication from IHC? Ooh, smoke gets broken and there's not going to be time to plant. If they flood it right now, they could win
Mosey.
it. Mello gets it down just in time.
Oi.
And the trade ain't coming. Mosey doing it all and that'll be the game.
Yeah, 13-9 for Tyloo. They're going to have a little bit of a look at one another. Who gets the defuse? It'll be Mosey. He was the MVP in that round. Cheeky, cheeky stuff. And you thought for a second maybe the fact that the bomb plant had gone down. Mosey, if he gets traded straight away after picking up the planter, there's still a round on for IHC, but not the case. And in the end, a nice attempt at a comeback from IHC, but not quite enough. Still, it's a win for Tyloo, which will put Tyloo through from Group C. They are the 5th team now to qualify through to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Very much the expectation that they should have been able to do so. But it doesn't change the fact that this group is still, I would say, the group of death, right? IHC, Semper Fi. You'd probably want to see both of those 2 teams go through into the playoffs. And unfortunately, one of those teams will be saying goodbye after the next best of 3.
Yeah, G seems to just have, you know, great camaraderie with everyone, him and Yami. Having a little laugh towards the end, but of course, that will be that. Tyloo as well, you know, looking at whoever ends up coming 2nd place out of Group D, no matter who it is, it's going to be an interesting match over there. I feel like it's probably going to be, you know, probably not NKG as much as, you know, I'd love to see a bit more of them. But look, that being said, Tyloo, they are here to play, and now we get Semper Fi and IHC in that next matchup, which will be interesting.
Tyloo, though, very happy with their proceedings thus far. A little bit shaky towards the back end of this one, but by and large, I don't think we can be too disappointed. As far as I know, they've only really had around a week of prep time with this exact roster.
Yeah.
Because it took so long for them to kind of confirm the team that they were coming to eXTREMESLAND with. They were supposed to play at XPL, but they ended up deciding to take that one off to prepare for this event. So that extra little bit of time now over the course of this week, we can only hope that they're going to continue to power up. But I still don't think that they're necessarily the favorite for this. Still not a bad shout. Either way, IHC going to be going through to that next game against Semper Fi. Now it's time for us to have a chat down with Tyloo on the stage.
Hey everyone, it's Tyloo's Omen. Now, first question, you gotta settle the score for us. Is it AU man or all man?
对，你这 ID 到底怎么读啊？是 AU man 还是 all man 啊
随便怎么读，
？Whatever
都
you
可
like.
以。
So it is still not settled if which one it is. Now, how does it feel to have Jam Young back on the squad? There was a moment where we almost lost him to the dark side.
这个小菊回到这个阵容里，感觉怎么样？
感觉太棒了，他就适合这个阵容。
Feels really good. He is perfect for this squad.
Well, it looks very much so. Now, there was also a moment where it looked like IC was going to possibly make a comeback. Were you worried at any point, and how did you guys make sure it didn't happen?
今天有那么一刻，感觉 IHG 那边起势了，那边就是有一点这种翻盘的势头。你们当时是会有一点担心吗？你们当时的心态是什么样的？
其实没什么，就是觉得自己这边的发挥不好，所以导致对面起势了。
Yeah, we weren't really worried. It's just that we made some mistakes on our end, and that caused them to make a comeback. So we just fixed that. So we weren't worried.
Now, last year, Tyloo was one of the favorites to win. Tyloo ended up placing 3rd or 4th. But this year, is this the year for Tyloo?
去年极限之地比赛，天路也是算是一个大热门吧，但是最后没有能进决赛。那么今年怎么样？
今年全力以赴。
I would try our best.
All right, well, you're definitely doing really well. Congratulations, Alman and Tyloo. We're going to go back to the desk. We're going to break down the first match of today.
好的，感谢 AU 们接受我们的采访，也恭喜天路啊！我们把时间交回给解说老师。
Yes, indeed, 13-9. Let's break that match down, Mac. What did you think?
I feel like Tyler were doing a really good job at just beating teams on this T side. Obviously, you know, there's not a lot to go off since Jam Young's been back, but you can only assume that there hasn't been too many changes role-wise for everyone. They're still looking incredibly confident, and when they're getting, well, I think it was like 6 or 7, was it even 8 against Semperfi in that first match, and then they got 7 today on that T side. There's some incredibly solid T sides for any team on Nuke, and then it took a little while for them to fix things up on that CT side. Looked like it was going to be a quick one. IHC started to get the ball rolling, and maybe that'll give them some extra momentum and confidence going into that second game of the day. But yeah, in terms of Tyloo, they aren't putting too many feet in the wrong positions. I'd argue if they can keep this up, if they can keep Jam Young hitting this 1.42 rating form, then I'll be incredibly happy to have him back. Just enable them in.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? You know, that he clearly hasn't been like locked in on CS for the last couple of months, but still topping the scoreboard there for Tyloo, such a talented player. And Orman had some kind words to say about him on the stage as well. But yeah. IHC, I don't know, was it a good look? I don't think it was necessarily a bad look from them. Is it going to be enough to get over the line against Semperfi? That'll be the next question. I suspect we'll probably be seeing a bit of Nuke actually out of that next series as well. And we have Jam Young as the MVP, no real surprises there. But yeah, it seems like Semperfi and IHC both don't mind a little bit of Nuke. Perhaps that'll be coming through as a decider map maybe, or one of those two teams is even bold enough to potentially choose into it. We'll have to wait and see. But what's your take, Mac? I mean, Semperfi or IHC, you have a feeling one way or the other right now?
I'm probably leaning towards IHC, but then we also saw them look a bit shaky here on Nuke.
Right.
I'm going to argue, I just want to see where the map pool goes for this best of 3 series, because Semperfi haven't really shown us much other than, you know, that Nuke, and then down in the lower bracket, I feel like they didn't really have to show us too much. Something's going wrong, and they had a lot of mistakes that they needed to clean up.
I guess we won't have to wait too long to find out. It's time for us to take a break, and then we'll be back with our second series of the day. This one, a best of 3. It'll be Semperfi and IHC up next.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diact 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diact technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diact 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
Bringing Keen and Shady into the roster, I think, was actually a very easy and smooth transition. I think Latvians and Australians are very similar in a lot of ways in terms of the culture, and our jokes and our banter is very similar. So it was very easy, and obviously they have such a high skill ceiling, being that they've played in Europe their whole life. So they've been teaching us a lot of different things, and it's been very nice. Our team's play style is very dynamic, and it relies on individuals to perform at all times. So even if you're on the wings, even if you're not right in the pack of all the action, you still need to be able to make action and make your own plays and contribute to what the team's doing. We've been boot camping for the last 50 days, so I think we're definitely on track to do very well at this event. I'd say top 4, and I think we've been doing very thought out practice. We've been really thinking about our practice, how to maximize it, and obviously versing all the EU teams, I think it's going to help us a lot coming into this event. And I think, yeah, top 4, top 2 is our goal for this event.
Яг бид нар бол хоорондоо бол одоо дайжгүй. Бид нар зүгээр энэ чин тоглоом бас ингээ багууд одоо ингээ солилцоо хийж ямарваа нэгэн хүмүүсийг сольж ийж би нэгээ солилцоо хийж бас ер нь бол сайжрах бас ер нь том зургаараа бас сайжрах юмны бас нэг одоо юу мэр чинь тий илрэл. Тэгээ яг тоглогч болгоо ингээд Тэр би хэрвээ би Атоксоор одоо ингэ тоглогч байсан бол би одоо IC багт одоо багийн бас ахлагчдын нэгээр те ер нь бол бас өөрөө өмнө нь яг тоглогч яг ингээ хүний үгийг сонсоод яг ингээд тоглолтдог байсан бол одоо болонгууд яг өөрийнхөө хүсэж байгаа юмар тоглож байгаа. Тэгээ бас Чингис Warriors одоо бас IC-д байсан хоёр тоглогч ч гэсэн ер нь бол бүгд яг өөрийнхөө хүссэн юмаа л яг хийсэн л гэж би одоо харж шүү дээ. Ер нь бол
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Welcome back to eXTREMESLAND. We're getting into that second game of the day, but before that, of course, we got Conky on the desk. Elfish Guy getting his feet up to watch the game upstairs, but we got more Australians in the vicinity. Back up on the stage is going to be Semperfire up against IHC, who are warmed up from that first series of the day. And of course, it wouldn't all be possible without Zowie here and all their incredible products to make it happen and also put the tournament on.
Absolutely. You know, Zowie, obviously, the monitors have been kind of the big focal point lately. You know, bloody every single amount of hertz under the sun these days, Mac.
Yeah.
Wireless mice, they're changing them up. They've got the DW models now, and obviously the TR mousepad as well with that little squidgy squidge that's looking very, very hot and heavy. So hoping to bring one home myself and get me out of level 6 face it, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll get there one day. We'll get there one day, of course. Look, those mouse pads still need to track them down, still need to snatch one. There's some other good sponsors going around as well. Little booths out the front. I can't remember the name of the location that we're in, but Jordan told everyone earlier. So if you are down in Shanghai, make sure you check the location on
CG
Liquipedia
Studios or something, pretty sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's worth coming down because the big days are going to be obviously tomorrow and Sunday. I think there's going to be a pretty crazy turnout. Like every
Lots
single
of
time
Counter-Strike.
Tyloo and RA are here, my God, the crowd is loud already. So
Yeah.
it's beautiful stuff.
They've been making some noise. And look, a fair few are still chilling here, even though the Chinese team has already qualified to the next stage. But yeah, now the big question turns to, is Semperfire going to be capable of taking down the Mongolians? Obviously, the other day, a couple of hiccups in that other lower bracket game. But IHC, look, they didn't look too amazing in the first matchup of the day either, right? It was only when they started the formulated comeback against Tyloo on Nuke that we started to think, okay, maybe things could get difficult down in that lower bracket, but who knows? Who knows who's going to be feeling it and where we even end up going with this veto?
It's a funny one because I was looking back at the history of the Tyloo roster, the way it's sort of been shaking up. But at the end of the day, these guys have still loosely been playing together for a while, right? So they're a consistent force, which meant that when you match up against them, we saw how well they did against Semperfire on the first day, and now against IHC, it looked pretty clean as well. So two best of ones for them. They're straight into the playoffs. IHC, they've got more to show, but I think the exact same could be said for Semperfire, right? You know, they look pretty good against Oni Clan. It was a little bit shaky, I reckon, for some points, but the boys have apparently been reviewing their demos, and until you actually like get live into it, right? Like, you know, you can go through your scrims, you can crack in Europe, until you've experienced the Thunderdome that is Asian Counter-Strike, I don't think you can really mentally prepare for it, right? So now they've had a little bit of a test. IHC is definitely going to be a different opportunity again, but best of 3, they get a chance to show their map pool, what it's been looking like, and how that practice over in Latvia has been looking.
Yeah, and like you heard it in the interview as well, you know, the Latvians meshing incredibly well with the Aussie boys. Also, I heard that they didn't get a lot of sunlight, so I think they're trying to grab as much sunlight here in Shanghai as possible. Because, you know, when you're up there towards like that Nordic area, the far north, the deep north, you lose a lot of that sunlight. But look, Ben, very happy to be there. We got one dad coach remaining. Who was the other dad coach?
eXTREMESLAND, yeah, JMX. Yep.
Knocked him out the other day. But look, it's veto time. Let's have a quick discussion on where this is going. No Vertigo, no D2. So I think we're still yet to see Vertigo. I don't think any team is going to play Vertigo. It feels like it's a very early ban, insta-ban for most teams. Semperfi going to be picking into Ancient, IHC starting CT, and IHC starting CT on Mirage as well.
Interesting one to pick up Mirage too. Obviously, they've got a level of confidence there. They did look pretty good there against OniClan overall to ultimately close out the series. And IHC not wanting to play Anubis either, meaning that Nuke is going to be the decider. And Mac, I got to admit, given the current meta, and as you mentioned, you know, Vertigo, what's the point in playing it? We've got Train coming into the meta now. You know, we're seeing it over at Blast get played a few times. Yep. Funnily enough, though, everyone that's picked it has lost so far. I saw that statistic, which is pretty funny. But yeah, so it kind of reduces that map pool a little bit. So we are seeing the regular Ancients. Anubis has been there a little bit. But Mirage and Nuke, I'm not exactly upset by it. I was talking to Ben just before in the crowd, and he did say that after doing some review and research, you know, that Nuke might actually be a decent pocket pick for them. Now that it's the final map, it means they're both comfortable with that one. But overall, you know, starting on Ancient, we're yet to see Semperfi on that map in this competition strong just yet. So I don't know. Getting rid of Dust 2, I'm pretty comfortable with that. So I don't know. I'm happy with what we've got. I keep saying I don't know because it's been a lot of that this tournament, right?
Yeah. It's just one of those things right now. Mirage and Ancient, both pretty puggy maps, arguably quite even. Some people still think Mirage is a little bit T-sided, but you know the stats are still favoring the CT side. Barely. And this tournament has been favoring the T side, so we'll see what we end up doing. Of course, it looks like Semperfi with a T start here on Ancient should, on paper, from what we've seen, have the advantage, but let's see how the calling goes from Keen here and what we end up doing with this utility. Keen's going to have that double set of smokes, and it's going to be a fast one. Looking for cave control straight in here. Mello, 2 guns to try to stop it.
Hold as best as possible. A little bit of a blinding there as Coolest. Does manage to get 1 and 2 before he is taken down. Yami also making quick work of Vision. Shady's been dinked down, so it's all left onto the Latvian duo. Good bit of damage onto Yami. They do have to very much force this narrative. Rate trying to push throughout the smoke, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Yami actually forcing his way forward to get it. It's all left onto Keen for the clutch and Clouden to close. So, and the reason I kept saying I don't know, Mac, is because I was questioning my knowledge on whether or not they did play Ancient yesterday, and they didn't. So thank God I have been paying attention. But that was a really strong opening from IHC, right? You know, those dualies, it's just such a tough thing to play against the close angles, and a good start from the Mongolian side.
Yeah, especially getting through that tight choke in the cave. But let's see where they end up here. No bomb plant means it's detrimental for round number 2. And Semperfi are just bringing in that 1 Deagle, a couple of P250s on a light upgrade. They're probably just going to be hunting heavily for a bomb plant. Bit of noise going to be made over towards lane side. Valiant's unable to trade. Mello, the 2K, $1,200 dues in the bank with the MP9. And Rate in a great position here at CT. Nice little offline, and that bomb ain't getting planted today. Big dink, 3 for him. Every kill with an MP9, that's a lot of extra cash in the bank for IHC.
Well done. Keeping it nice and consistent now, obviously not letting anything go too far awry. And that's the start that they kind of needed, you know. Obviously, it was Tai Lu kind of getting out the gates nice and early before the comeback did start to surmount. IHC is a really solid team, but again, you know, it's just sort of the conversation about where they sit. They did come into the first qualifying spot into this event. Chinggis Warriors, the wildcard qualifier, and Atox second. That said, IHC didn't actually have to face against Atox in that first qualifier, so lots of solid Mongolian Counter-Strike coming through. But in this first gun round, Rate will make quick work of Shady, and I'm hoping we're not going to see a hell of a lot of that too much early on. It was the sole member up towards Cheetah Mac, and all that B lane control is gone.
Yeah, well, Shady, yeah, no one was helping him. They didn't have the lane control. It is a bit ambitious to go out mid, especially solo, given those scenarios. He saw the flash, and it was great coordination from IHC to bust 2 out of Cheetah, draw the attention away with that flash, and then also push lower mid at the exact same point. Rate with the AK. He's managed to find that with a nice little upgrade. Keen close. He's going to be able to find that one. Bomb not planted just yet. It's getting delayed. A minute on the clock, and Keen finding donut control makes it a little easier, but now it's down to the one-on-one. Savage in a world away from where he should have been. Looking to cut off those rotations, but now he's got to retrieve the bomb.
Clouden with a 1-3 clutch would be pretty massive. Being able to utilize that smoke, burning down some additional time. He'll have basically 30 seconds to work with here, Savage. So he's just going to play it nice and patiently. The main thing is that Clouden has got so many different angles to watch, so he's just going to sit back towards CT. Temple would be a pretty powerful position too, to just hear for the audio cue. But it is interesting to see that he's likely kind of going to let up that bomb plant, or that bomb at least obtaining. And Savage spotted, information gathered both side. A dink up, back and forth. Now Clouden might actually be able to get that Molotov down. Savage actually going to sit inside it. Will allow him potentially to pick up that bomb. But again, it's still so awkward. He likely wants to potentially fight the duel, but instead he's going to try and stick this plant. He will get off it. He will look to clear. He will swing around, and Savage closes the round. Heavily important there. It got way too close for comfort with that Clouden position on the MP9, Mac.
Yeah, for sure. A round on the board is great, but it's not going to get any easier from here. You've got to remember IHC, full 5 alive, anti-eco on the second, and they're going to have every bit of cash that they need for the next round as well. Lovely crosshair placement, ready for the wide swing. And that'll be that Semper Fi going into another tactical. Also, 1 alive at the end. That's not going to be great for the economy. They really need to figure out what pieces of util they need, how they're going to start the early round. Are they going to respect IHC, who you're expecting are probably going to want to scrim again for that lane control. That Mongolian dominant kind of gameplay is something that is very, very hard to deal with if you aren't quite ready. Semper Fi, of course, playing a lot in Europe, so they would have seen a bit of everything. But that elbow smoke is missed, and out mid they go. Valiant straight up into it, and the waterfall smoke almost works even further against IHC, so a great opening for the round.
Yeah, way better. Look at this position now. They can take lane a little bit better. Obviously, they've got out mid. Shady's in position. Coolest has already sort of forced off that long line too, so it's really only Mello that's kind of going to be a bee in the bonnet of Semper Fi. But they push on in together, they try and clear it, they got a little bit of utility to work with. Coolest actually getting a tag up. Now Shady has to try fight this fight, he will. Great trade, but got to be careful again of Coolest. Does narrowly miss that shot. Shady, so bold to take that re-contest. And now Clouden all alone in position. They've got to keep up this pace now, Semper Fi. They know that Yami... well, no, they're not going to know that Yami rather is sitting back CT, holding for this push up from Valiance. There it is, that's the control already, a big pick. You know now Cloud, and if they walk straight through this smoke dry and not clear anything, Shady's going to have to try and find it. Again, boys, got to put yourself in positions to trade. Keen, Vision, last two standing, but on that cross back elbow, Yami will get the smoke down. Keen taken, and it's awkward, Mac. Neither of these members have points of HP, but Vision's going to go for the deep line. He might actually be able to split the wickets here if he can find the timing. He's heard the footsteps. Massive play from Vision, but again, they shouldn't be needing to clutch out these moments, right? They should have had that 3-on-1 for sure. Yeah, little awkward, weird sort of position once they got the info, deciding to face. It's costly. It's incredibly costly, but IHC, they are going to be forced down to a half buy, a full save, whatever they end up opting for. And Vision incredibly happy to get another clutch on the board. But again, look, IHC, if they can just keep up this financial damage to Semper Fi, it'll be a quick swing round once they get guns in hand again. This time it is just going to be swinging in the server. Big wide ones. Nice.
And looking to fight everyone towards the bottom of mid. 2 Ts here to try to stop the aggression. The secondary's pulled out. Nice, clean round. That is something Semper Fi needed. Yeah, 5 alive is awesome there. You know, good fundamentals, not overextending their position. They're going to understand that it's a full eco here. But the buy will likely come back through now for IHC. They'll be ready for it. It's 2K a bomb. So, with the tied position for a short time, Semper Fi taking that early lead, you got to hope that they can continue to put this all together, you know, with the T-sided economy game being a little bit stronger. They've got a couple of rebuys already in the back pocket to work with. Let's not squander the initial opportunity, eh? Fighting hard here towards heaven. Yami straight up on top of the shelf. Oh, within an inch of his life, and he will get away with it. Double up towards Donut. Valiant's hearing everything, relaying that information. And IHC, but heavy over towards A, maybe expecting something else to be going down. But with the lane control, we'll see what Semperfi opt to do. Looks like it will be a late push in towards mid. Keen throwing some nice utility, but in the meanwhile, A main aggression is going to potentially catch him off on the flank if they don't make a move shortly.
This is the things that they've surely got to be ready for, right? You know, Yami very, very low in HP, and Valiant's actually starting to turn around. He does hit the shot, but it's the high HP member that's going to be pushing in just behind him. Rate gets it done, but now they've made the call. That's the pickup. They put down the foot onto the accelerator, straight in towards A. And Keen, the guy with the MAC-10, is going to be the one swinging. He's done some additional damage, but this is where they've got to try and get set into the post plan. Oh my God! Keen, high and dry, the wings of fury. And now they set into Temple Mac. How's IHC going to go from here?
Doubling up on Temple, Coolest, taking point, not quite ready for Shady up on the platform, but now Mello knows the info that he needs. 1v3, he's going to keep on going for it. Crispy onto Savage.
Getting scary. Oh, it's really dicey, isn't it? The one-on-one clutch situation, and Mello! He's managed to do it. A 1 versus 4 Mac, the opportunity that was given by Semperfi to themselves.
Mate, it was like he was just playing pre-fire across there in the right spot every time, reading the off angles, reading everything. And there was nothing that Semperfi could do. They weren't allowed to shoot back.
Oh, I was going to say, what a great candidate this was, you know, around to sort of really procure themselves some further positions. But again, a full 1v4. Mello getting absolutely everything, not setting themselves up to trade. And that's what you'd hope would have kind of been established in these last 50 days of boot camp, right? Understanding each other's limits.
They were talking about, you know, fixing up the protocols, fixing up the mistakes from the other days. And arguably, in a situation like that, everyone facing and not together, no one like hiding, like I'll swing when you get that contact here, like those little things, I feel like need to be a bit more polished. Obviously, that can be a confidence thing. They were talking about figuring out what they want to do and how they want to play. Maybe that's the confident play style that they want to do. But, you know, the percentage play, most of the time in those situations, like whoever that was on default that died, you can just tuck away behind it, swing on the CT player's contact, and then you've got yourself a nice little crossfire, which should have a better chance of winning you those rounds. Little rant, new round. Semperfi, of course, with the 5 alive in the previous before that means they can get another buy, and they're going to be running in through a Molotov. Keen hitting the ground, and Coolest snatching another away. This has not gone to a great start for Semperfi.
Not at all. You know, they did manage to get their way into lane and be long early. A little flash for the peak, but that Molotov, you know, it all comes down to the individual decision-making as well, right? You know, setting yourself up, making a clean communication in the mid-round. And that's really where a lot of these Aussie teams have broken down over the years. You know, when you come up against people that do have that individual gun skill, you know, at a much more elevated level. Obviously, in Europe, they're going to play a little bit more to the tune of regular Counter-Strike. But in Asia, a little bit more erratic, a little bit more chaotic, but the individual skill of these opponents is so high up, especially, you know, the Mongolian region right now that's so rich with this confidence. But I digress. We've got the capacity. We know we do across all of Asia. And now deep in towards the donut, it will be Rate, but I'm keeping my keen eye on Coolest, who is holding that line towards main Mac.
Eyes on the right position. We're going to see a boost across the top. Info might have been heard, certainly will be by Rate. And Val up here anyway. But we'll see if they're going to be able to drop the bomb across or even get some extra positioning, but they won't get past the first hurdle. Clouden at range, looking just to lock this one in. It's Rate to snatch it away with the MP9, and that's going to be a couple of cheeky free upgrades as well. So IHC, dominant performance so far on their map pick.
Really just slow there, wasn't it? You know, by the time they'd walked into A main, the rest of the team for IHC had time to clear out the extremities. And basically every single member was here by the time that Semperfi decided that they wanted to hit the site, right? So, again, just good fundamentals and good reading from IHC. Now the economic situation pushes them back to just a couple of Glocks, a couple of Tech 9s, and they're just going to try bang it straight out mid through the molly. And I think it's going to be Rate who does take down a couple. Yes, it will. Bomb, hell of a long way away in the hands of Keen.
Nice little util set as well. Just to punish that over-aggression. Door smoke coming through. But the CTs realise they don't need to push too much further forward. Coolest just holding a nice deep line, punishing that. And you got Mello as well. He was ready for any little smoke pushing that Semperfi want to play with, but now that bomb has been seen and locked the hell in. IHC, all eyes on the prize, and Semperfi just going to let the clock tick down a little bit, punish anyone that gets a bit too big for their boots, goes through the door. Good patience.
Yeah, so far, a good couple of rounds from Semperfi, right? You know, we've seen...
Oh, his barrel.
The moments.
He's the tip.
All right, Clouden gives him the tip on the teammate. So one will go down in the end on the CT side of IHC, but this is the gun round that we want to kind of see some similarities from some of the earlier rounds.
Yeah.
Otherwise, IHC, I think, will really start to run away with it, right? You know, we're already into round number 9, Mac. This MR12 does bring some demons for some slower starts. And the economic situation for IHC is pretty damn good. Straight out mid, though. Yami going to be the one to take the line up. A great flash. That's unlucky. Yami hitting the shot. Shady going down quickly. And now as they poise their way in towards main, again, it just depends on how much time they want to take, right? You know, immediately we've already seen long control be taken up by IHC. They've smoked off door. They've got mid. So there's only really one place that they can be here. Semperfi, and Yami's going to hit another shot. The leg onto Keen as well. Does get one back. But now it's Savage running out dry. What's been the call there? They've turned the tide and they've just left the Aussie brother to go down into the smoke. 4v2.
A difficult conundrum again. IHC even just giving them a whole bunch of space to play with. They know with the numbers that they can lock in a 6th round with a successful retake. An individual work done by Vision. Finding the pick towards Donut. Might change their focus. At least we'll reroute a couple of the IHC members. You got Coolest worried about aggression from Red Room. Clouden trying not to be open to that line. But this position at the back of short is very strong as long as he doesn't get caught off guard. It will boil down to the timing. There's some noise being made. Keen quite low. Great molly to dislodge Vision in just a moment. The nade to follow. Oh, and it's hit him down to 27. Oh. Bomb does get planted, and it's a swift retake. Clouden doing all the work. Great utility usage just to make things a bit more chaotic there for Semperfi, and it will be 6 secured.
I was going to say, you know, the molly into the HE on the healthier player. There was a chance that if Vision had a bit more time, maybe something would have worked. But I just want to talk about that disconnect, right? You know, they did try to flash their way out mid, so a little bit unlucky onto Yami. But by the time they'd taken down the AWPer in Temple, you know, they kind of cancelled the call. Savage went out dry, maybe a little bit of miscommunication there.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, you know, before you know it, 20 seconds into the round, you're trying to play a 2v4. And whilst they got the bomb plant, they got the site. 3 hungry members of IHC managed to mow them down, and that's why they've called for the tech pause, attack pause rather, nice and early again. 2 of 3 already utilised.
You don't want it to get out of hand. That's the thing, right? And I feel like that already started in that round, that 1v4
yep.
from Mello. That certainly is going to derail your confidence, or rail it even.
Yeah.
Depending on how you look at it.
Correct.
Util from afar, rates playing the distance game this time, expecting Semperfi to be on a low buy again. Ooh. Coolest has been seen, information carried across, and now you can see there's the swing, but it's just one at a time. Yeah. Coolest allowed to just run the hell away. Vision going to be able to snatch Clouden and maybe get his mitts on that AK. He will. The CT's unable to deny that.
Already here though, aren't they, Mac? You know, 3 members of IHC, nice and hungry, and then they're sending one further back on house. Vision getting tagged up in the process, not watching over towards this position either, are they? Well, they are, but unfortunately for Vision, he's getting taken down by Mello very, very quickly. Another great flash, and this is just the thing. They just feel like they're being choked out right now. And sure, they're back into a 2-on-4. They get another shot, but Yami's here. Utility to try and punish. Molotov goes down, and Savage, he's just got to watch 3 different angles. And it's so, so challenging. 7 points of HP. Semper basically haven't even had a chance to play this round.
Let's see if IHC are going to be able to lock it in. I like the teamwork. That reposition from Rate back towards Coolest. Can pivot off of either player's contact. And Savage allowed to get the package if he wants. He's just worried about peeking around that corner, expecting someone to swing on some kind of contact. But little does he know, he's got all this space to play with. Having a quick look at the economy. A save isn't the worst thing.
Yeah.
Should be able to buy himself some utility or even drop across a Galil, and everyone else should be able to buy something. Is there a tree there? I didn't know there was a tree here.
New position. They are looking for him, but they're not going to be able to find him. So the tree defense did work.
Looked like a skinny tree. Maybe that's why I haven't seen it.
Potential. You only see big trees.
Only
just
see,
like
yeah.
on your
I'm a
arms,
big
mate.
tree gazer.
Yeah.
Glazer even.
Call him a ham on Christmas. Another pause. This one looks to be a bit more technical, yeah.
Might have been called as a tactical communication issue.
It's been the only sort of real issue throughout this competition. I think we've been pretty lucky, to be honest.
Yeah.
But look, Counter-Strike, to everyone watching along at home who doesn't use their mic in-game, communications is important.
Incredibly important.
It's the only way you can kind of win. So there has been a bit of a call. And it's quite an animated one as well. So
yeah.
What kind of depth this is actually getting down to for Vision. Keen seems to have a bit to say. Aha.
Hello, hello.
Maybe that'll work. That's a bit of dad tech right there, isn't it? Maybe this will work. Swap the mic over.
Yeah.
Love him. I don't know, Mac. Look, whilst we've got a bit of time, what do you make of this so far from Semper, right? Like, I think it's, it does come down to that mellow 1v4. Definitely has sort of shattered the confidence, but don't even think they've had any sort of level of site control since that moment, because the start of that round, the fundamentals were great. We had Valiant straight into Donut. They sort of traded 1-for-1 until they got to that site position, and then, yeah, the post plant was locked down pretty well too, but as you mentioned, no set up for a trade, no one playing defensive.
Yeah, it's hard to really get a read on it. It's still early days, right? First half of the first map. Hopefully they can get this communication issue sorted, because that could be kind of crucial. I don't even know what it is. We can find out after, maybe even between the maps. Get Elfish Guy on the ground. Looks like we're gonna. Look, Ben is sacrificing his chance to talk in those tactical pauses.
I finally had a chance to ask him though.
Send a microphone over.
I was like, do you actually have much to say? And he goes, nah, not really. Purely on the basis that he's like, I'm not the best person for that. So, which is nice to hear. In a way, he's just basically there to sort of, in his words, like, keep order, right?
Yeah.
Make sure that the guys are still motivated and all that. And I did hear that the guys were having a pretty animated chat about their demo review yesterday. But, ultimately positive outcomes, right? They all seem to be pretty friendly with each other in a way where they're able to put their cards on the table and then, have a sincere conversation, even if it's positive or negative. So
yeah,
it's always good to hear.
Compliments. I want to send them across to Mello. I was not familiar with this game. Hadn't seen... Honestly, I don't think during ECL I covered much IHC. I feel like we managed to dodge IHC a lot of the time.
Yeah, I only had a couple of games, really.
Yeah, actually didn't do a lot. It was all Pilsky and that Jordan guy.
Yeah.
Covering a lot of it last season.
Yeah.
But yeah, didn't see too much IHC. So it's good to see Mello on land. He is impressing the hell out of me with those clutches and then just individual confidence. Coolest as well. I feel like I haven't seen him for a while, but I do love his name. It's been around in the Mongolian scene for a fair amount of time. But now, New round, and Yami going to be picking up that secondary AWP already. Off to the races. Valiant with the pick at mid is going to crack things open. Coolest ready for the push, or was he? Not quite able to go for the readjustment in time, and Valiant is taking as much space as he possibly can, dancing around, clearing out CT, and looking for any more damage to IHC.
Can't quite find the timing. Mello, the one you talk about again, but look at this confidence. This is the spacing that when they've lost a fair bit of it, Mello's happy to push on through. Savage does take him, but I do not think they're going to be ready. Surely they know that Mello's still around, but where? Where is the question? Now as Yami starts to fire a couple of warning shots, there it is. Yeah, Mello's found both. So again, it breaks down to communication. You know, Valiance has found 2. I don't know where Yami got that opening pick. I couldn't quite see, but I feel like Yami has found the openings kind of round after round. There it is, straight into A main. So he's gone in deep that round, so Vision didn't even get to play.
Yeah.
Valiant kind of took a risk. First kill, not so risky. Second kill, dry walk. And then, yeah, Mello, no comms about that at all. I mean, look, I suppose they're probably sitting there not expecting him to push the long smoke, but that's the adaptation where IHC can play way more reactive, and Semperfi's not able to live up to that as much, it seems, so far.
Yeah, good protocols, though. When Valiant's got in behind enemy lines, all 3 of those IHC members were able to turn around, make sure that he wasn't a factor, and then after neutralizing that, able to readjust their focus somewhere else. Savage spotted. Mello is trying to hunt for him through the wall, but Savage returns fire.
Okay, that's the 13 and 7 man down. They do have to at least deny Clouden as well, and Coolest has found Savage, so, you know, once again, despite finding the opening Semperfi, they have lost the advantage pretty quickly. I think Yami's aware that someone's in house, but no, he's not going to hard clear it. Vision spotting out Wraith. Valiance, again, has been the crucial part of this puzzle, but Coolest is going to take him down. Was taken a little bit low, but again, look at the separation right now. Keen's running out on his side. He's completely solo. He's not going to be ready for Coolest. He can do it. Didn't see anything, and now Coolest is going to clear deep. Mac, I think Keen may very well be found. And there it is. The shot's there. Not ready for it at all. 2-on-2.
Just fully not aware that the sneak out happened at all. But the bomb is planted for Donut. Somewhat. Already about a flank, and now they find the final man, but it's with the bullets in the back. And that is going to be Semperfi finding themselves a 4th round to have some more breathing room into the second half. Ladies and germs, get ready for a second half for Ancient. We are here watching pretty high quality Counter-Strike. I say pretty high quality because there has been a couple of mistakes, which could be for one factor or another. But at the same time, I'm keen to see what happens here in the second half. Semperfi choosing to start on the T side, but only finding 4, and IHC dominant on the defense, but we've swapped sides.
We have indeed. Hopefully a little bit more pace from Semperfi. The Julies are out. And Savage is going to be the first one to take point. Keen definitely needs to send him into a position where they can trade it up, and it's good. That's the utility you want to start to see, but now it's about this defensive mechanism. How quickly can they turn around? Because Mello has already taken point, and the rest of the team are not in a position to trade. Good pacing from Shady, making his way up into the cave now, but they've got to be ready to strike while the iron's hot.
Yami ready for any aggression here on the retake. Keen, oh, good couple of shots there. Mello, Julies, dangerous, has been dealt with. And now it's all down to Shady to make this happen. They know his position. Oh, peeking one at a time, but he's got the info. Coolest running for dear life and will create some space away. The kit has not been found. And the jiggle, oh, is no good. Coolest, too sharp there with the Glock in hand. Oh, it's going to be an uphill battle now for Semperfi. IHC should be right as rain to confirm their map pick.
Hindsight's such a crazy thing. Hey, you know, should have they potentially pushed out the smoke to support Savage? Should Savage had a bailed earlier after he got that initial pick instead of re-peeking? Because it just seems to be coming down to these little micro decisions where, you know, the individual prowess of IHC is clearly sort of ahead, I would say. You know, like, I feel like Semperfi as a unit are looking pretty good, but the way IHC is able to just confidently force their hands straight back in, and with no kit, was looking a little bit ugly there. Rates found a hell of a lot of control up towards the mid position here now as well. Vision, great shot through the fire and the flames. Happy with that. Now they can settle back into a 5-on-4. The advantage is held, but again, it's this mid position in-house that's a call for concern.
See if Savage is going to be able to try and draw attention away. Spotted that one and will block with the smoke. Vision playing an incredibly dangerous game, still standing here with 15 points of health. We are going to see the readjustment from the B-site members. Double donut. All eyes here on mid. Valiance hiding in the corner. Awkward moment, I think. A dink in the back of the head from the teammate.
A little love tap. It's a tricky one, Mac, because again, I don't really think they've done a hell of a lot with Rates positioning at this point in time. The utility's been pretty decent from Semperfi to kind of isolate the choke points, because now as there's a double up inside the donut, Cloudon's going to be walking straight into that, and I think he actually might fall to their... Oh, never mind. I was going to say they were definitely setting himself up a position to trade, but Valiance, his shadow has been spotted. The fact that Cloudon's got 2 here is pretty ridiculous. Valiance, though, has got 2 of his own, so maybe there's a world where they can bring this back, but it's an MP9 and 2 5.7s and not a hell of a lot of HP. They don't have a kit. They've got a Galil. A little bit of utility to work with as well, but Coolest positioning is so powerful. Oh, I don't actually think he saw Savage there, Mac. Now he knows. Utility coming out, smoke onto the bomb, but it doesn't look fantastic. They are quite separated, but Coolest finding Savage and Mello. Like, how do you play that? How do you decline that?
You can't. Coolest is nuts.
He is the coolest.
This map's almost bloody over.
Yeah.
Look, some great moments. I love IHC's move just to group up in red, pump through CT, flank that A site. Valiance gave us hope with the 5-7 over towards Donut. But again, it's just looking dire for Semperfi. Even with man advantages, it's just been rough for them to try and lock anything in. Oh, and that flash was too perfect. Valiance down and the A site found with a man advantage for IHC. This is looking like 11.
It is indeed, Mac, and I can't help but feel like this game should have been a little bit closer. I feel like the scoreline doesn't exactly tell the right sort of story. Could be really kind of closer to maybe like an 11-6, 11-7, given some of the rounds that went just awry. You know, that 1v4 from Mello. But at the end of the day, it's namely been, you know, Yami finding these opening picks back when he was on the CT side. And now the confidence that's coming through, you know, they're just so separated. Obviously, it's so hard to play against a, you know, pretty dominant force coming straight out A main when the rest of your team is over the other side of the map clearing out B.
Yeah.
But IHC having some good reads, putting down some good fundamentals, and that's ultimately what's carrying them so far ahead here. And an effort by committee as well. Everyone showing up to the party.
Clouden, straight out mid. Flashes and util, forcing Shady away, who goes toe-to-toe on the repeat. Able to find a man advantage. Okay, let's see if this is the 5th that Semper Fi were looking for. IHC have been so good at coming back into the round from these positions. Savage has been seeing the jiggle, tagged up, wants to drop the smoke, but again, just so much damage getting dished out onto the B-site members.
Yeah, what do they do with this advantage? That's going to be the question, right? They've sent a member back to house. They've still only got 2 on the defense towards B. They've got to try and get something, right? You know, a little bit of A main control may have well told them that they're coming, but this is the thing again, Savage. Is he going to turn quick enough? Great advantage. Found just before the flash, and he does manage to get away. Vision was there to help this time, Mac. Now he's looking into Cave. That's a better round from Semper Fi. Coolest, 1 versus 5. And finally, but potentially a bit too late, we see something really solid from Semper Fi as a unit.
Just creeping around, seeing what he can find with 40 on the clock, and seeing if Semper Fi maybe put their pawns in the wrong position. Savage jiggling on a close line. Vision right behind him. And King in a position where he can help out if needed, but it's not. 5 alive is huge for that CT economy, and it looked good. I think the thing for me is I'm watching them play 2-1-2. I feel like no one really plays 2-1-2. Most teams will just be playing retake on that A site.
Yeah.
You've got Valiance who, you know, at least on that Deagle round is playing close to A. You can play close to A, but it's more so you got to fall off into Donut ASAP. Like as soon as you get that contact, if you don't get your pick, you got to leave. IHC, literally, I can't say they're doing anything wrong. Like that round, it was probably just the spacing. The fact one man went through the smoke on his own, and then when you're 2 men down, it just got a little bit awkward for them. Here again, Yami trying to find something free through the pocket spam. And now we're going to see a nice early pop straight up onto B. Vision from long, not going to get more than the 1. Shady, fast to rotate this time, going to be able to bolster that defense. And will start to make his way in on short.
Oh, Shady, has he cleared
4x3!
4-3? At least he gets something. 1 is okay. Savage inside the cave, waiting for that rotation to come around. Keen, this time, pushed A main. You were talking about it in the previous round, Mac. Now Valiance, not too far off, but I like the proactiveness of Coolest. All the way into spawn, but now he's kind of trapped between a rock and a hard place, and now with the Molotov, it's going to flash him into CT. Valiance will connect with a shot. Now it's on to Mello. They've let him clutch before. Surely they're not going to let him clutch again. No, no, no. Not today, Mello. The proactivity from Semper Fi is paying dividends right now. And they've just got to keep it consistent here because, you know, as I said, IHC is a formidable foe. But that's a perfect 4-3 moment, isn't it? We see plenty of them these days, even still.
Yeah, he thought he hard cleared it, just didn't fully look too worried about the players on site there. And we need to see them lock in for a little longer. It's going to be a difficult comeback. They'll have to continue to play flawless. And overtime still could certainly be on the cards. But for the moment, IHC going to take a tactical, have a bit more of a chin wag as to how they want to play this. Funnily enough, so Coolest is playing slightly diagonal, right? But he's playing in the way where your arm's completely off the desk. Like, see how he's got his arm up for the keyboard?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's the opposite of what you'd usually see. Players usually twist it the other way so they get their full elbow up on the table.
What was the, was it Luke Housey that was tilting you, I think, at the RMR? That had like, it was actually on a tilt, wasn't it, the monitor?
No. He was 45 degrees to the monitor. He'd play like this to the monitor.
That's crazy.
You guys can't, you just go watch it. It's terrible.
Must have had like a weird home setup, right?
No, I think he's just really good at looking with like one eye or some shit.
Okay, all right. Fair play.
It's horrible.
Yeah, definitely agree.
It's like he's peeking around a doorway, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
He's like this. He's like peeking
constantly having a look. Keen getting the opening pick onto Mello here. Because I will use this, I don't know. It's kind of a weird round because Yami's gone for the hero rifle. So we'll let this one play out before I start dribbling about something else. Savage up so close. They're not going to clear it hard with any util. It's just going to be the dry swing. And at least it's traded out by Vision. He did get taken very low in the process, though. Now they're just going to be careful because Rate's obviously going to have that AK in hand. There's one more set of Kevlar to work with. Rate's tagged up in the process. At least it's this 2-2. Keen finding Cloudy and did leave it for a little while at a time. And now it's just a double up inside Cave. Should be another round here for Semper Fi. Keyword should, Mac.
Yeah. Shady in a good position to trade here. Because Vision has hit the damn ground. And Coolest, good at clearing both sides there. The 50-50 is hard to get past. And Keen has been heard coming in on the rotate. 30 on the clock. But Rate won't get past the big stick. And that's going to be another for Semper Fi. Getting more expensive than it needs to, but 3 alive in the last, 2 alive in this one, and then there was that other clean round before. The economy should still be in a way where they can get a full buy going. But IHC, if they win a round at any point now, then things could really, really turn on the dime.
Those are the rounds that make me nervous, though. Hey, like, obviously Keen had to take the line, but Valiance was still a fair way away. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like we've started to get to a little bit more of the pass mark here for Semper Fi, and now as they take mid control very aggressively, Keen's already all the way out window. This could be a double up. No, they've given out their hand. Oh, and they have to bail out with nothing. Daylight robbery. But they've only walked away with a pack of Zappos.
I like this, though. You got Keen going for a very quick rotation over towards short. The AWP was heard at mid, so you'd assume it's there. But now he's posted over towards that B ramp area. IHC worth thinking about speeding up, but now they've got the cave control. They can go deep. Coolest, he's going to throw some utility. But with 2 towards the bottom of mid, they have the complete option to go back
Vision
to A if they want. Vision going to be able to find Yami with the spam. Not quite ready for Mello, but he won't get the damage done that IHC needed.
It's the advantage, though, now, right? Savage has got to be careful that he doesn't give up anything further. Keen has joined him. Straight back onto that line. The dink up, 1 HP. Owie, owie.
Bomb's going 8.
It is indeed. They've got one member in Valiance there inside the donut, but at least Shady's joined around. Valiance has got to be so, so careful. They've sent Keen back in towards House. That smoke will fade shortly.
Ooh, jiggling on a tight line. He's going to see those shadows and many members coming in from the donut. Bomb's going to be here around the corner, but the split is damn good. Rate going to be able to find both those A-side players. Keen here, 1 HP, and still find some impact. Bomb yet to get planted. Molly to Temple. Keen can't get near it. And Vision is sneaking through with the man advantage. Oh, the pre-fire will get it eventually. Last alive is Rate from the platform, and he's going to be able to do it all himself. 4 for the round, and he wants the ace. Reloading. He wants the round. He's jiggling, baiting, and gets it done. Vision can't quite trade, and that is going to be Ancient in the bag. Economy in the bin for Semper Fi. You got to trade that.
I am a horse standing on an empty beach saying one thing, and it is man right now. That is incredible of a round from Ray. That was an ace with a 1 versus 3 Mac. Even managed to get the reload. You can see the panic. Vision was running through the smoke, just blasting a couple of shots. Oh, I just feel like Semper Fi did everything right, but then when it breaks down and they start to get nervous, hands sweaty, spaghetti, mum's confetti.
I rate that 8 out of 8.
Mate, what a round. Beautiful stuff from Ray. That has to be said.
Individually, it just feels like IHC are better in every aspect. And that's a perfect example, you know? Oh, that was so rough.
Like crazy, Semper Fi played that round so well from the start, and then just to literally vomit all over themselves for a little bit. Anyway, back to it. It is map point for IHC. Still feels like it's not done just yet, but certainly going to be hard to put 5 on the board.
Big HE. Dumped onto Yummy. And the spam won't find any value. Keen is getting dangerous here. That's a line you can't really get past. Mello tucked away on the door, hiding in half his body. It will be answered eventually. Vision low, will opt for the AWP himself. Let's see what he can do with the big green. Savage, MP9, wants to try to stay as aggressive as possible. And as close to that B ramp smoke, just in case anyone pops on through. IHC still heavily leaning towards the B side of the map. And Rate, in the meanwhile, might be able to find some kind of opportunity here through Donut, but I dare say it's just going to be looking for that map control. In the meanwhile, Valiant starting to get aggressive, make that info play at A main, and that's going to gravitate the rest of Semperfi back to B. They should be aware it's a pause. Ooh, Savage thinking about going into the cave. This late into the round is dangerous. Vision spotting the ramp player, knowing there could be more behind him. Oh, and wait, Savage timed that perfectly. Somehow managed to find Yami. Cave control. Bomb still yet to be spotted. They know it can't be A. They have to be here somewhere. Shady going to be able to find another. And just like that, Semperfi get every bit of info they need. Rate already finding two. Ace in the last. Two more that he could find, but the bomb is down at the top of the ramp. There's no time to get it done. Valiance has won the round by living.
Okay, thank God. This is Live and Mac. It's some good Counter-Strike that puts hair on your chest. I've been up and about this series, and it has been a pleasure to witness so far. Because there's progress from both teams, right? You know, the former core. I don't know, it's just a roster that's kind of been put together in recent times. IHC, Semperfi obviously taking that gamble, moving international for a little bit, trying to make it all work their way. They'll be back to Australia in a little bit, but it's Coolest in with the Hero AWP. Money not fantastic. A chance to bring it back, but again, still Semperfi are just on a knife's edge the entirety of the rest of this map.
That's the patience game. Lewis was waiting for something there, but this time it's going to be keen to strike first. Eagle from Yami. Firing off some warning shots, and it looks like they're going to try to bait the CTs into this AWP. Now on that line, Coolest. Him and Yami unable to make that one work. Yami hits the ground, and this is looking like a much better start to the round for Semperfi. Full lane control, Vision pushed up towards the B doors. But if he falls, then Semperfi will have to go for a full wrap. Worried that all of IHC may be tucked in at A main. You're going to see Semperfi shift numbers in that direction. Savage coming back as a fail-safe at B, but there's the info. Vision gets it at the right time and will escape away.
Running off. Still should be at a position for success here. But again, losing any weapons would cause a bit of grief into that next round. Coolest holding onto the line. They've got to be ever so careful here because that's one going down, a second going down. Mac, you got to be worried, but Vision is certainly 2020 there as he's able to clear up 3, giving another lifeline to Semperfi here.
Lovely shots. Beautiful timing on the swing. The info gained by Vision and the impact found. 21 and 16 for him. I believe this is his first big LAN. I'd have to say, it's definitely his first big one around Asia, unless I am mistaken. But everything they've played with Semperfi so far, which has been his first big team,
there he is,
has been online. So Keen going to be able to get away with that one. Full aggression and not punish. IHC going to be swinging out through all that util, but Shady here to Trady. And Valiant's not too far away. Nice little shot coming from him.
Oh,
Yami!
no.
Him and Mello teaming up to find 2, but look at the swift rotation. Vision already here in Temple. Maybe they aren't aware of it. And Savage can just try to draw attention away from him with the spam through the CT smoke. 2v1, it's Mello again.
He's got the techie out, and he's going to walk straight into the crosshair, the open arms. And all of a sudden, we see Semperfi take double digits. Savage, a little bit of hands up there, wondering what's sort of occurring. But anyway, I was going to say, I think it is Vision's first sort of event of this caliber in any way. And he was one of those guys where you haven't seen it for a while, but it was a full step up. Like, right, you know, he was in essentially, I suppose, you know, Tier 1 Australian Counter-Strike, but then he took quite a step. And then to go straight away overseas is, you know, an opportunity that not many get these days. But it's straight down mid this time, a little bit of a run boost. Back onto the window. Rate is trying to fight for this one, but they do need to defend each other.
Oh, great timing on this
utility's
push.
baited them out, hasn't it? They've turned their sights towards A.
And Rate's been able to get so much space here at mid. Bomb still lurking over towards that B lane. And Semperfi, they went for that incredibly early rotation, but now they know there's someone here at mid. Molly getting thrown over towards Donut. Good nade onto Valiance to chip him down. And Savage, he's going to need a helping hand in a moment. Oh, they've done a lot of good work, Semperfi, for the last couple of times. But again, it's going to be the 4v5 to try to go for the retake. Only 4 of these T's on site. Big flank coming through from Cloud, and let's see if he can activate.
Absolutely, they've got to be aware of it, right? There is a prospect. They are starting to clear it, but Clouden, oh no, he's ripped him apart limb from limb back. It's all on the Keen, and I don't think he's got enough to do it. That is going to be a massive turnaround for IHC. Semperfi certainly made a little bit of a narrative. They were starting to write the script of this comeback, but unfortunately it did not quite happen. But Mac, all I can sort of say is, again, that map could have completely gone another way. There was the 1v4 from Mello, and the 1v3 from Rate with the ace, and they're even pumped up still. They gave a couple of hand claps there. I think they've got to be pretty proud of what they have achieved here. Because I was going to talk about, like, you know, Semperfi might not be the favorite in this one. It's probably 55-45, maybe 60-40 in favor of IHC, I'd say, depending on how biased you want to be. And the conversation for me wanted to be, how much do they need to get to actually make this a successful event for them, right? Playoffs would be brilliant. I think they can definitely do it, but, you know, bursting up against a team that's so strong like IHC, it just makes it so damn rough. But overall, you know, that was a good resurgence there. As I said, it could have been a closer game. It could have potentially even been a win if it wasn't for a few micro mistakes. But IHC, they're a powerhouse. They're looking good, and now they're going to need to turn it around on Mirage.
They certainly will have to. But again, look, you said that there were those tiny mistakes. There's these 1vx rounds. I think it was like multiple 1v3s and 4s that they never, ever, ever should have lost. So I think that the biggest takeaway is just trying to get everything sorted in high-pressure scenarios with a little bit of chaos going on. I don't know if the comms are too much. I don't know if the comms are too little. But you need to look at the map, figure out what's going on in the moment, and get into those positions to succeed. What was it? The 13-10 at the end, we managed to make it. So think about it. Those two clutch rounds swung the other way. We'd be in a completely different narrative. Lovely couple of openings. It felt like the confidence definitely started to, you know, be found by Semperfi towards the end. And who knows, maybe there was some other things going on technically, but that seems to be all sorted now moving into the second map. So it'll be a time, it'll be a place, and of course it is going to be Semperfi's map selection on Mirage. So IHC took theirs, Semperfi could take theirs, and we could be going deep to 3 for the second game of the day.
Absolutely, we could. Now, you know, limited, obviously, history, but it was a 13-6 over Oni for Mirage, so a little bit of a different quality of team, I guess you're going to say. You know, a team like IHC is going to be seasoned on Mirage, right? They're going to be super experienced. Got very strong AWP lines. We did see there was even a little bit of a double AWP setup coming out in a couple of those rounds too. So I don't know if the change of the map is going to give me any more confidence for the Australian side, but at least it's tried and tested, right? This map's been played 1,000 times by everyone. But yeah, I don't know. IHC, good showing. Semperfi, it's there. It's maybe. And I'd love to see it go to Nuke.
Yeah, the thing is, Mongolians, look, they're good on Ancient, and they're pretty bloody good on Mirage as well. So it'll be interesting to see. I do remember, I think Vision was having a bit of a rough affair in all of the maps until Mirage. And then I remember seeing Vision, you know, starting to fire up after feeling in a place of comfort. So maybe that's what they're looking for. You know, I'm expecting Semperfi to have at least fixed those issues. You know, they're pretty good at having a quick chat and figuring it out during these breaks, and hopefully they're going to be able to do that again. Again, just kind of have a quick look at the stats, at the leaderboard for everyone in this match. Vision doing great work with a 1.3 rating, 22 and 17. Everyone else going negative, unfortunately, with a rough first half, and then on the other side of things as well. Look, Mello had incredible impact, even though it was like only 19 and 15, and you're just looking at the deviation between the kills. It feels like everyone had impact at points. Even Clouden looked 14 and 16, but in that last round, beautiful 1v2 over towards CT just to make sure that the rotations could not come in, and IHC were in full control eventually. It was just a matter of when they were going to close that out.
Yeah, definitely. And Yami even, you know, I think about the opening duels that he managed to find. They just couldn't control him on that CT side in the AWP. So the fact that they fought so hard to bring it back on the CT side after going down quite heavily in the opening half, it means that there is again some positive things to take away. Australian teams are slow to start, as is always, but the main takeaway at the end of that map is the fact that they stood up, they smiled, and they're happy to go back into the next one. So they're going to have a quick refresh outside and then hopefully come back and fight hard into the next one. But overall, as I said, IHC, very strong opponent. We always looked at the top of this bracket in Group C, as Tyloo very strong, IHC very strong. So can Semperfi do it? Well, we'll have to find out when it's Mirage back in a few.
Welcome to EXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, EXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the EXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. EXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mouse pad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Australia versus Mongolia, Mac. It's an increasing battle that we are seeing much more these days, and it's been a beautiful thing so far. And after a pretty decent opening there from IHC, Semperfi gave them a little bit of a stressed moment, but it came down to the individual heroics that really sort of turned the tide there for IHC, managing to close it out 13-10.
Look, man, you got to punish those mistakes. You got to punish the number advantages. And this game is just about punishing mistakes at the end of the day, making sure that your strat's better than the opponent's strat. And sometimes if the strats aren't working, just do the shooting. And if the shooting's not as good as the other team, then bam. That's what we saw. That's what we saw on Ancient. And Mirage is another one of these maps where there are a lot of angles into a lot of sites, a lot of routes that you can take. So we'll see what the battle looks like, and if it's just going to be a lot of fun towards mid. I feel like when we got to see Semperfire playing OniClan the other day, OniClan just didn't know how to take mid or weren't really good at taking that kind of map control, whereas it's going to be a whole different ballgame here for IHC. You know that they're ready, you know that they're stratted, and we've already seen exactly what they're capable of just then on Ancient, so you'd expect to see that again. Little perfect world icons on all of the... Which team's that? Looks like that is...
I think it was IHC side.
Yeah, it's IHC side, yeah. The little... what's his name? The little bloody CT?
Oh, High.
High.
Yeah.
They got High on there, yeah.
Oh, man. I just think it's such a funny thing, like, you know, to the OniClan play, obviously, like, everyone can play Mirage, right? It's a basic line. You know all your util.
Yeah.
But then to take it a level deeper and to know how to play Mirage as a team, to play Mirage at a higher competitive level, it's a completely different beast. So, you know, that's where Semper5 were able to overwhelm them, a little Filipino side. But, yeah, it's a little bit of a different beast when you're playing into Mongolia. And, you know, we were talking about it earlier across the show, how much, you know, there's just regular LAN events. You know, Misa obviously, you know, supports the region very, very heavily over there in Mongolia. There's regular leagues.
Yeah.
And it's just a powerhouse, right? You know, obviously we've seen it. It was one of those things where the Mongols made top 8 at the major, and it was almost like, damn, I thought they were going to go a little higher because that's how good they've been. And, you know, decimation from their side. They've obviously got a few teams that are sort of going in their toe. Like Atox, IHC is one of them. Chinggis Warriors has been up there in the conversation. And then you go back to ECL, you've got the Cube, you've got the Huns. There's teams around the block, right? And there's also a couple of talents that even aren't on teams right now. So
yeah,
it's a very, very solid region. We've seen what IHC has on offer. They put a close run up against Tai Lu. And right now they're one map away from the playoffs map.
Maybe IHC have the gap because they're using the new Zowie mouse pad.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, you know, bloody getting right into it. I'm keen to see what we have here. Of course, you know, my talking point that I'm going to have for IHC is we still have Coolest and Rate still hailing from the D13 days. Those guys were gold.
Yeah.
Back with Annihilation, where it felt like Techno sort of came from as well.
Yep. No, you're right. Spot on.
I'm pretty sure Blitz was there too.
I think so. So there's definitely talent in there, Mac. It's just how well it all meshes together, but will they find their Senzu and Mizinho? We'll have to find out. But for now, it's Mirage. For now, it's Semperfi up against IHC. And with IHC starting on the CT side, it is going to be the boost up towards window. They've got the kit in hand. And it does seem like it's going to be the all-out assault utility there. There's 3 members stacked towards B here. Are they going to clear the end? Surely they will, Mac.
Whoa.
They won't. Coolest is actually going to be the one to find 2. Looking to get a 3rd if he can. He's so low, but able to continue forward. Yami getting another. Keen does drop him down, but now it's all left on to Keen alone in the 1v2. Going to have to pull out a hell of a lot of individual heroics here as he swings around Africa. Damage dealt. Pressure onto Keen, and it's Yami to take it again. A 3K for him. Yeah, he's been looking sharp too, Yami. You know, whether it be the AWP or the pistol, he's been doing good work all game.
Yeah, solid work so far. Let's see if he can keep it up. But again, another pistol in the bag for IHC. They've taken 3 from 3 so far. Semperfi, knowing that definitely makes things a bit more difficult. And just unfortunately couldn't get out of apps successfully. Coolest in a very strong position there over towards the bench. Let's see what happens into the second. Semperfi again, just going to be smacking it over towards B. And IHC quite ready. You've got one player already making the short jump, one deep short, and one here spotting the info now. So there's going to be a whole bunch of a crossfire. And Semper will have to get past, and the flashes aren't going to allow them to get out. That's going to be the full cancel. And it is rough, getting even rougher here. Coolest ready for the swing. There's the bomber.
Yeah. That's a Puggy B hit if I've seen it. Hey, you know, 3 people try to march out. One kind of freezes on the way in because of the utility, and then the rest of them just bail. Can't blame him. You know, it's not a indecision, I would say. But realistically, if you're going to go balls to the wall, Counter-Strike, and just blast straight out apps, you all need to go as a 5. So anyway, Good opening 2 rounds here from IHC. A technical pause to come through. Oh no, it's only brief. Okay, we're good. We're good. But this is the round now where IHC can kind of continue their run. Semperfi will have to take a knee again. Doesn't look like it's anything technical on the side of Semperfi from what we can see, and the Savage, he is sitting back a little bit further. Did have that audio issue earlier on from what we could see. So maybe there is a problem. Okay, yes, there is. Definitely has only really sort of seemed to be audio at this point in time.
Yeah. Sometimes can be as little as just accidentally smacking that mute button.
Yep.
It seems to be a constant thing. Hopefully gets sorted out shortly. Seems like IHC's audio is all good.
They're vibing,
just checking.
man.
Yeah,
They're
you can hear me. Yep, you can hear me. Yep. Can I hear you? Yep. Yep. What about you, mate? Yami, talk. Oh, wait, you haven't been calling strats the whole time?
Oh.
Oh, your mic's broken.
Oh.
Oh, Lord.
No,
and we're still winning? Oh, Lord.
Oh, man. Okay. We go again. Can you hear me? Yep.
Yep.
Yep. What's been your favourite map of this tournament so far, Mac?
Mate, that's a big question. There's been a lot.
Got a hell of a lot of maps, haven't we, so far? A hell of a lot of rounds.
I was probably just actually watching EXO dominate whoever it was in that first game, maybe Blaze Warriors.
Yeah.
I just was not expecting it.
I think they've dropped like 5 or 6 rounds in their total 2 games so far. You know, I'm so excited to see how they look in the playoffs, hey?
Yeah.
They're all really nice guys too. We've had a chat with a couple of them. Alrighty, what are we thinking here? Only a couple of frags on the board so far for Semperfi. Surely with these Deagles it'll be a little bit of a slower approach out mid maybe, but they do poise into apps again.
Double mollies into apps. Semperfi.
Oh,
not
they've
going
gone
out this
short.
way. And Valiance with the bomb, the old pug strat. I'll take the bomb into Palace. You guys all rush B, and I'll get a free plant. But Clouden, he has seen this before. Mello going through a smoke into 2, bomb not seen, and now it has been spotted over towards the A site. Shady going to be able to at least get this trade, and maybe an MP9 in hand at Kitchen. Yami locking him in. And that molly should solidify the pick. No chance.
Oh, Raid even wallbanged him.
Yeah, smacks him over from the side.
BL.
Right through the little window. And Valiant had been seen before and gets the gun out in time. Might have had an angle there to make it work, but Coolest much sharper and many more bullets to shoot. That'll be IHC, only 1 casualty up against the anti-eco. Half upgraded thing that Semperfi tried to bring in here. And there you have it. Semperfi moving on to their first gun round. Let's see what they can do. They need to get some rounds on the board early.
It's about that time. We don't want any more slow starts here on the T side for the Aussies. That's going to be a pretty decent utility set, all ready to rock and roll. They've got window, they've got top mid, but they are moving fast up towards A main here. Valiance is going to be the one to take point here. But again, it looks like there's been a bit of a read here, Mac, already bringing Coolest over towards CT with the AWP. They've got the HE as well from Clouden, so the second they hear anything, it's going to be a big bit of damage. Savage? Nope, he's okay. Only a little bit of a rummage. But again, they've just got all of this utility ready to rock and roll. That's 1 molly. They've got a second as well. Yami already here up close. They're just taking so much time to get out of these positions, aren't they? Now as they move on in, they are up close. I think Yami does have to be careful. A couple of warning shots. They know he's down lower. Clouden gets 1, gets a second. Coolest also. Vision does manage to get 1 back, but now holding the deeper CT line. They should be able to find the bomb plant here, but the Molotov goes down. I think Vision's going to have to make a little bit of a play around towards the jungle side. Smoke towards Connector, which at least should give a bit of help. Coolest can kind of get up into position now. Shady does drop him. Shady gets a second. Maybe an opportunity for a 1v3 in the clutch here, Mac, but Bomb in hand, still has to find that plan. Raid goes straight into him. He's stuck in the corner. Trapped. Pain. Holding. All he needs to do is just hit the single shot, and he will. Shady clutches a 1v3, but he never should have been in that position in the first place.
Oh, and Savage standing up, giving him a look. Love to see it. And he's done that. And now his audio's not working again. Maybe we found the issue here, Mitch. Too much land fun.
It's the whole point of these events, Mac, is having fun.
Ruining your audio because you stood up. Well, into it. Let's see if it's tactical. Technical. Technical pause.
It is Savage again.
Yeah, he stood up and
yeah. Remember on the, I think it was the first day.
Yeah.
But he stood up and like cheered with his right hand, and he gave himself like a cramp in his arm or something like that because he goes, we trained chest earlier in the day.
Yeah.
So said he got a little bit too excited.
I've never had a cramp like on my chest post-workout. The times I have had cramps, for some reason, it's in my core.
Yeah.
Like, and I've had them on broadcast randomly. It's like when I lean down to like grab something, sometimes it'll just, and it's a weird cramp in your core because it's kind of like you get winded, and it's painful.
It is, yeah.
It's really painful. But a chest cramp is an interesting one.
Definitely so. Plagued with technical issues, these Aussie boys. So we'll just let it settle for a second. Valiance is just head on hand, like, bloody hell, boys, come on. I haven't had any problems. But that round, it's one on the board, right? I feel like their macro was a little bit average, trying to get their way outside of 8. IHC just had the immediate read onto it. They knew exactly what was going on. So it was down to the individual heroics there. And it looks like we should very well be back into the game now. So he's called the ready. Young Savage. We should be getting back into round number 5 in just a couple of seconds.
Do you think prawns with the head on are easy to eat?
I think it just depends on where and how they're cooked. It's probably not the most exciting. Like, it's not going to hurt you, but wouldn't be that keen.
But on a broadcast, right?
Oh.
If you're a catering company.
Yeah.
And if you decided, you know what, let's just give them some full-cooked prawns with shell and all. You know, they've only got 5 minutes to eat.
Yeah.
This will be a great idea.
I think so.
It was a choice.
It was indeed. I'll ask them for lobster next time.
Yeah. I hate eating crab. It's not worth the effort.
No, it's hard, isn't it?
Just not worth the effort. I'm sorry for everyone that likes crab. It's just not worth the time.
My opinion, it's like crayfish. The only exciting thing is that hunter-gather element. And Rate, he's doing exactly that. Shady does get the trade out, so it's back to a 3-on-3. At least they got that opening pick here, but Cloudens picked up Keen in the process.
Yeah.
Again, you know, they're just losing these picks without really setting up for the trade, because look at that bomb position, Mac.
What?
Well, it's up on short. Shady has gotten into jungle. I think Clouden is in a pretty decent spot. Same with Coolust, watching towards Murder. Shady has to try and hard clear this. Again, it's just down to those sort of really basic fundamentals that they're failing right now, Semperfi. There hasn't been a hell of a lot of confidence instilled into me in these first couple of gun rounds, but you know, that's the only issue. Like, you want to try and chip down on that CT-sided economy as quickly as you can.
Yeah.
And they just haven't quite been able to do it here. And Mirage, it's a momentum map, that's for sure.
And no momentum is going to be found there in the 5th. Semperfi losing everything that they just worked for. Shady going to be taking a hero AK. He doesn't have the mid spawn. We'll be going with the top mid smoke to try and find any form of opening, and we'll get some damage onto Coolest. Spots the AWP over towards short, and that's going to be a heavy B-site stack off the back of it. Yami as well finds Savage in the meanwhile, and that's already going to be one man lost. The A-site quite weak, only Clouden at CT. But we'll see what Semperfi opt to do. They are still very interested in mid, as they do start to retreat now.
All the way around. Vision in lowers. Happy with his Deagle for now. Should be an additional weapon to pick up for Keen, a Tech 9. But right now, again, it's just Valiance to try and pull the information away towards A. They are wrapping unders, so should be able to make their way up connector. And I do like, again, this passive approach. Mello just watching towards Murder Hole and keeping Clouden at CT. Yami very much to take point and try to call the rotations if necessary. 50 seconds left. Keen in towards the window now, and that's where we're going to see that opening duel. Mello does get the info, so that's the call. They can potentially start to pull the rotations now, jumping out a window. They're going to have to go quick here, Semper Fi.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. No one at jungle to stop them. And Yami towards a main has great control to set up for a retake, but it's not even necessary. Just mowed on down from the double CT setup. And IHC, again, just in full control, not phased by anything that Semper Fi are trying to throw at them, especially on these really low buys.
They just haven't seemed to have much of a strategy yet. It's been very slow.
I wouldn't say the strategy is the problem. It's more the shooting. Like, it's just the shooting. Like, Valiance has been super ineffective at opening things up towards A.
Let me sugarcoat it.
Every time he's A main, every time he's PAL, he just can't find openings. He's just getting big.
Nah, 100%. The lurk not really playing off.
Yeah. The attempted openings from, I think it's like Savage a couple of times towards the B side has been shut down as well. They're just not winning their fights, and sometimes that's Counter-Strike, right?
I love the awareness too, even that like deep molly in towards the back of Palace from Yami. Clearly aware of the process that they're trying to put through, and you know, Rate's got all of top mid, just the amount of space that IHC has been given for absolute free. Semper Fi now having to really kind of dig deep, because the rotation here is in full. Every single member is rotating over.
Yes.
Never mind, we'll send Clouden back.
They're like, oh, but what if?
Yeah.
Guys, we have 3 here. Another bit of a good utility. Coolest missed opportunity on that window cross. Mello falling. Vision going to be taken out by Coolest now on the repeat. He's going to get punished. But again, they're not expecting that third man here at Get Right. Finally found 2v2, 40 on the clock to make it happen. And a prog smoke out of Market Door. Followed by the flash. Clouden already here at the back of sight. One man goes down, but Clouden has already clutched up a couple. Only died one time, and at this range won't win the fight against Valiance. There we go. Semper Fi doubling up.
Keen the hero, right? Even just that little cheeky jump around to bait the shot out of Coolest to be able to trade it.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Can't be relying on the individual heroics time and time again. That was a great round from Keen. Very excited to see it. It was actually on to Rate this shot here. They turned the tides very well. And then they kind of just froze it down a little bit. But Keen, big round to be getting on the board. Certainly a boost to the emotions, because they are chipping away at the economy of IHC. I suppose that's the only sort of happy story here, is a boost up from Keen, catches Coolest. Now they can pick up the pace a little bit more here. They should have been given mid-control off the back of that.
Bottom con smoke just to slow things down for Semper Fi. Rate looking to try to body block that top con smoke as well. Smoke gets blown. Ooh, awkward position for Rate to be in. So much damage! And he barely escapes on 3 points of health. Vision. Maybe unaware of how close that pick was. 2 men sitting up in window. Rate going to play on the short side. And allow Mello to potentially trade.
Oh, how's he get that?
That is crazy, bro.
So bold.
Vision robbed.
Yeah, for him to even go...
97 damage. And then Rate took 1 more damage somehow. The bullet must have hit him through the concrete. Bad pen from a Tech 9.
That's concrete, baby. Stuck. And just like a little bit stunned by that, I suppose, Semper Fi. They've got good positional advantage on the map, right? But what are they going to be able to do with it here? You know, you still got the AWP of Yami on that line. And that's where the bomb's going. So I don't really know what they're sort of planning here. Valiant's just being sent out main to try and make something happen. Clouden is going to be spotted, so that's a very nice pick, but Mello gets one back. Rate!
That's another kill!
2 kills on 3 HP. And now, at the very least, they have managed to sell the fake. They have managed to pull the rotations. So all we can hope for is that the Latvian duo will be able to set up post-plant positions nicely here, Mac.
1 flash and a molly to make it happen. Keen with the AWP, going to be over towards the van pillar. And Shady Just keeping eyes on short. I like the crossfire setup. Can pivot off the info, but Shady needs to hit that, which he will. Mello going down. And Mello, oh! Yami falls, unable to find his one. And just like that, Rate has found 3 kills on 3 to 2 HP. But he's running away. He doesn't back himself this time. As Semperfi will be locking in a third. And Shady maybe going down with the package after realizing, okay, he's actually fled the vicinity. Huge damage to the Semperfi economy, which is going to really hurt them in the long run. This happens almost every time they win rounds. There's 1 or 2 alive or none alive to get these rounds across the line, and that's the difference.
Only question mark here, I suppose, is Mac. You know, Rate saved that M4. They don't have a hell of a lot of money. It might be enough. You know, Cloudon's got 1750.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what they try and do with this, because it is going to be a motley setup on both sides, you would assume. But yeah, you're exactly right. You know, these rounds are coming down to the absolute wire. And, you know, Shady having to pull that one away himself after Keen potentially overstepped a little bit. But yeah, I don't know, man. Rate, he's been having a bit of a heater series so far.
Incredible impact at points and positions where he certainly shouldn't. That round would have been so much easier if they just picked Rate and Window. Maybe there would have been a trade on Division anyway, but he wouldn't have got that impact that he did. Hindsight 2020, of course. We'll see.
Yeah, look at this
buy.
buy.
What Semperfi can do here. Yeah, mixed bag. If they can win this, though, that is also going to swing it back in their favor, because Semperfi's economy will be bad. They'll have won a round. The round loss bonus won't quite be there. And Semperfi really love going for B-apps, especially in the early round. Denying vision with the smoke at con and smoke at window.
Look at Palace, man.
Yeah.
This is the game that they've been playing.
They have so much info.
Yeah, all of it. At the very least, they are going to pick up the pace quickly, but once again, are they going to clear out this member at the end of apps? I don't think they will. They haven't got any sort of clue on it, but he does miss a couple of shots. Savage, lucky to be alive. Valiant's taking another, and Shady has caught Rate, so I suppose there's a level of luck in this one for Semperfi. Coolest, I don't think he was spotted on the shadow by Shady. Will he be slim? No, he won't. He's wide in this point. Taken down. But luckily, it's just really Coolest saving. So again, you know, do they play into this potential ugly-looking force to try and deny the economy? 750, 600 for Savage and Valiant's 2 weapons, so it's not horrible. But I don't know, as they close the gap to IHC, they are seeming to be a little bit stressed out by that moment, but the amount of free real estate they're getting, it's a 2-bedroom house, there's a pool in the back, and they're getting it for free. It's not good enough.
Boom. All right, 4 to 5. And again, 2 alive. Economy still in a position where it can be broken for Semperfi, although there's not a lot of rounds left in the half to do so. But fortunately for Semperfi, this should, on paper, be the easiest round they've dealt with so far. Coolest, just an AK. You got a 5.7, a P2, and another 5.7 with no armor. Where's that AK going? Looks like it's into Pal. Yami taking point. And they made noise doing this. Savage, he's heard it and surely told the boys. Valiant's staying very passive and expecting the continued push forward. Should be a pick in a moment. But, okay, they go to the corner instead. Not too bad. Savage ready for Cloudon on the swing there. And if Valiant moves forward and doesn't go for the hard clear on that left side, then they could be in trouble. Keen going to find Mello.
Yeah, I don't really know what to make about this one. It is, in the end, Yami pushing forward, so Valiant gets the catch. I feel like if he waited a little while longer, there could have been a moment there, but right now it's seeming like Coolest is going to rotate around and try and join the rest of the bros. But Savage and Shady are going to take him down. So Coolest, fair enough. He should be potentially going down here, I'd say. Just work with what they can into the next round. Are we going to see an AWP up potentially? I don't know. They have good loss bonus now, IHC. But right now, it looks like Coolest is just trying to do a little bit of further damage because they still haven't got the best of economies here, Semperfi. And that frag on the key, not bad. Dropping 1. But finally, Semperfi put the foot down. And we've got a tied scoreline, 5 to 5.
I've just seen so many things go wrong this game. I was never convinced until all those pistols were completely destroyed. I was just like, if they don't clear that corner, they're done. If they don't clear this corner, that great patience, a virtue. And Semperfi finding 5, tying up the odds here, with the potential for 7 if they can navigate through another gun round from IHC.
Yeah. Look, I think we can be a little bit of a pacifist this time around, Mac. You know, after watching Australian Counter-Strike for so many years, you need to just be patient and hopeful without being too over the top. So out mid, Palace control taken this time. No one having a look around. Yami just back under. He does jump up onto the top. It is an odd angle to be holding. I don't know how ready they are going to be for it. It's just right near towards the stairs, still keeping Clouden at CT, but Keen's found right. That's a massive pick, but they walk through. Not going to be able to clear it just yet. Vision not trying to give up too much now, and as they move out, Clouden, he's got the one down towards C. That nade should dunk it, should close it. It does. But again, still needing to be so careful. Shady up on towards the stairs. Mac, this round is going to start to get a little bit chaotic here. The bomb is still down over towards Palace. Hell of a lot to pick up still here for Semperfi, despite having control of the site.
Yeah, that smoke is only providing so much cover, and that it will fade in just a moment. Keen able to try and control the window push. It's awkward through the vent there. It looks like Coolest and Mellow are just going to regroup here at CT. Semperfi, no real read on what the CTs are currently doing, but they are going to commit to a plant on the A site. No cover at jungle, but that's not where they've gone just yet.
They are ready for it. But now it's Keen having to play this 1v2, Mac. He's got a single flash, but all IHC need to do is just walk together. Only good thing is they are both incredibly low. 31 points of HP between them. They're going to clear into jungle now upstairs. Starting to make a little bit of sound. Footsteps would he heard. And now Mellow on the cross. There's the info. The flash over the top. It's high ground for Coolest. He will drop now. Is he going to check low? He will. And Keen, he's done it again, but his back was certainly up against the wall for a little second there.
Yeah, little dangerous. And couldn't quite get there. Savage's crosshair looked good to get the pick onto Coolest at jungle, but unfortunately couldn't connect. Yeah, awkward positioning. This, you said it's about to get chaotic after it had already been chaotic, and I was like, what do you mean, Mitch? We got bloody Vision walking down a ladder trying to shoot, mate. Hit your bloody space bar. Get a little mobile, you know. Dodge that crosshair as best you can. Weird situations, but they get that trade eventually, and Semperfi are in the lead for the second time this series. I think they were ahead for a little bit there on Ancient, right?
I don't even remember at this point. I
Maybe,
don't know if
maybe
they
they
were.
weren't.
They got close up, right? But yeah, again, they were just playing from behind Semperfi. This is the first time they have dragged it back, and it's been off the back of, 6 pretty consistent rounds. IHC, we're up 5-1.
Look at this, though. They've got full apps control. Yami already flanking mid. Coolest knows he's completely safe here at unders until he goes for the swing on a timing. And Rate now just waiting to activate. Should be able to get that for free. Shady had no idea he was there, and that's going to be the bomb dropped at mid. Yami starting to activate on the flank, and this is where things go south real quick. Semperfi in trouble.
Bomb drop connector as well. They're going to have to do a hell of a lot of work to pick that one up. I think Vision has managed to split the wickets here, but for how long with Clouden watching the flank here? He does not get his back around the bend. Valiance now 1 versus 3, and he's not going to be able to do anything. Semperfi give up the goat there. It's tied on the scoreline 6-6, and Mac, I got no bloody idea where this one's going to go. Well, Mac Daddy-O, given the start that Semperfi had, you had actually put down that 6-6 is not a bad scoreline. IHC were very much leading the charge in that opening there. I think it was 5-1. Only finding that fourth round there was Semperfi. So a pretty decent result, but I can't help but feel, you know, whilst IHC are looking a little disheveled, Semperfi just aren't quite taking advantage of it. So we need to see a big turn if they're going to take this around the bend to Nuke.
I'll tell you what it'll help. Winning the pistol round. Let's see if they can do that this time. It is just Vision with a molly and a nade to try to stop this one from happening. Keen, not too far away on short. Making the jump in from ladder. And IHC trying to figure out where they want to go. Bomb still at the back of apps, but it looks like they're going to show some presence at mid beforehand.
Because they got Palace control. I hope they don't sort of over-rotate off the back of that. They have got the molly now into window, so they're trying to sell a level of a fake here. It definitely is B. They do need to be cautious. Heard the footsteps now, Vision. He managed to get the Molotov off, but Keen's obviously trapped up short now, has to swing. Actually does get two in the end. Not quite the third. Yami will drop, but Vision does get dinked up in the process. A little awkward, but the cross is secured. Yami, Coolest getting on towards the site now here. But the bomb, it's got to be that rotation that needs to be pinched on the flank. Rate trapped in murder. Shady, another shot, but Coolest gets it back. But in the end, it's Savage. And I don't know if you guys can possibly hear that, but they are bloody up and about on the stage right now.
Yeah, they're very excited getting a pistol there, and that should make their life a little bit easier. The problem is, you got to remember, even in the interview, Vision said this the other day, that when they were winning the pistol rounds, their problem was then converting them. Every round that they've won on a pistol round so far, they've lost that secondary follow-up. And that has been horrible for their economy. No bomb plant means we're not going to see too much from IHC, but Yami has been tossed across the hero Galil. So there's been some light investment. Rate actually running back to spawn to sell his Kevlar.
Oh man,
and
no.
Meanwhile, there you go. A Deagle has been found by Keen. Unfortunately, he found it with his head.
I was about to say, I'm almost as cursed as Hellfish Guy. I was about to say that, well, this is a good round for them to win, right? No Kevlar, one Galil. Surely it's not enough, but they've got the opening pick at the very least.
Galil can be a difficult weapon to use when you don't have that Kevlar. If you get tagged up, those bullets go bloody everywhere. Let's see. Mello going to be spotting info on short. Savage slowly clearing out mid. No one on A, though. Only the smoke to block, and good timing on the drop. Knowing it was just that Glock that he had in hand, he was happy to have the confidence to drop down, find the pick. Now we're going to see the gravitation back towards the A site. Where's that bomb, though? It is in the back of apps, so they're retrieving it with 50 on the clock. Looks like it might just be Coolest to try to draw attention to A. That pick's come through. Valiant's in a great position just to get info and play a retake on the A site. And Vision here is going to be able to hear any info on a drop at the van.
I was going to say, that's the decision-making that you actually like to see. You know, Vision went walkabout inside apps, found the bomb, let them have it, and then was able to close the doors on the round two. So that's maturity in the server that you want to see.
But he knew the bomb was there and left it?
Yeah, he dropped it. He dropped it, yep. Dropped it and got out. There it is, right? Oh, okay, so maybe he didn't see it, but he got the pick and bailed out at the very least.
I thought you meant he walked up, saw it.
Nah, just got the opening.
Yeah, nah, screw that.
I don't want this thing.
Yeah. Oh, Coolest at mid. Ooh, missed opportunity. Great timing on that CT flash to deny the pick, deny the damage. And I was going to see continued aggression up mid and a big pick from Keen towards A main info on that AK at mid rate, almost finding Shady, who's lucky to be alive, escaping through con.
Huge opening pick though onto Clouden, right? A main control secured. Shady now actually going to get the old Bogdan's Law, swapping the AWP over. Keen happy to take that rifle. They've got Savage sitting back CT. Positional, still not too bad. Doesn't really look like it's going to be a poise towards A, but bomb still in spawn.
Cat smoke to block.
Seen it.
Weird angle. Valiant's ready for Rate to push on through, but is he ready for the swing here? Hard fight to have on low HP. Back to a 3-on-3. Savage position known, forced into the open with a molly. That flash is going to blind him, but he will commit to the spray and find Yami on the smoke push.
Yeah, not bad at all, but now he's trapped in sandwich. No, he's actually gone for A main. That's a big brain play from Savage. The confidence from the man. Beautiful stuff from him. I was thinking it was going to start to get a little bit dicey for the side of Semper Fi, but now in A main, I do not think Koulis is ready for it, but he spotted him. Bomb in hand. 20 seconds to go now. We'll be able to find the plant. So where do they go with it? I like this now from Vision. Heading up short, holding the control, and Keen's going to be able to peek him before he even needs to get there. So well done from Semper Fi. Good awareness, good adaptation, because it certainly did start to get a little bit scary at the start of that round. Those couple of quick kills definitely put the strain on the A side hold, because they are still a little bit odd about their rotations, right? They're not exactly sure where to go, how to capitalize off these early round picks that they are finding here and there, Semper Fi.
Yeah, it feels like they're ironing some things out still for sure. IHC, however, all in on A this time. 4 at main, 1 in PAL. And looking to potentially just pop off quickly. Going in front of the smoke. Savage going to be able to see a couple until he gets fully blinded. Tech9 right next to him. Yami going to be able to at least get the trade. Site control is there, and Semper Fi. I thought they were posturing for a retake, but old mate's going aggressive. Keen in sandwich is running around, dancing, trading positions, and will escape back to stairs.
I'm so confused.
No
he was
CT
in, he was
control.
out.
I don't like this from Semper Fi. I don't like a retake where you just fully give up CT control. Bomb planted only for CT, but they are going to find one of the members in the meanwhile. Mellow as well towards Tetris. Okay, good flash. Right now, just with that Tech9, and it's going to be a solid retake. Semper Fi get it done. It was a little bit scary. I feel like most teams these days prioritize that CT control on the retake, right? Obviously, you've got the jungle control and the con control already. While you've got that, just loop back in. You know that they're on some lowish buy, so they're probably going to have Tech9s at range, and you can creep on up, deal with anyone lodged in at triple, anyone lodged in at default and under the balcony before the jungle players have to swing in.
10 rounds, pretty good, Mac. Giving themselves a bit of a buffer. They've won every single round of this CT side so far, and converting those anti-pistol rounds as well. A couple of close ones, but at the very least they're playing the reactive game not too poorly. And you can start to see the wheels falling off the IHC bus a little bit. They're definitely not as chipper as they were earlier on. Now Keen dropping down low. Oh my god, that was dicey. But look at him. He's still going for the fight.
I think he knows to not go further than that, though. Rate going to be falling into the trap.
He is good, isn't he, Keen? Not a bad little player. It's definitely that European AWPA confidence, right?
Yeah.
19 and 12.
Vision completely out of utility already, though, so Shady going to be bringing some extra across. Keen as well with a full belt. And we'll be looking to lock down apps. 2-man stack on short. Maybe we'll see a boost here, which we will. Shady getting put on the double stack. Mello's heard it go up. Yami almost able to find himself a free pick. Bullet's just going a little bit awry. Valiance falling at jungle. Makes things more awkward. We still have 2 here. Make it 1. Savage caught in the open. Thought he wanted to go for the fight, but the element of surprise may have been better this time. Keen as well. Going to try to face here from the missiles. Tagged low and worried. We'll be able to... Actually, he's staying here at the missiles. Going forward with that pick, though. Semper Fi realise it's just one there. What's going on? Vision might be able to catch the timing here at the door.
He hears this surely. He's going to be able to reposition. What? Oh, no. And now they are going to get straight onto it, but 15 seconds. Oh, no, Vision. That round could have potentially been saved by the hero, but Shady is going to have to mosey away. He'll be lucky to live on. Money still good enough for a buy, but certainly not the way that they were kind of hoping that round to go there. Semper Fi. Great confidence. Koulis gets dinked, but that was a huge round from Mellow. And I think, again, the lack of the breakdown of communications, right? That pick into window, straight on in, catching the member under balcony, which was Savage.
Yeah.
And, you know, after an opening pick from Keen, they were just pulled straight apart. So Mellow with the 4K, he was the one that kind of upset the apple cart on Ancient, wasn't he? So Got to be careful here, Semperfi, that they don't squander their hard-earned opening to this map of Mirage. 10-7 the scoreline now.
Thought they were going to go heavy towards mid for IHC, but they are playing a bit of an anti-eco setup. Expecting some kind of aggression to come through. Deep at apps, deep at mid, still deep in T-spawn. Giving up a lot of map control. But Semperfi not changing the pace like IHC expected. So maybe they thought that the economy wasn't in the same way that we know. They're going to hear a lot of utility. Getting pumped out already. And in comes the first maneuver, IHC contacting here at mid. A dangerous choice, but I think they're backing that there isn't an AWP in play. That being said, it's not here. It is over towards the connector. The contact play has given the mid control.
Still not a bad outcome. Able to burn down a fair bit of utility. They've got the information about the AWP. And now Vision spotted, has to get out now. Members starting to barrel their way up short. How does he reposition himself here? We have two members there, but yeah. It's going to be Yami to just absolutely murk them now. Keen has to peek up onto the line, but the right-eye peek, Mac, it's too good. And this is a much better look from IHC. They're looking way better drilled. Savage and Shady kind of got to hope to save their weaponry, and even so, the money is burnt.
Yeah, they got to work for it. How do you play this one? High and low. But a big flank starting to come through from T-spawn. They're just looking for Pal, knowing that there could have been a chance for them to make their way in there. But once Rate clears out this last position, they know it has to be a main. Flash in, Yami trying to draw attention away from Mello here. Savage on a bit of an off angle. Might be able to catch himself for timing on the peak. Fake flash. And they are waiting. They are bringing this down. And perfectly timing the pincer together to make sure no one gets away alive. IHC crossing their T's and dotting their I's.
The one thing that Tyloo did very well is, you know, not respecting the opponent of Semperfi in that opening game. You know, they were just happy to sort of run it down, take all that control. You know, I remember Jam Young whipping outside, and he was taking heaven within like 20, 30 seconds into the round. And Semperfi weren't able to adapt to that. I feel like IHC has shown Semperfi a bit more respect. Obviously in-server respect. And now that they've changed that up, I feel, and they're playing a little bit more confidently, this could be the turn of the tides for the Mongolian side. So they're going to win this round for sure. 9 will be secured.
I feel like some of these rounds, though, are just all down to just a breakdown of communication. The fact that it was Yami, I think, up short, getting that full lineup. No one had eyes on it from Con or Window or anything. And it could have been commed, but, you know, listening is part of communication. And it feels like it just wasn't interpreted in the right way. Wasn't taken in correctly. That being said, you know, we can only theorize these things. We're not there. We're not listening.
I'm just learning personally, Mac, you know. Do a hell of a lot of talking as casters, and sometimes you just need to listen.
Sometimes it's just about that recognition, you know?
Yeah, that's it, man.
Actually, I have a perfect example while we're on an eco round.
Go.
Back when we were playing, I think it was like FPLC on Cash. It might have actually been that random game we played, the qualifier we played.
Oh, yeah?
And you were up on the top of A site container with an AWP. And I died at mid, and I'm like, Conky, there's 2 mid. And then you're like, yeah. I'm like, Conky, there's 2 mid. You're like, yeah. And you did not isolate the angle to A main. You just stood like a bloody headless chook, and I'm like, Mitch, they can kill you from highway. And you're like, yes, I know! And then they killed you from highway. And it was like you just said yes every time without fixing the bloody problem. And then I was like, Mitch, what do you want from me? I gave you everything. I gave you everything I could have given you.
I'm a yes man,
and you just
Mac,
said yes.
I'm a yes man. I like saying yes to things.
Anyway,
God, we just ran back the years. That was like 6 years ago now.
The moral of that story is bring back cash.
Agree.
New round, IHC looking to tie things up here, 10 apiece, if they get this dub.
I'll still never forget my 1v4 on Dust 2, though, That's all I'll say. Now, Vision. He'll never forget the position he was in just there, getting the opener. Keen already hard on the flank here. Should be aware of it. This is the thing. Koulas does look, but he narrowly misses the shot. And with Clouden dropping down onto the side, has to try and get around this Molotov. Keen, you're burning, my friend. Inside the smoke, Coolest is going to take him. Clouden finds the shot back as well, and now in the market, Yami getting close. Savage straight into the crosshairs. And I feel like there was just so much more that could have happened there. But again, a potential breakdown in communication. Shady didn't see one, but Yami did. And IHC have tied up the scoreline. It's just like a completely different teams in the server for Semperfi right now.
Yeah, the other thing I've noticed as well, at least the last couple of rounds, there has been moments, incredibly crucial kills that have been missed. Like when Savage unfortunately wasn't picking that jungle guy. I think there was an opening shot that Keen, I feel like he was hitting the other day and he's not hitting them now. Maybe the pressure's forcing these mistakes. There's just, yeah, unfortunately, it feels like there is a bit of a difference in individual skill. That's what the eye test is saying. And look, Keen is on performing 22 and 16, and I'm still asking more from him. That's what it seems to need. Unfortunately, Valiance hasn't had the best game. We know what he is capable of.
Definitely. That young prospect that joined Order many moons ago now took a step away. He's back in action.
I like this position from Vision. Very unchecked one, as long as you stand in the right spot. But he is going to continue to find some information here. Problem is, Keen, like Keen just needs to live there. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, the missed window smoke actually paid dividends there for IHC.
Yeah.
So now up connector, Shady knows that there's one in Palace now as that Molotov does come out. Savage's position in main good, but really kind of how much can he do from it with a 5-7. Valiant's also going down. That we've been talking about. What a flick down from Coolest. He has been hitting some serious shots. So I'm just going to forgo this round again, Mac. I sort of have no expectation. They definitely invested enough where they could have got something done, and that's a call for concern, right? You know, dropping down to 1,600. They are going to have max loss, so they can dive a little deeper. But this round, you know, it goes 12, would be 7 consecutive to close the game without a single answer from Semperfi. Yeah, that shot was insane.
You can't beat that.
Nah.
You can't be tilted with that, you know? You weren't allowed to shoot back.
No, that's it. And
Look,
tilting now is just a straight loss, right?
And the thing is, it's like, you know, in that scenario, everything that IHC was doing was right. They were sort of just, you know, death balling it, crawling up mid together, crawling up con together, everyone covering everyone's back. And it feels like just all their protocols are on. Semperfi, there's something going on there. It's like Keen's just trying to live at window. Unfortunately, stuck on a short side when they were making an aggressive play in apps. When you're making an aggressive play on one side of the map, usually you don't want to do the same somewhere else, unless it's like more of a team-based thing. IHC though, you're going for more of a split this time. Deciding what they got to do. Looks like they're just tossing utility around, getting ready to hit the A site later on. Yami just making noise at mid, lurking up here. And calling off of any information that they've gathered. Semperfi changing up their position, looking like they are going to go aggressive towards apps again. They will find this information, but in comes the hit on A. And Savage, he's left triple, he's safer at CT. So they should be able to posture for a retake. And looks like it might actually be the double pump. Just that one jungle smoke coming through, baiting out a lot of utility. Savage saying they're not out yet. But with full B apps control, Semperfi have to know that it's probably going to be B, if not mid. A, sorry, if not mid.
Man,
I had a 50-50 chance of getting that right, but I can't believe I got it wrong.
Oh man, I've got head in hand right now. They have to win this game, right? They have to. It'll just be heart-wrenching if they don't. And it's Valiance, the guy who's been quiet to at least find an opener. Now with that member connector, making it so awkward. Mello somehow getting that. Too many heads to look at. Yami finds Keen, and now it's a 2-on-4. Savage hasn't even been able to play the round. He's just stuck in CT.
They heard it.
Yeah, now he's going to get peppered up as well. 39 points of HP. Vision's wrap and flank is good, but how long If he can find the timing onto Coolest and then pick it up, maybe there's something here. But, you know, another 5 seconds and Coolest is going to be looking straight in towards the back of Palace there. He's already walked forward. He shouldn't have any concerns. Now the turnaround, he should hit this shot unless he hard swings, hard clears. Has to go. There it is. Oh, man, it's all falling apart. And Savage has to save. My heart is breaking right now. And IHC, as I said, it was about 3 or 4 rounds ago when they literally just said, what the hell are we doing? We're better. Let's just go at them. And that's what's happened. They've just gone back to relatively sort of basic levels of Mirage, and they are crushing them.
Yeah. It's rough out here for the Aussies.
It's not even from a biased position, right? It's just like...
Well, it is.
No, it's truly not, no.
My heart's not breaking.
Lately, I'm more of a Mongolian CS fan. So it's murdering me inside just purely to go from a good game to a relatively average finish, right? I just want Counter-Strike that tastes like real Counter-Strike, Mac.
Yeah, well, you're getting that from IHC. Semperfi are giving it their all, but unfortunately their all is not enough here on the CT side. Maybe it just took a little bit too long for them to get those T sides. Oh no, Ben's going downstairs as well. He's not liking what he's hearing.
Not happy. Let's put a hell of a lot into this team. Getting the boys an opportunity to do what so many others can't. They've got 2 rounds left, Mac, to try and make something happen, to try and drag this one into overtime. At least an early bit of utility onto Mello.
A little pop flash. Spam from Yami. I'm just making that noise towards the B site. Bomb down over towards T-stairs. And Rate. Just keeping eyes on window before making a move towards Con. Gets him off that line. Nice progression util just to lock out any of these positions. Funnel out all those corners. Looks like we're going to see a bust through the Con smoke. And Savage is not ready for this. We'll put the crosshair in the right spot. Might have heard a jump up.
Again, it's just this heavy lean towards B though, isn't it? They're coming up connector. It's going to be down to the individuals to find some shots again. Mac, Flash. It's actually a smoke comes out. Flash to support. Keen will try to hit something, but doesn't even get the second bullet off. Shady, good for 1. Rate dropped. Valiance with something. And now they wrap around on towards the site. They are going to try fight for CT here. Savage gets the info, gets the damage. Oh. Perfect. Shady, able to find that one to Yami now. Mello and Clouden, are they able to do it? Mello has been an absolute demon, a thief in the night up against Semperfi, and there's the opening. Maybe a chance here for IHC to close this, but Vision denies. Eyes on Clouden. And will it be blurred or will it be clear? It will not. It will be Valiance that lives up, stepping up when the team needs him. And at the very least, we'll be going a full set of regulation. And Ben's heart is doing exactly what mine is.
1 round left of regulation. Semperfi now playing for overtime. Takes off the IHC economy. It is through the bloody roof to the moon. 16K on some of them. So they will have everything they need and more here on the T side to close things out. With what was that? 2 CTs alive, not the greatest economy. Semperfi, they aren't going to have all the utility that is necessary, but they'll have what can definitely work. Looking like they are going to change things up and go for a bit more mid-control. Savage solo on A, going underneath the balcony. Valiant's going for a pal block.
Oh, it's a big read, isn't it? You're going to see that utility start to barrel out now. They're up so close, and I think Savage, if he can't pull off some big heroics here, it's going to be a toughie. 2 is good, Mac. 2 gives him a lifeline. A quick flank from Keen. Shady playing it wise, going all the way into spawn. And he's aware of it. Needs a teammate to join him. Vision is going to start to walk on up. They are digging all the way through. Yami found Coolest. Firmly trained Eye onto that line. Him and Rate They've had a fantastic Ancient, but with rate going down, it's all on the Coolest. This should surely be overtime, unless Coolest can pull off the unthinkable. A second Mac. Could he do it here? They line up. He's tagged, but will he be able to do it? No. There was a moment in time there where maybe the clutch came through from Coolest.
They lined up.
They certainly did, Mac. No collateral, baby, today. Oh, I am stressed, but I am also blessed.
Let's roll it back.
This is Counter-Strike.
Roll it back a few seconds as well. That play from Shady to not give his position up with that utility, deciding just to tuck into CT spawn, just play the element of surprise, allow his teammates to try and take contact from the crawl space, and then manage to get that pick, realizing that they had no CT control. IHC were going a bit more aggressive, just trying to cook out all those angles. And eventually, it worked out there for Semperfi. So good patience, great structure for the retake to work out. Yes, there were glimpses. There was minute moments where Coolest could have just won the 1v4, but they got it across the line, and they're figuring things out on the fly. That's important if they want to win their map pick here. And there's been moments where they've had financial issues in the last couple of series that they've had to play here at eXTREMESLAND, but that shouldn't be an issue now in overtime. You got plenty of cash to bounce around, buy your AWPs for your AWPer. Get Keen back on the stick. He's been pretty good on it. And you can see that they are brimming with confidence now. They've at least forced OT. IHC a little bit more shaky in those last couple of rounds, so definitely not unbeatable. Let's see what happens. IHC still on the T side. Semperfi sending Keen down towards lower mid. Misses the jump to short.
Just needing to see that additional level of proactivity, right? Rate's already up connected. They are not going to be ready for this. Keen's got a smoke fooled and he's taken down. That's the AWPer, not able to play. Shady, though, does manage to find the gap. Yami takes a hell of a lot of damage. Coolest, 1 point of HP. The nade takes him. Okay. Semperfi still able to play this round, Mac, and with the amount of damage and utility that's been thrown out already, it's frozen up in time. But once again, Shady dropping into jungle. Oh, the bullets. This game, this map, this series is going everywhere. Now Shady dropping in. They've got CT control, but that bomb is in the hands of Mello walking over towards the A site.
Ooh, dangerous cross from Cloud. And again,
seen it.
Over the info, trying to hold on, but gives his life there. Good shots from Val to bring it back to the 3v2. And Shady, slowly but surely, has regained the CT control. Double up in from the jungle side over to the top of the stairs. Molly in a great position. Mello down. Yami. That's his AWP. It's good for the first. The position now known here in Palace with an AWP. It's not a great place to be. The cover is there from Savage, and Shady is sticking. Literally just rolls the dice on that one with the no-scope.
It's the only opportunity, right? But you can just see it happening. That's the thing. Anytime any of these individuals are in a, 2v1, 3v1, 4v1, I'm just on edge because they're making it look so good, and that's just a testament to IHC and their individual prowess, right? But finally, again, some proactivity, even though, there was that control that came straight up mid and into connector, into the smoke. At least Savage was able to defend Shady. They got up connector. They were able to lock out the site.
Yeah.
They're just playing a little bit more in sync now, Semperfi.
Back in to pole position.
Hey, again.
Ooh, Shady ready. And Savage at Sandwich. Not going to be cleared, but he's going to allow the cross to sight, which makes things problematic. Still living for the moment, but now Keen falling. Things get real awkward. Valiant's down in the grave as well. And Savage trying to scrim it through the molly. Will find one, but gives his life for the cause. Man disadvantage for the retake.
What is happening right now? Shady on the flank with the AWP. Not ready for it, Mello. Onto the line, it is going to be Coolest. He's got 4 points of HP. A gentle breeze would break him down, and we know that that's happening at Shanghai right now. Shady drops back, waiting for the call, trying to get onto the line, but Coolest will take him. And now it's on to Vision. Walking on through, has the Molotov, has the smoke. He can get into position now. Maybe a tap onto that defuse. He does try to bait out the information. They've given up the bullet, but it's Clouden to swing. And IHC thriving in and amongst the chaos on the site of A. There's only been one site for the last 7 rounds, Mac, and that is the A position.
Yeah. That's the thing, though. Semperfi were ready for it. They had that 3-man setup. It was just, unfortunately, Savage was so tucked, and because that cross came over toward default that he couldn't stop, Keen just was not quite ready to swing out from triple.
Savage pulling out, Keen diving in. They just weren't set up to trade. Just kind of getting concerned, you know, that's when the communications go into a bit of disarray. But we're back again. Final round of this half in OT.
This time going for that double setup in apps. Vision, of course, last round getting caught off. And there was finally some apps aggression. Shady with the double unders, going to be able to find the top one.
Savage's position, though, he's so far forward, Mac, he could get caught off.
Yeah, he could, but I think he's got the rotates coming through just in time. You've also got Vision as well with a fast flank, well, a slow flank. Starting to cook up, starting to simmer. Savage at triple, he's in a great position to deal Coolest, who was focused on CT, and the info's there, won't be able to find it all. Yami and Rate, 2v3. This time, the numbers favour Semperfi.
Stuck alone on an island is Yami, and he's going to get his head ripped off his shoulders. Rate. This is the man who we've seen clutch it out before, Mac, but he clears. Trying to jump around an opportunity. The nade will dunk, taking him down to 61. But you can just see the hesitance. Again, put two Vs together. That could mean a W. But upside down, that will be an M, and it's Malice. Rate. Looking to head forward, trying to clear this position. It's high and low, but will it connect? Yes, it will. Valiant able to put this one together and a round ahead. They just need two more to try and close this one up against IHC and take us over to Nuke.
What a bloody game so far, huh? Getting everything we wanted and more. And Semperfi took a little while to get started in that first half on T side. But with a bit of momentum going into it, we'll see if that changes things. They've also got money from the get-go. IHC similarly, a solid start on their CT side, so you know that they are here to play. Semperfi need 2 to close. IHC need all 3.
Extending their tenure here, Mac, right? There's no more days off. Friday today. Winners from groups C and D will be determined today. We've already seen Tyloo join Rare Atom up in the top there from the Chinese sides. Exo Esports also absolutely looking fantastic. Real Original Gaming joining them too. So kind of the expected teams here, but this one was a massive, massive question mark. Could Semperfi deal with the Mongolian heat? As the horn is sounded in the foothills of the cold lands. With one round the advantage, can they drag this one across the line, Semperfi?
Coolest. Fishing for something through the smoke banks, but won't find anything. 3-1-1 setup for Semperfi. Looking like Shady is going to be lurking it up towards B with King, the Latvian duo. And in the meanwhile, the other boy is ready for aggression at A main. Cloud and thinking about it, playing real close here, him and Yami.
Rotation already been sent back around for Coolest as well. Some sort of awareness here. Smoke will go in for Valiant. Shady has been tagged. Very bold from Valiant, but he gets one. That's massive. How's he gotten away with that? Now the information gathered. Savage going to be able to take down Yami. It's all left on to Rate, and the bomb's not even there. They're both so low. But again, boys, don't give up this opportunity to Rate. He can do it. He's the man that you want to clutch in your server, Mac Daddy-O. Into window. He will go. Savage is going to hear all of these footsteps, and Rate is going to walk straight into it. A little bit keen, a little bit mean. Not series point, but this one will take us to 3.
Locking that one in. I like what they were going for as well. The reverse default plant, nice and open. That's actually criminal that Valiant is able to get one there, but it shows the difference from that initial T side where he was walking out, he was getting picked, but he wasn't getting any value out of it. And after giving his life, it allowed the 3 picks to all come through. But again, let's see if Semperfi can close it here on Mirage. Right out in the open, gets taken out this time. Keen at the ready. Oh, and he wants more too. Quick scope, not going to get it done. And we are going to see Yami fall off.
Mello falling away from short as well, not there to try and help him out. Single member of Vision trying to walk in towards apartments, but it is going to be that short pop now. The utility is good. So Mello's going to be all alone on this defense. They haven't gone for a short split yet, Mac. You know, so many rounds on this CT side. So Mello's going to be in for a little bit of a rude awakening, but he is good. He has been sharp. And now with that cross, Keen's tagged low. They're going to be walking on in. How many can Mello find? The answer is 2. Mac, this is where you got to be careful now. Mello looking good. He slipped the wickets. He's found a 3rd. Mello, such good positioning. Missed shot from Keen. Mello, a monster. A thief in the night as Vision now has to do it all. An opportunity to take this team into the next map, to give them another lifeline. But Mello continues to fight here. Now the cross, the smoke will give him some safe passage. But the bomb needs to be collected from the middle of that site. He's got 40 seconds to work with, and Coolest will take him. We go again, and Mello is the hero once more. Whew.
Tensions rising. The lineup there. Keen unable to punish from short. Only had that one opportunity and a nasty shot from Coolest to close. Just spotting that balaclava across the top of the smoke.
Mello's impact, man. Ancient. Even on Mirage, you know, he's only just set himself positive, but yeah, 4K in a pivotal moment of the map. Semperfi certainly won't want to be going again into overtime number 2. They want to try and get this one to nuke.
Just jumping around. Yummy. Great HG. About 70 points of damage on that. Topcon smoke coming through from Keen. Just making sure the boys are in the right position to do so. Topcon smoke and window. We'll see if they posture for a B split here. Still the blocking smoke on short. Dropped at the right moment. Right with the flash. Oh. Hasn't set up anything.
Keen's managed to get his way into connector, but is he going to be ready for raid on short? Clouden also hasn't heard anything just yet. That'll be that time. Oh. Shady caught. That's a really huge pick there from Rate. Bomb still down towards top mid as well, Mac. They haven't really managed to find anything with this A-Prod from Valiance. Yami is going to start to walk in, so it should be a pick for free, but it's not. Damage is dealt. A little tirade of exchange. But now with that bomb being picked up, there's 3 members postured towards A. IHC certainly in a good position to defend here.
Keen has his flick, shadow seen, and there you go. Hitting a hard one and living to tell the tale. Rate unable to trade from short side. Valiance now starting to make a move towards A main. And he's got Vision not too far behind. Oh, gets that pick, Clouded. Hitting the ground. No. Yami's still low on site, could be the difference maker. There goes Valiance. His position now given up. And with 10 seconds, they need to get to site. They need to plant. Vision couldn't see a thing, but he put the crosshair in the right damn spot and won't be able to get through the crossfire. 4 for Savage to find all of it. Needs to chase it. Mello getting around the corner.
Oh my God.
We go again.
As if it ends like that, 2 in that half. Just running away, a game of cat and mouse. Whew. Alrighty.
You can see like the decision making in the moment. They wanted to fight it. Mello thinking about swinging and then going, wait, no,
hang on
2
a second.
seconds. Run. Get out of town.
Oh, man. And this is the thing, you can just see the sweat, right? The emotion. Keen hitting some really solid shots, but again, just that little level of macro, you know, Savage watching the cross, but Keen deciding to go anyway. But they wanted to help out Valiance. They wanted to try and get onto that side as quickly as they possibly could. And in the end, there just wasn't enough time to get the bomb planted to even collect it out of the corpse. And yeah, overtime number 2, I think, is a good justification for this map. It was a solid opener where IHC did manage to at least scrape a retake or a recovery against Tyloo on Nuke. But Tyloo, despite having a stand-in and having Jam Young return from his short time in Valorant, it is looking like a pretty well-drilled unit.
Yeah. I hope we get a chance to ask him about that.
Yeah, what happened?
It's like, why? Like, why did you get given back? Like, I'm happy about it, but why didn't they take you?
Well, it's Tyloo to Tyloo as well, right? So
he tried out for multiple teams.
Plenty of questions which will get answered as the competition goes on, I am sure, but once again, Max Semperfi onto the T side. What are they going to do differently here? Yami, action with the AWP this time round towards Apps.
Whoa, great pop flash. Almost a bad timing for Vision, but he gets through unscathed. The block smoke comes through.
Oh, yeah!
Re-peek.
He's got the info. But he wants more.
I liked the util angle. Then he changed his mind. Yeah. Hesitation, maybe. costing him his life. Either way, opening pick for IHC. Thanks to Yami. And we're going to see that AWP go for a full rotate across. Great read from IHC now. Realizing they got that pick. Mid is what they need to worry about. Rate almost finding the two-man spray down, but it is going to be traded quickly. Coolest onto Valiance. And again, the A-site pump has been ineffective at 2v3 and still a chance in the round. Savage needs to be the difference maker here because Shady is damn low.
Keeping an eye on towards that site now. Where do they want to go with this? Yami has actually taken advantage of that apps control now. He should have the information as to where both of these members are, so he can happily reposition. I love this proactivity from IHC to just sort of slot back, play a little bit more of a retake angle. And Clouden don't think this is really a position where they'd like to clear him. There is a hell of a lot of the site that they need to look into. Molotov to try and get something done. Clouden spraying, so he's given up his spot. And that's actually going to be Shady and Savage to turn the tides here, Mac. This was not what I was expecting. Shady so damn low throughout the course of this round, and now Yami has the AWP. He knows that one member's low, but I think Shady could be finding himself a 4K. He will! And he is absolutely cheering, and I would be too.
He's not even the AWPer.
Nope.
And he's doing that.
That's it.
Well played.
Yeah.
The difference maker, other than the fact that Shady's coverage was immaculate, was where they planted the bomb. At triple, there was no chance for that to get denied. And as Clouden revealed his position, it allowed them both to isolate the angles, take the right fights at the right time. And IHC, unfortunately for them, just weren't quite in the right positions. Semperfy, things going back in their direction in a better way, even with a man disadvantage. Something that they've struggled with. This time, faster out A, and the blocking util ain't quite there, but the swings are. Rate not going to be able to finish anyone off just yet, and Clouden here tucked away with a smoke in front of him. Oh, that's going to be nasty to play around, but now they know he's here. They've seen him jumping up at Ninja. He's just got that cover of the smoke. That's all he's got. And he's got no head now. Boost across the top. Lovely out of Yami. IHC keeping it even and even bringing it back.
The amount of smokes up on this site, you don't know where to play around, you don't know which is good and which is bad, but they've crossed back into main somehow. Keen has found this position, but the big one that I've got my eye on is Mello inside Apartments and Palace. They know that he was there earlier from that frag that he did manage to select, and now they've just got to keep a keen eye on it. Vision playing around, not going to hear it. Rate dropping in towards the position now. Vision has to try and get through this smoke, but there's so many people here. They've jumped over the top now, playing the back of triple, trying to keep it close, trying to fire these shots, and just one member left. No, Vision, he's down, he's gone. And it'll be a tied scoreline again, 16-16. Oh, there has just been no clear leader in this, and it's funny, I think back now, you know, doing a little bit more hosting lately. Our friend Victoria's been down here for probably about 12 rounds now, wondering when the hell am I going to have an interview? Am I going to have an interview or not? But it's certainly an entertaining game of Counter-Strike, Mac, and this is the stuff that we come to China for.
Specifically to China.
Yeah, nowhere else in the world, right? Just Shanghai.
eXTREMESLAND, giving us extreme bloody Counter-Strike. Flash unders, coolest blind. How's his tuck into the corner? It's no good. Savage, an opening.
Very quick. But what can they do with it here? They are postured over towards the side of B here, Mac. Once again, Mello falling away. Keen. Oh my God! Clouden ripping his head off there. Do not pass go, do not collect anything.
The widest swing.
Was indeed Vision.
That...
Yeah, don't know. Maybe that was intentional, but we'll see. We'll give it time. 3 members now heading out over towards B. Rate has got a great rotation here. Doesn't catch the bomb, but it's again Mello in position. They have to play this from behind once more. Vision and Savage holding onto the site. Mello does get taken down. Savage, I don't know if they actually spotted this cross from Vision, but he's got the bomb stuck at bench. Not the place you want to be, Mac, when you want to try and get this site secured. Savage has to go digging, has to go hunting. And all HC need to do is just sit still and try until they try and plant this bomb.
Clouden just jiggling. Looking to cut off that rotation for the bomb back to site and knows that he should be here at the bench. Thinking about creeping out. But the discipline from IHC is perfect. Smoke towards the balcony for Rate to keep on going, but it's all about this wrap timing. Savage making his way towards A. If he threw that smoke, maybe to draw the attention away from the bomb, but he doesn't. Opts for the surprise attack. Yami falling. things get incredibly awkward for Clouden.
Oh my
Good
God.
smoke as well for him to creep forward, but opts to go unders, and now the time is a factor. The bomb has to get planted, and the spot he's chosen is not safe enough. Savage, unfortunately, couldn't do enough on the lurk, and the flank is ineffective. 17-16, IHC with the lead into the second half.
I love the ideas there, but where the hell do you even plant safely, right? You know, there's so many different angles that can be exposed on towards that side of B, and with the position towards door, the position in apartment, Savage made a great play. I thought they were just sort of cutting sound for a little bit, but again, it's that position earlier on where they take top mid. Once more, we're seeing Semperfi go back to a position where they're leaving a couple of holes in their offense. And IHC have been able to take advantage of that quite heavily here. So now as it goes back to a round where it is a position advantage for IHC, they'll need 2 to close. But once again, this is still anyone's game of Mirage.
Sneaky aggression from Rate, getting in between a weird rock and a hard place, cutting off those rotations. Mellow as well, always at least getting one, if not just completely cutting up any executes on that B site. And we'll see what they continue to do into the second half now. Back onto the T side, they've had a decent amount of success.
I was going to say the best part about it now is a bunch of the other players are here like waiting for their game, expecting it to have been over potentially a little while ago, and they get the best show. This is probably the closest game that we've had of the tournament so far, right? There was another double overtime that I do remember.
Yeah.
But this one has had a hell of a lot on it. Qualifying point. A powerhouse region against one that has had a hell of a lot of struggles in the recent time. You know, FlyQuest really the only kind of standout. We've got Semperfi, we've got Talon, Rooster, Mindfreak, all kind of doing their best, but not going the distance. Whereas IHC, it's been all Mongolian power, the eyes of the world on the Asian side.
IHC expecting some mid-aggression, sitting deep. But Semperfi not wanting to put a foot wrong, just playing slow themselves. What are they doing? They're just juggling util over towards B there. And looking to re-aggress over towards short.
Crazy change of pace given the last few rounds that we've had, hey Mac. It's completely cutting silence.
At mid.
Yeah.
With 4 members for IHC. A little bit crazy. We'll see if Shady's going to be able to stop this. They're very close already. 3 just turreting their way up short.
It's dicey too because they've got 3 members here. If Semperfi are unable to defend this, it's a really rough sort of prospect now, Mac, but Vision does get 2. A third, no, not quite. And it's all left on to Keen. He will be able to cross over, but again, the audio cue should be heard. A smoke goes down. I think he actually wants to try and play his way through this. A utility piece will be sent. And Clouden, lower than anything. Will they have the communications here? A flash out. And Cloud's actually going to try and play forward, Mac. It's all going to come down to the timing here. The shotgun off, but he switches. Oh, he could have done anything there, but just a bad bit of timing. An awesome proactivity from Clouden. Map, series, and for Semperfi, elimination point.
Just giving too much respect to IHC that round. Trying to rely on the stack and the read. But IHC, just so much firepower, making the right moves at the right time. This time, however, Semperfi back to the old 2-1-2. A bit more aggressive towards A. Keen poking his nose into Palace. And IHC, 1-4 split. Late lurk from Yami at mid. There's the other 4. Putting some focus towards the apartments.
Once again, it's a much slower prod. You know, they cut down previous round for about 40-odd seconds, but now they are certainly making their way up. This time Shady onto the line. Will he find the opening shot? He will. But how many more? They are stuck. They are about to execute out quickly. Vision, the pressure has been on him before. Shady does manage to hit another shot though, and this is a much better looking position. Coolest does get the trade, but just as Valiance rocks up to the right time, but never count Coolest out. He's already got 2, and it's just the awkward line that he has to try and cross. He's actually been sent out of the map as well, Mac. So once more, we go down to every single round necessary. And we still don't know who's going to be taking this one through. Semperfi have to do more heavy work, heavy lifting. And Mac, I tell you, you know all about that, my friend.
What do you do? It feels like IHC are just making all the right moves. It was just this time, Semperfi with that little more ready over on the B site. Good counter utility. IHC using their tactical, going into the final round of OT2. Semperfi to win, need to take us to 3 overtimes. Yami nodding in confidence there off the back of the tactical. And let's see where we end up. 2 towards apartments, 3 over towards Palace, and looking just to go for what I'm going to assume is a fake towards B, try and drag those rotations away. Savage getting aggressive at default, blocking. Pick from Mello, certainly going to draw a lot of attention. And Savage gets off the site in time and takes one with him. That's going to be the bomb scene. Semperfi falling, Valiant unable to get into con. And things going wrong real quick. Ready for Keen there. Savage and Shady need to save the day.
Oh, look at Shady. He is absolutely marching in towards A main right now, but how quickly, how far can he go? Is Coolest going to be ready for this? Once again, they're cutting sound. They're waiting for the patience. Will he spot one? Yes, he will, but he's a little dicey. I don't think he's actually going to be ready for this. Coolest has to hit the shotgun orb, has to make this one work, but it's going to be so tricky. He's trying to bait this one out. Yami just needs to sit still. Coolest fires a couple of warning shots, misses the initial. Can he hit the second? No. Shady holding on. Yami just needs to sit in this position, has to find both, but he won't. Savage, once again, we go overtime number 3. And the arena lets out a roar as they are loving what they're seeing, Mac.
Game's not done. This is incredible.
This is map number 3 of the day.
I thought it was done with the chaos going on, Shady making a play. So the reason he took so long, he heard the scope. You heard the scope there. In the corner at Apex. He was like trying to bait the shot out. Tech9 comes out, boom, almost works. And then Savage as well, incredibly patient, just waiting for that flank the whole time before he made his move. We're going to do it all again. One more time. Let's see who wins or who doesn't. And how long we'll be here. Locked into the 2 bulls with big horns, button bloody heads. Keen thoroughly enjoying that their tournament lives are still alive for the moment.
Just nuts, hey. Such an entertaining game that we've seen right now. They'll take a little bit longer of a pause here, understandably, right? But again, it's just that thing of what do they change? Like, we've seen a little bit of good from both sides on each half, and with only 3 rounds to convert, needs to be consistent. Need to be able to recycle that.
Oh, technical pause?
At this time in the game? In this economy?
Is it Keen? Is it because Keen celebrated by standing up again? Have we found the issue? The cause of the issue?
It's these short cables, man. Everyone just keeps ripping them out of the floor.
True. Let's get some extenders going.
Yeah.
Well, it's not Keen. It is Savage again. No?
I know.
It's Shady this time.
Who knows what's going on? Look, fair enough. It's been a long game. We're starting to move into sort of 3-map territory in 2 maps. It was a 13-10 in the end, wasn't it, on Ancient? And now we're up again, 18-18. I'm going to need another one at the very least to determine who is the next. Trying to just work it all out. Prime time to have that conversation.
He's trying to figure something out.
Thoughts so far on this one, Mac? Is it going the way you expected?
No, I honestly thought that Semperfi were going to get knocked out 2-0.
Yep.
It felt like they, started weak. Unfortunately, couldn't find themselves, but really dug deep to get to this point. I still feel like, that there's every world where it can be that 2-0. You see individuals just going crazy round to round for IHC. But then again, out of nowhere, players that have had a couple of rough rounds for Semperfi all of a sudden find themselves in good positions, find critical impact, and we're entering the realm of many members of each team starting to hit the 30 bombs. Savage 1 away, Keen 2.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
The tech issues sorted. Yeah, I'm seeing it. P90 gameplay, disrespect around the corner here at B, and they're going to be yelping straight onto site. CT's 3 here to try to stop it from happening. Wrap around Coolest, ineffective. Yami, plenty of bullets to try to make this happen, but he'll get shut down before making it to market. Vision over towards the bench, going to get knocked out as well, as Keen is doing work from short, keeping the numbers strong, and the pillar, enough cover for him and Shady to team it up for another.
I got to admit, that is such a boost of the emotions, right? Seeing the Mackie, seeing the P90, and somehow still living on with 3 alive. That's got to be an emotional booster, right? Because if you lose that round, you're in the bin, straight away in the trash. But they hold on. Clouden did get an opening onto Vision there, but with their early peak, you know, they had 2 sitting on the site trying to get that utility down, and then a quick rotation around from Keen up short. So Semperfi, they put the foot forward first.
Yeah. We have reached messy territory.
Definitely.
Strategically, it's all fallen apart, but we're here to have some fun now.
Worth trying, you know?
Yeah. Ooh, timing to the push. Shady. There it is. A little bit of a gamble. The flash was good, but Coolest spot the info, allowed Rate just to spin around and find it. Keen now in a very horrible position, but will be able to dodge all those bullets, going Matrix style. Then we've got a 2-man setup towards the top of Con IHC. Looking to penetrate there. I can't see the bomb. Okay, it's bottom of mid for the moment.
What is happening?
Rate is running at him.
Oh, Keen thought that was a teammate. What? Rate now in window, jungle. They're all around everywhere. I think Savage actually might be able to clear that. That's information at least. I don't think they know where Keen is. Valiance has dropped another. Talking about Chaos Mac inside the smoke. He's got the AK Keen. Timing could be everything from this man. He gets 1, 2. It's a round secured. How the fuck is this happening? What are we watching?
Just when I said that strats were out the window, there you bloody go.
Oh my God, like Shady running through the top mid smoke. This is just insane.
Keen getting that, hiding in a smoke and then coming out for a double from jungle.
Oh.
Not what you expected. Savage, Valiance as well, able to snatch that one away. Lucky to be alive there over towards default for so long.
It's just like...
And I think we all need to pause after that. Good timing on that from Semperfi.
Look how calm they look for what just happened in that previous round. I'm certainly not. Oh my God. That was just all over the shop.
How long has the map been going for now? It's been a long bloody map.
Yeah, I don't even remember when I went downstairs, to be honest.
I think it started at about 12:30.
Yeah, the series, yeah. Oh, look, as I said, you come to Extremesland for fun, and I'm having fun. Don't really care where this one goes, because it's gone the distance. And Semperfi, with 20, they've given themselves a couple of points towards a victory. But again, you know, Nuke, a map that plays completely different to both Mirage and Ancient Mac, and it's an A-site lean for IHC, and they are straight in main here, Semperfi. Could this be the closure?
Ooh, nice opening. Keen ready for Coolest.
He's still in there.
Up on the rafters. Mellow, no idea that Savage was there as well. And this is well-maneuvered aggression from Semperfi. Playing the old bait and switch, using the sound to draw attention away. And a 2v5 is not going to be capitalized upon. Clouden, see you later. Clean on the CT side. 1 needed to continue this series.
The best part about 5 alive and 3 rounds is that I still aren't convinced that Semperfi are going to win this map. They could still win 3. They could still bring it forward. There's Ben with the little DJI cam having a look, vlogging. It's beautiful.
Yeah, he's like, I can't do it off the stage anymore. Get me off there.
Well, I think that's literally what happened, right? I think he got too stressed.
Yeah, well, he got rid of his headset, so there's no point in being up there, right?
Pretty much, yeah. So, swapped it over. Better off in the crowd, but, you know, you got to be proud of that, right? Your boys cheering.
And we aren't done yet.
No, that's the main thing I have to stress to you all watching along. We are not done yet. And as I said, even if this is a victory for Semperfi, it'll only be a small one because Nuke's around the bend, and you can just only wonder if it's enough to kind of put a dent into the emotions of IHC, right? To lose a map like this would be pretty gut-wrenching.
Yeah. Well, we've seen teams do it before. FlyQuest doing it at the RMR. See if Semperfire can follow suit, or IHC rather. Bring it back by being 3 down to take us to another overtime. Con smoke coming through for Keen. Semperfire not hard committing at mid, even though the smoke was there. I hear that AWP ringing. Just play appropriately. No mid aggression from IHC just yet. Looking like they are going to split into a 3-2 situation, and Mello is getting every bit of info in the world. He's crept all the way through apps now, clearing out the back. And you better believe IHC are going to be completely postured and ready for a hit on A.
Position is absolutely fantastic. You're sure that one's going to go down on this flank from Mello, right? Only sort of positive is there is at least some vision up towards mid. But Mello's found Keen. He's got the info onto Shady. Really awkward line for him now. That damage is good, but he's going to be able to slot into the doorway. Vision, though, has found Rate. Mello still top mid-mac, but Valiant's now on the flank, has spotted the shoulder. Oof. Could it be happening? Could we be closing this absolute demon of a map in Mirage? They'll write stories about this one. As now they close around 4 versus 2. Clouden, the sole member at present, looking to deny, but Coolest is going to join the fray. He's just watching the lines. Semperfire have taken a hell of a lot of time to get out of this apartment's position. It will end on B this round, but will it be positive? We'll have to see, because Coolest, he is on the line. He has found one. And now Valiant looking up to close. Coolest getting another. It's going to be all onto the AWPer again of IHC Mac. Valiant holding for dear life. That bomb will be planted, but with Coolest getting close, he has to watch the cross, and that will be enough, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Semperfire. I don't even know why I'm that excited, because they haven't won anything yet. It's just another map. But it's another map that I think this series deserved. And it's been an absolute pleasure to be a part of it. Ben's back up on stage, cheering it on. And Nuke is exactly what we need to iron out the kinks of what this series has been.
Crazy, crazy scenarios going on today. And just when you thought IHC looked way too good to close it out in regulation, Semperfire have done everything they needed and more. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. 4 times even. Taking it to overtime and then finding 3 of those. But a big clearance at the end, and now we get to see both these teams nuke again, going toe-to-toe, both losing it to Tyloo, showing us what they're capable of, and you'd have to say they're completely warmed up. If their comms are on, if they're all feeling it, this could be one of the games of Counter-Strike of all time. It already kind of is. And
at this level.
We got to the point where there was no strats left. I guess, look, there was some great, teamwork. You could see some solid chemistry, getting a few of those rounds on the CT side for Semperfire just towards the end. And that still is there. That still lives on. Just thinking, why don't we just start playing together? And it worked out well. If they can do that on Nuke, yes, there's success on the horizon for either of these teams. But IHC, at any moment, any of these 5 individuals can make a crazy damn play. And I'm expecting it.
Learning is done in the server, Mac, and I think that's what Semperfire have been doing, right? They've been keeping emotionally steady. I think it's been up, it's been down for sure, but the one thing that they did was tilt IHC. I definitely feel like that's where it changed, right? To go to the point where you go, can we just rush B with a P90 and maybe it'll do something? And then for Semperfire to not lose that round, to keep postured, that's where it turned around. That's where they managed to drag this game forward. So I'm color me impressed. Usually I'm not used to this level of Counter-Strike sort of emotional stability from an Australian side, especially not one that is sort of still in its new status. But again, Nuke, it's hard, right? It's going to be tough. IHC is a formidable opponent, and there is just no way that this game's over just yet.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out. Are we actually going to go through all the highlights?
I hope so.
I guess we are.
I'm watching it again.
Going through the whole game highlights.
I need to be reminded of what we've seen, Mac.
I don't. Let's move on to the next. There was a scenario there where you saw the Mac 10 and the P90, right? On an overtime round against CTs that are probably just buying Kevlar and not the helmets. I was talking to Jordan about this the other day. I was like, there is a scenario where, that can be effective. Obviously, they didn't get the entries or the picks that they were looking for because they ran through smokes and died. But that can work, and it is incredibly tilting if you're a CT with a Mac 10 running at you in overtime.
Yeah.
Like, why the hell's he got that? That shouldn't be happening now. And props to IHC for trying it. Just unfortunately didn't work as intended in that situation. I think it was Keen doing great work from that short pillar, able just to monster all those individuals. And again, we aren't quite there just yet. Just yet with these highlights. We've still got another whole overtime half worth of highlights here.
Couple more rounds,
Just
Mac.
a couple more rounds.
Couple more rounds.
That was the one that took us to number 3. That was Keen getting incredibly excited. And now we've got another overtime to go through. Big highlights here. That's the round I'm talking about. Keen, big triple from that short pillar. And then doing work in that next round as well. Arguably, if he's not the MVP, I don't know who is.
Yeah, man. Keen, 100%. I'm keen to actually see the stats in full at the end as we sort of get towards it now, because overall, yeah, as I said, 22 and 18. It's a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike. Mac, you've been in Mirage for many more rounds than this, so but that was back at MR15, right? Now we're in MR12. It is a little bit of a different time. So overall, I'm very, very pleased to see what we just did. I think the players are actually going to need a slightly longer break in that one. But yeah, overall, I think it was a crazy game of Counter-Strike. And as I said, like Mirage plays so differently to Nuke that it's just about how well these teams reset. Because as I said, you could see that IHC up on the stage was stressed as anything after that. And I don't blame them because they tried so many different things and it just couldn't get through. So I feel like they started to meet the definition of insanity a little bit there. But here's the stats, finally up on your screen. So yeah, Keen, hard, sort of clear. Savage had his moments. And all I can say is like Valiance was having a really, really rubbish game. And the second he turned on, it did pick up. Vision also having a couple of really key moments towards that B side on the defense as well, Mac, with just like that 1 or 2 before going down.
Yeah, impact, information, getting the job done. And it is hard to have good stats when you are the anchor and then your A-side team dies and your men down and you have to, it's just rough. It can be rough. And on the other side of things as well, Yami, 32 picks, 32 big kills, and Keen has come through as the MVP for map number 2, but we ain't done just yet. 1.27 rating. +4 in the KD department, and then also 96 ADR over that many rounds is something you pretty much need to be proud of. It is hard to keep that consistent across it. And look, the Latvians were crucial in the success of Semperfi today.
Yeah, absolutely. And all I can say is, guys, I hope you at home that are watching are having as much fun as we are. So for now, we're going to go have a little bit of a break, get warmed up for Nuke, because it's going to be a heater.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New fast TN panels with DIAC technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest DIAC 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mouse pad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowee's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Well, 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 that is certainly one of the games of Counter-Strike that we have seen in quite some time. And as always, eXTREMESLAND continues to deliver. It's been an absolute belter of a series so far. Quite a close one in the end on Ancient, after we did see a little bit of a late resurgence from Semperfi. But as soon as we move over to Mirage, it was the gloves off, Mac. It was an all-out brawl on that map where we went to 3 overtimes, needing it to be a 22-18 scoreline, which is not a common sort of ground when we're back in MR12.
Yeah, I thought you said, were going to say there was 22 minutes of replays, because I wouldn't have doubted that either. But look, moving into the third map, let's just go back to best of one territory. Why do we even play the first two maps? So could have just played Nuke, got it over and done with. But look, it's high-quality Counter-Strike so far until we get 40 rounds deep. That was the only time I ever thought, you know what, something's happening here. And then I saw Yami as well. They were coming back in from, you know, just getting a bit of fresh air after that one. Definitely necessary. And I just looked at him and said, mate, he's like, we just laughed.
Yeah.
It was just so much Counter-Strike. High tension, intense scenes, and I'm expecting it to be a very similar thing moving into map 3. But it's going to be knifing for sides, I'd assume. At the moment, it's looking like Semperfi are on that CT side, but we'll see if it's knife or if they just kind of get it. Because I guess, you know, depending on the veto, maybe the rules allow whoever picked it to not get the selection of sides. That's something that can be pretty prevalent sometimes. And of course, the players taking a slightly extended break after that one, I'd say incredibly necessary.
For sure. Yeah, look, I suppose on this map, ultimately, starting off on the CT side can have its benefits. And I got the confirmation that it was a mic issue earlier. So all fixed up, all sorted. Ben's going to be hiding in the crowd now, said it was too much for him to handle up on the stage, and I do not blame him. But ladies and gentlemen, again, I welcome you to the Thunderdome that is eXTREMESLAND. It is a qualifying point now for both Semperfi and IHC. Pressures on both regions. So let's get right into the action.
IHC blowing the door just to draw attention away, and the ramp pop is coming, but Vision not quite ready. The old backwards rabbity jump, hop, pop, dippity hop, getting him through there. And already quick rotation down towards the lower side. Savage going to be falling real quick. Clouden taking him out through the edge of the door, and they're going to be looking for full horse control. Valiant's able to find one in the meanwhile, keeping it to a 3v4, but Vision quite low from that initial engagement, so we'll see who ends up going in first. Valiant's wrapping around towards Decon, but with the full stairs, double doors, and horse control there for IHC, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to get a defuse off with this post plan. Deals with the doors member and one up on rafters. Lovely shot coming out of Valiant just at the right time. One above him on the rafters. Vision needs to try to find an angle, and Shady has the info he was looking for. But big shots out of IHC get them 4 out of 5 pistols now. Numbers hard. Statistics.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's been too many numbers in this one, right? Like,
yeah.
All I can say is, like, the individual prowess, like every single member of IHC in a position, you just know that they're going to go big, right? You know, it's been really on Semperfi to kind of choke them down and set themselves up to trade, I suppose. Because every member has had a moment from IHC where, I suppose, not realistically the same could be said for Semperfi. A couple of multi-frags here and there, but IHC has certainly been the scarier prospect, individually speaking.
Yeah.
So they're in for the force, as is expected on a map like Nuke. It was a close round at the very least. Valiant's had a couple of big picks, which I'm hoping to see plenty more from him. Obviously playing the B-side anchor can be very, very hard on the ramp position. One of the most challenging roles to play in all of CS. And he was a little bit quiet until the end, and his resurgence is ultimately what turned the tide on Mirage. So now back in. Kulast in, spot out one on the top of Hut. Shady, able to find him quickly. Shady actually getting a second here, pretty lucky given the lack of HP. A third, what is going on? Shady picks up the Mac 10. That's incredible from Shady. Looking for the ace and he'll get it. Even the fist bump over to the team, that's crazy.
Sends a message to him.
What a boost of confidence.
Yeah, got to be happy with that. And that's 3K in the back pocket. I think got the first couple with the MP9, swapped to the Mackie and got even more. Got to be happy with that. And put his hat in the ring for MVP of this map, maybe the whole series. Keen happy as well. But then straight back into the next. IHC unable to convert off the back of winning the pistol is not a good way to go, but they have gone for the force buy here in round 3. If they can win this, it's actually going to be much worse for Semperfi.
Definitely so. And they've made a lot of these work as well, haven't they, IHC? They're really, really sharp on those pistols, and that's a dink up already. Keen's missed 2 shots with the scout and allowing the members to get out in towards Secret. So they've had to wrap around. Vision now having it a little bit awkward. Does have the Mackie, so it's a good weapon to do it with, but Yami will find the trade. Valiant's happily able to pick up one more as the double doors open. A smoke towards the radio room. So just trying to hold on a little bit longer. They do have the bomb in hand. Are they going to pop back up the vents? It looks like they have already. So Rate's just going to rotate around towards the annex. It is still a 2-on-4, so it should be still easy breathing. And there's the bomb dropped into hands of Yami. So well done. Good basics there from Semperfi. And I suppose by finding this round, this should give them 3. And that surely is a bit of a positive boost into this map of Nuke Mac.
Yeah, a bit of a wet noodle round. Not too much happening, but good to see Semperfi are locked in, able to deal with that force back. And the next round, look, on paper, should be even easier. Should be less utility, less weaponry, all brought in from IHC. Good clean comms. Now that the technical issues all seem to be hopefully sorted. Touch wood. Into the fourth. IHC again, just playing it a bit slower. Even spread, couple towards lobby. Up on silo. Ooh, and Keen. Happy to go toe-to-toe with him. Just with the scout here against the unarmored terrorists. Vision getting up in their grills, playing the range game in fine fashion, but the Eagle now retrieved. Maybe a chance for damage. Caught, jumping, Shady. Feeling after that ace just before. Oh, okay, right with the deagle. Looking spoopy.
Definitely. Those deagles, man. But at least it's only a little bit of damage. So again, a good kind of prospect forward here, allowing a couple of rounds on the board for Semperfi. You know, that CT side ever so important. But this is the first one that I'm actually interested in, right? You know, now the round of 5. AK's up, Galil's as well. Full belts of utility. Where are they going to take it here, IHC? They were really kind of tested by Tai Lu. And I suppose from a little demo watch, they should know that Semperfi had a few holes in that defense when it came to Jam Young taking out. But look at Raitnak, straight out. Completely missed by Shady. Yami also getting another. This topside offense has been looking crispy clean. Now Keen having to try find something. Valiance on the wrap did get something done, but unfortunately Keen couldn't quite get the shot off, and now Valiance is a bit stonewalled here. Would have to go for a 1v4 to close it. There is kits on site, but I think it might be worth just thinking about a save out towards Spawn. The money's good for Semperfi. That's probably the only sort of main factor here. And if he just plays exits, he could potentially look for a little bit more of a chip away at the economy of IHC.
Yeah, depending on where those picks were, he might get an upgrade to an AK. That AWP, though, up in heaven will be difficult to retrieve, especially considering you probably got Cloud and jumping across for it. Yeah, making his way up now. Although, is he going to live? Once he gets it. Trying to create some space between him and the bomb. He will. Right as Rain. Valiance carrying the M4 across to the next.
Really solid.
IHC winning their first gun round.
Yeah, very good looking one too, right? Just clean trades out onto the top site. No issues at all, really. Didn't give any opportunities up. And they've said even with Valiance's quick wrap from the ramp, it was just the one Keen kind of stunned in time. So Semperfi looking to make it work in this buy round. Money starting to whittle away. They've got everything that they need for a successful attempt. Keen going to go through the annex this time round. There will be a little bit of a pitter-patter of footsteps above him. Plenty of an outside approach from IHC at this present time.
What angle are we looking for? Patience from Coolest, expecting that to get cracked at a point. Looks like we're going to see Locker Smoke coming through, Molly to Secret. And Yard Control going to be the call to order. The Waterfall Smoke has not connected, but CT's solid on the crossfire. Should be able to mop them up completely, but the T's are going to be able to find the entry. See you later, Cloud, and rate taken more than he bargained for. And Semperfi now a man down, trying to figure out where they want to go, given the scenario.
I was going to say, still a reasonably... Oh, never mind. I was about to maybe turn the tides there because Yami and Kulas were very, very low, but Keen has been pipped, so all of a sudden, no, the door kind of closes on that one. I mean, look, Savage is going walkabout. There is the waltz into a main or lobby from old mate Coolest. Rate does have the bomb in hand. Where are they going to go with this one right now? It looks like it's a top site sort of approach, but it's going to be a slow walk in there now. So likely a save from Savage. It's just going to take a fair bit of time to close out this round.
Yeah, Savage quite close to at least catching that player through lobby, but in hindsight, just kept on pushing, trying to be proactive. Once you get to ramp, things get a little bit awkward. And Savage just going to be looking to save over there. IHC 3 alive, all should survive. And we'll be all tied up in a moment at 3 apiece. Now, mind you, Semperfi, their T side the other day was incredibly lackluster here on Nuke. So you're looking for them to get as many of these rounds in the first half as possible, and IHC already finding 3. And starting to stabilize that economy. It brings up a couple of questions as to how well this is going to go. Lives on the line for both sides.
Don't even know if you buy here. Suppose you can just get some pistols around the M4 that Savage has managed to hold on to into the next round. And that's exactly what they'll do. A few upgraded pistols But I think Keen's probably wanting to save up for that AWP, so yeah, they're just going to only really invest a gentle bit. This map has been much slower than the previous in Mirage. There's a hell of a lot of pace, but I'm sure they hear all these footsteps right now. The tap through the smoke. Shady is going to be punished for trying to get around red a little bit too quickly now, and surely they'll be dropping down lowers. Great keeping a keen eye on the top of outside. They are down low now, so Mellow, Coolest, Clouden, they're all affected by that little bit of peppering through the smoke in the cross. But most players still up towards top side here. Where's Savage? Sitting in heart with that M4. It's going to be keen to try and peek over here, but Yami should quickly rip his head off. He takes a hell of a lot of damage in the process. But unfortunately, you'd be expecting for a little bit more damage conversion, but I think for now they're just focusing on getting the weapons out, despite having done a hell of a lot of damage.
Thought Valiant's had a decent flank. I think Yami was watching it, so they are aware that this could be a factor. But yeah, as mentioned, CT side economy, you want to stabilize that as fast as possible. Keeping 2 rifles alive with the split, the difference, and where that money kind of is at the moment. The save's pretty decent. If Valiant's, you know, he doesn't have Kevlar to carry across to the next. If he just wants to, you know, walk over to ramp, maybe try and find a pick there. There's not many places Yami can save. I think he has to, yeah, he had to go somewhere. And unfortunately, he went into CT where Valiant was laying in wait. And that's going to be 3 rifles, all savable. All nice and safe. And IHC keeping everyone alive over towards Secret.
Nice little bodyguard system outside to make sure Valiant's ended up picking up that one, and then the 3 members holding onto their weaponry. So kind of the horizon, the dawn of it here for Semperfi. I think IHC take the lead after winning that secondary round. It was a 3-to-1 position. Semperfi have called for the tack, which makes a hell of a lot of sense given this position. Just trying to work out what they want to do, a little bit of a vibe check. Certainly been a pretty extreme game of emotions. A glass cage even, up and down. Stabilizing early. Incredibly important, but one thing that all Aussie Counter-Strike has struggled to deal with is that CT side and nuke, at least internationally. So needing to work out what their opponents are trying to throw at them as quick as possible. And realistically, it's just sort of been that top side and outside approach from IHC so far. Nothing crazy.
Well, let's see how deep this series goes. And if Semperfi can keep it close at 4 apiece. Back on away full bite. Everything they need and more. More towards the top of the hut. And good action, and how does Shady expecting a quick cross from Yami, but you'll hear the reload and be able to take the space that he needs to. Great timing on the push there from Mellow. Valiant unable to drop down at ramp and play safe. Keen just trying to pick one off, but he's not going to be able to find it. And Savage in the meanwhile look in the wrong direction. It's happened a couple of times now. He was very intrigued as to what was going down over towards control. Got shot in the back of the head. Rotation coming down anyway. They will try to find something. Vision onto Mellow might just entice them to go for the retake.
It's toughy, right? You know, they do have the kit in the hands of Shady, but with Yami flanking down, he was late towards Secret. Makes it almost impossible there. Shady does drop another, and with this position up towards Megaton, maybe Keen can be enticed, as you mentioned, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Shady's now looking to walk away. It's very much just about holding the exits here. So, yeah, I don't know. Semperfi, they found themselves in positions where they're just kind of getting picked off one by one, right? So,
yeah.
Valiant's there. Again, you know, it has to be stressed how challenging it is.
He's dead.
To play the ramp hold. Oh, yeah, he's dead to the bomb. Ah, that sucks. But, yeah, Valiant's caught high and dry. Savage looking the wrong way. And then the round's done immediately, right? Very hard to recover.
No good at all. Truly hate to see it. And even after all that, Vision still unaware that Yami could be lurking on Secret side. Great couple of picks, but only carrying one weapon across to the next. I thought would look worse than this, but they fashioned something out of nothing. Valiant's unfortunately getting caught off really early. Started the downward spiral in round 8. Round 9, though, it's going to be a faster approach. Big pop out upper. Oh, the layering of the flashes is immaculate. Mellow, fully blinding vision, who was unable to fight.
Savage.
Double molly at heaven. Savage managing to find 2, but in the meanwhile, the trade's favouring Semper5. Valiance, where is he? He's won somehow. Don't know how.
Pretty sure that was a retake in heaven with an MP9.
Okay.
Not bad. Wouldn't have known it otherwise. Surely it'll be caught up in the replay here, but Savage pretty sure was playing from fake vent there. Somehow managed to get 2. And then, yeah, there you go. So there's the opening 2 there, and Valiant's ripping his way out from heaven. That is not a position you would be expecting to find a clutch with an MP9.
Yeah, lovely triple.
Saving grace. 9 and 3 in contrast to last map already.
Just finding that impact nice and early. I say early, it's almost half time. MR12 halves certainly whizzing by, especially when we see a couple of early pops. Clouden legged to 23, and he's looking to get right out of dodge in case the aggression followed. But everyone's still standing for now.
Much better approach though, right? You know, that's the first time they've actually tried to prod ramp. Taking 2 to have a little bit of a hunt in. Now they've trapped them outside. I do think we've actually seen 2 get into secret. So that's the only kind of linchpin that they've got to be careful of. Valiant's now dropping towards the position, but no one clears this, right? Oh, okay. At least he hits the shot. It's usually such a thing where you're not ready for that position, the player to be inside the radio room, but Keen caught inside the fire. Now going to be a very, very challenging retake. Both members coming down towards Megaton. The Molotov will keep them at bay for just a little bit, Mac, but they're going to have a crack at this one.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to make their way through. Yami unspotted initially. Good wide swing for Shady. Gets the info, knows coolest position. And in the 1v2 vision, needs to go looking savage. Wants to be the trade man, but tucked in the corner. Cover, they're spotted. The barrel just peeking around as he flicked it. And Savage able to convert this. Plenty of time to get that defuse off. No kit though, a little dangerous. They make it work, Mitch.
They do indeed, but still yet to make a shift to that economic situation for IHC. They were clearly investing in the right places, so they've got another buy. Clouden has opted for the MAC-10 this time round, so I was going to say, you know, a potential economic reset now, but with the loss bonus 2,400, it'll increase into the next round. So as we move into the tail end of the half, we've only got 2 more rounds left. I think IHC are kind of sort of set up for success really here, whereas Semper5 need to win this round. Otherwise they're going to have only pistols moving into the next with that 1,400. So utility up, similar sort of approach here. They've managed to slow down the pace. They haven't tried to prod lobby. They've left ramp completely open. And now that wall of smokes will come up, Mac. Oh, the head! Shady! No!
Didn't react, but he's alive. He was full eyes on that cracked smoke. Good focus. Keen, though, rotating in for a double ramp setup. Might have gotten here in a perfect timing, although I say that Valiant's going very far forward on this one. Oh. MAC-10 close range. It's a great position to play from, and they don't expect the second man. But do they expect Keen here as well? Tucked into the corner. Raid, swinging. There you go. Trades favouring Semper5 with a man advantage, but the B site has been lost.
It's a toughie how quickly they want to try and fight this. Keen actually going through. He's going to send the volley over towards the silo. And it does work out. Somehow managing to hold that spray onto Mellow, but Coolest, look how close he is, Mac, onto the line. But Shady, we saw it happen before where he did go for Bogdan's Law, swapping the AWP over to his Latvian brother. Maybe Shady's the AWPer sometimes in this server, but it's another round. Oof, 6 now for Semper5. The defusal comes through, and that's that economy sort of position I was talking about. Coolest is still going to have some cash. They can throw together some Galils, a couple of Tech 9s for additional utility, but they're definitely not out of the count yet here. IHC, 7-5 or 6-6. We'll have to find out very, very soon, but it's something for Semper5. You know, it was getting a little flat for a bit there, but they've turned it around.
They certainly have. I am still worried, conceding those 5 T rounds already. Going into the final round of the half, if that turns into 6, and Semper5 don't get the pistol in the second, we can see this game get out of hand real quick. So they really need to focus on this final round of the half, where IHC will be taking a tactical just to figure out what they want to do with the small amount of utility that they're probably bringing in here. Only a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes, 1 HE. Probably going outers with this one, and that's what we're going to see. The old nip wall of smokes may get blown in a moment, although Keen has missed his HE. It's awkward, Shady gets a pick, and this is just going to be the wrap in the front side of it, trying to find a way in from main. Coolest, a trade, but everything favouring Semperfi right now. 2-man advantage, but can they lock it in?
Hello, straight onto that line. We'll be able to drop Savage. So it's a winnable prospect now with the AK in hand. Mello's scary, Coolest with the AWP, but he does manage to drop that bomb, and Coolest is a hell of a long way away here, Max, so all you can kind of do is just park it. Stay still, double up, buddy systems, go. And as Vision drops in towards the fence, he's looking the wrong way. This is the thing, right, Mac? If you go a little bit too far forward, they know exactly where the bomb is. They were trying to reposition, but it's A-OK. Valiance will lock down the round, and in the end, it's a 7-5 half for Semperfi, but can they close it out? Will IHC capitalize on those 5 rounds on the tee? Well, Mac, it's still very hard to say whether or not I'm a believer at this point in time, but you couldn't believe it if I tried. 7-5 is the scoreline as it stands, but as we shift over to the favoured CT for IHC, the Mongolians with a hell of a lot to prove here. They came into this qualifier as the opening seed after Atox and Chinggis Warriors. So as we move into this one now, Semperfi, lots of pressure on them. Where are they going to take this pistol?
Great question. Let's figure that one out together, shall we? Outers seems to be the way. Bomb starting to make its way across. Draw attention over towards yard side, and Yami trying to figure out where to put the troops. Clouden wanted to go down towards Hell, but an awkward fight between him and Valiant, which Val gets on top of. Vision in the meanwhile going to be able to clear out that downside. Keen starting to swing around, trying to figure out where that shot was coming from. Rate hits the floor. Never got a 4v2. Plenty of space to get the plant down. Good shot from Yami to get back in here.
Oh.
Close range. Keen gets the bloody job done. Big round out of the IGL to make that happen for Semper Fi.
Tell you what's crazy, right? The one thing that Jam Young kept getting away with on their opening series on this very map was jumping over Annex and around the bend, heading towards Heaven. And Valiance has taken a page out of his book, it would seem, getting that control early on. And even though he goes down, Keen with the 3K. As you said, the captain, the IGL, able to take the round out for the team. So an opening pistol, heavily important for Semper Fi, but even more important is the second bloody round. So let's see if they can turn that one in, because Yami and Coolest, they've got swag in the form of 7s.
Putting them both on A. Looking to stay close range, maybe find themselves an upgrade. Clouded just mollied out of the double doors. Keen, eyes on the right position and catches Yami close to the corner. Spots that shadow. Clouded thought he was sneaky and didn't even need to be. Won the fight regardless. We're down to the 4v4. No one else on that lower site. IHC fully clearing out the halls now with Rate coming up at Secret. Might catch a timing onto Shady. Coolest position for the Mag 7 to be in, but is getting pressured and will be able to sneak his way back to Hut. The bomb currently solo in lobby, which is a problem until the pick goes Savage's way. And now Clouden's position known. With 15 points of health, might just opt to save.
Crazy position to be in, isn't it? Where saving with an MP9 is the best option. But it is. And all I can say is I'm proud of Semper Fi there for not overstaying their welcome, not overstepping positions. They cleared everything correctly. They're able to find their position strong. So it's an interesting conversation to kind of be in a position where we might say that Semper Fi has an edge here. But again, it's not over until it's over. Such is Asia Pacific Counter-Strike as a whole. It's a beast in itself. Again, just incredibly pleased to be here inside Shanghai, China. Hope to see many of you Asian CS fans, not only in the chat, but also coming down here to the venue tomorrow. Again, already Tai Lu, Rare Adam qualifying along, Chingus Warriors, EXO Esports, Real Original Gaming. We'll see who will join them soon.
Left.
Yeah.
Getting there as the day rolls on. It's been a slow start to the day thanks to that Mirage game. Even Ancient, you know, with the fake comeback. Semper Fi were pulling. But now they're out in the lead by 4, Mitch, and it's looking a bit more convincing this time. After winning the pistol, able to get far past the last couple of buys, IHC actually opting to go for another upgrade. Getting those extra power on the pistols, the CZ running is going to be able to take out Keen. Now they know maybe there is another couple of buys around that corner.
These are the rounds you can't be losing though, right? You know, there's no Kevlar on Coolest, Yami or Rate. So just got to play the long lines, make sure those AKs work. Because if it's round 1, just off the back of a saved MP9 and a little bit of gentle reinvestment, that's when the call for concern comes in. Shady, great shot. Savage, recovered. Shady taken very low though in the process, so still a dicey prospect. You know, one of these AKs falling into the hands of a Wild Clouden. And there you go, a shot through. Clouden's still alive. Not going to be able to recover any weaponry though. And I like this position from Savage. Look at him go. Mellow taken down, but they've got to be ready for Coolest. He could do so much here. They are together. It is the buddy system at the very, very least, but no! These are the rounds, Mac, that you can't throw away, but we somehow find a way to do it.
Made so much noise, the shadow advantage, and fully locking in on the bomb. Savage makes a bit of noise dropping. CT's not quite aware, still gazing over towards outside where he was last seen.
20 seconds.
Yeah, needs to get a wriggle on. But he's going the right angle to make this work. Smoke will fade very shortly. He does have some utility to play with if he wants, but doesn't want to give away his location. Gets the bomb, snatches it. Actually, no, he's missed it.
Just.
And opts to save instead. Yeah, that bomb a little bit too far away for him to grab. Didn't have the Go-Go Gadget arms. But pretty much has a full buy for himself, and with the healthy rounds previously, they will have a good buy in round 16. But IHC, in a round where they never, ever, 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 ever should have won, they won it.
It's a tough pill to swallow, isn't it? You know, like just the round prior, they played it super well, buddy system.
Yeah.
And it's like they flicked the switch off into that third round of the half. But credit to IHC. Big push into lobby from Coolest. Mac 10 double up.
Yeah. Had good info on the Outers members. I think Coolest being in main, hearing him making some chaos over towards the outside red crate. Decided to go for a bit of a push instead. And the Mac 10, which he did retrieve from Keen. And his pick earlier on allowed him to get every bit of impact needed. Second tactical already going to be used by Semperfight, leaving one for a little later on. And they're making the most of it, having a big chit chat about what they need to do to clean things up. It felt like maybe there was a bad comm that both the CTs were in secret and somewhere else, and that might have been why there was the big hard swing coming through lobby. But alas, that's not what happened. If they did just wait a little bit longer, play the time down, and let Savage clear the A site from heaven, might have been a bit closer to trade that earlier. By the way, it's already happened. The past can't be changed now. Semperfight just going to be going for the Outers wall of smokes.
Molly onto Yami there as well, so he's going to try and clear on into it, into the annex now, but he does actually get the spot. But he might not have been able to pick that one up now. King does get dropped, but Shady can get the trade. This is a way better round looking from Semperfi right now, Mac. Blink and you'll miss it, but no! Ah, the bomb!
Again.
The bomb is in the wrong spot, and Mello! You know how good he can be, Mac. They're walking into him one by one. Thankfully, Shady has the Lions. Oh, God, stop doing it to me!
It happened the other day as well, leaving the bomb in pre-lobby, almost catching him off.
Not just the only team guilty of this either.
Yeah.
Seen it from a few of the more inexperienced regions. Some of the experienced regions, though, too, which is the concern at times.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Big round from Shady.
Definitely.
18 and 8.
Yeah.
Huge entries with whatever the Tech 9 and then the AWP or whatever. Just to lock it in at the end.
Much better effort by committee this map too, right? Everyone stepping up to the plate.
Yeah.
It's not the same could be said from IHC in this position.
There's a huge swing in the economy. Doing that with pistols and Galils. And IHC enough to buy here as well because, you know, they won that round with nothing.
I was going to say, like, the change in emotion. Mello's pushed a smoke in towards lobby by himself. So they're clearly trying to take some risks, but it's a big response out of them. Good shots back. Rate and Yami really making it work right now. Back to a 3-on-2 when they were kind of gifted a kill there from IHC for free. Great recovery.
I don't hate this. I like the wrap. I hate it now, though. That they've split up. Even Valiant solo. Coolest in the rafters. Over towards Sally.
Where do they want to go with this? They want to take it lower?
It's interesting. I feel like Savage is going to get flanked in a moment. Although, yeah.
No
Not
good.
aware that the continued aggression through lobby was a factor. Valiant's quiet creep towards heaven. You can see the other members still looking around. And it's Yami on that first line to draw attention away from Coolest, but it wasn't even needed. Yami just gets the job done. And that'll be the gap closed ever tighter. Was it 7-9?
It is 7-10. So double digits at least. You know, something to cling to for Semperfight.
Yeah.
But as we know, you know, IHC, they're a team that is going to be able to drag this back. So Semperfight need to close it whilst they've got some momentum, and they've dipped into the pockets. Yeah, they might be straight out towards top, maybe dropping vents, but with all this utility, they're burning. My God, they are dropping lowers. Good utility, good practice, because all of a sudden they flooded that site. But the only thing, Mac, is they need to get into a post plant so damn quickly here. Molotov goes down, flushing them forward, but it's the utility that they've used. It's brilliant, isn't it? Keen will get taken down by Mello, but Savage trying to clear this position. I think if Vision can maybe bait them out towards ramp, he's trying to push into that one now. As they fall away, Shady trying to grab the shots. He will get one, but that's Yami as well. Clouden finds it. Savage inside the smoke. He's taken. Valiant's now trying to do it. It's a 1v4. He's already found 2, Mac, but now on the cross, they are going to get to this utility. And if he can get around the bend, the info's there. The utility's found. Valiance! Is it your moment in time? No! But do they have enough time in the defuse? I think they do. Oh, Valiance, it was almost the hero moment, but in the end, it's IHC to close.
He wanted to fight. He just wanted to fight. I thought after the first pick he was jumping into control or dropping into dark, but he just stood out in the open.
How much HP? I have to know.
Incredible moment for him.
One! Oh, no! That one takes a minute to recover from, doesn't it?
I don't think they'd be aware of that either.
Nah.
Vision might have said, you know, low, low, fast, low. And he was. He couldn't have been lower. He's dead.
He ran out of bullets on the M4. When you're pumping down, it can be a little bit scary to try and reset that position.
Yeah, and the Tech 9 at that range just has the inaccuracy.
Oh, but yeah, I guess, you know, it's that hindsight thing, isn't it? Where if you did slow it down, you might have been able to get him off the defuse. There was only 1 or 2 seconds left on it. Pistols now for Semper Fi. Only good thing is the economic position of IHC is still pretty average.
Aggro plays. Loudon looking to make light work of Semper Fi. Vision dancing around the hole in the door, which will just get blocked anyway. No man advantage for anyone just yet. No bullets actually connected. Semper Fi hoping that they can maybe find a pick towards the A site. But we can see it's all stacked up here. Spot flashes, Cloud, and look at the lockdown door. Will fall. Yami on the back side is going to fall to Shady. Again, incredible entry. Finding 3. The upgrade, not good enough for the round just yet, but a man advantage could just do it. Bomb's made its way around the B site, and now they just need to buy the time. You can see it's Vision to try to go for the reroute back at ramp side. And it looks like Cool is not aware. He's seen it. Keen can't win it. Both the boys spotted, heard, and dealt with on those rotations. Oh, it got so close. It got so close. But they've just barely overcooked it. IHC punishing them.
And you can really now start to hear IHC firing up.
Yeah.
That's the main thing, right? The engine is revving, the power-up is occurring.
Oh, after that as well, look at the
Such
entries.
good shots.
Just spinning around, and it's this point. Keen has been seen by Coolest. He thought he might have had a chance on that repeat. And then Vision had no idea that old mate was going to rotate in from elbow so quickly. Oh, it's rough out here.
It is indeed. It's so close. 10-9. Economy stabilizes now for Semper Fi. They've taken IHC all the way to all 3 tack pauses. You can see the jitters. You can see the emotion kind of leaving them a little bit here, where the opposite is there for the Mongolian side. It's the evil smile, isn't it?
Yeah.
From Yami. He knows what he can do when he's in the power position.
If they can win here, we'll be able to break IHC's economy somewhat. They had plenty of util, plenty of everything at the start of the round, thanks to the bomb plant.
Topside again, Mac.
Yep, busting out the door, looking to go a little bit quicker, finding and revealing all those locations for the CT players. And now they know, so it's easy pickings as they waltz in.
They have to close it. That's the thing, right? That's now the second time they've got 3 kills. Mello spotted up in the heavens. And this time, they'll stay vigilant and recover. They'll only let IHC get within 1. And all I want to see is what that economy looks like. I feel like I've said it. I need another word for economy. Can someone hand me a thesaurus?
Money.
Wouldn't know it.
Dollars.
Rich guys upstairs,
Cash.
Elfish man.
The bank.
Wall Street.
Their financials.
Thank you, sir. They've invested everything, though, here, haven't they, IHC?
Good coin. What's the coin in Khajiit thing?
Khajiit has good wares if you have coin.
That's the one.
Thank you, Skyrim. God bless.
Haven't played Skyrim in a whole minute. But there you go. Gone through the thesaurus. Part thereof. Dollar bills, y'all. And everything's slowing down now. IHC only bringing in 2 rifles here. That Mag 7, MP9, and a 5.7. Minimal utility after blocking for the early round. And Yami with the Mag 7. Oh, he's getting frisky with it. He's looking to get up in the grills of the tees.
How close can he get, though? A little bit of an awkward line to try and find here, Mac. But there it is. Yep, he's spotted. So he's been sent packing for now. They'll be able to live on. That's some information gathered. Savage has to be so careful. Because if he spots Mellow but overlooks Coolest, there's 3 here, isn't there?
Yeah, he's gone. That's a free gun. That is a free gun. Valiance still in lobby. Has to control everything going around here. But if he falls and gives off another AK, then the lack of a buy for IHC quickly turns into a buy. And he's going to see 2. Oh, getting a little bit awkward with a quick flank from the others. Seems to read it, but just barely gets down the vent in time.
Valiance again being the hero that the team deserves. Had a stinker on Mirage, but Valiant alongside Vision. I've said it again, Mac, the 2 Vs together equals a W.
Oh.
And I'll take a deep breath. And so should the teams up on stage. Because I can't believe I'm saying this, Mac, but Semper Fi are on qualification point.
They've done it.
No! Don't say that!
They've gotten the whole way. IHC have choked from a point where they were 1 round away. 2-0. It was just there within their grasp. 2-0 could have been. And instead it went to triple OT. And Semper Fi have brought it back from being on the ropes.
I can describe this right now is like the crowd in contrast to when a Chinese team's been here. You know, China in China, right?
Yeah.
It's like actually kind of full, which is sick. And it's a lot of the teams. You know, that's the best part. Like an event like this, the teams don't just get sent back on a plane when the event is done.
I think as well, you know, it's Friday afternoon. It's getting to the point where everyone's knocking off, getting ready for the weekend. I don't know if that's how it works in China, but you can assume.
The time is nigh though, Mac Daddy-O. They are going for it, and Vision. He's dinked up, but 4 HP might be enough. I think it's going to be a very, very quick end to this round, potentially Max Savage. No HP, no time, but there it is! Semper Fi! They will join some other beautiful members like Tai Lu, Rare Atom, Chingus Warriors, EXO Esports in the playoffs of eXTREMESLAND Asia 2024. It is not a tail I expected to be taking, but it's real, it's happened. And my God, I'm just excited to see what comes out in Group D later this afternoon as well, Mac.
Yeah, that's been a whole lot of action, and it's only the first half of the day done and dusted. Semper Fi into the quarters, into tomorrow. And look, I didn't think they were going to make it after what we saw on map 1, after what we saw against Oni Clan as well. They looked a little bit shaky. I thought they weren't going to be able to polish it off, but playing backs against the wall, incredible pressure on their shoulders. They managed to work things out in a solid way and make it happen there over on Nuke, getting their just desserts. The reverse sweep has been completed, and IHC are going to be missing out. So we won't get as many Mongolians in the quarters as we may have thought. But alas, it was a very, very solid showing from them. Crazy individual performances, highlights across the board. And mate, they've certainly done Mongolia proud. But Semper Fi doing it for Latvia and Oz.
There's a position there, right, where there was a map point. There was 2 series points, actually, 12 and 10 on Mirage for IHC. It was all over Red Rover, it felt like. You know, the wheels had fallen off the Semper Fi bus, and somehow they managed to pick it back up. And I've got to point out Valiance's turn in the competition. Obviously, every single member of Semperfi deserves a shout. But we'll get back into that in a little bit because there is going to be an interview in a second. But big shout out to IHC, big shout out to Mongolian Counter-Strike. But for now, we get to hear what the Aussies have up on the stage.
I'm here with Keen from Semperfi, and my God, you guys made such a comeback, especially on map 2 with that crazy overtime and then securing map 3. Now, I understand you are the IGL of this team. I think it's time for us to learn a bit more about Semperfi, especially now that you've made it into this weekend's playoffs. Who's making most of the strats? Who's making the calls on this team? How do you guys work together? How do you guys comms?
我们稍微的再了解一下 Semperfi 这支队伍啊。那他作为 IGL 的话，给我们作为指挥的话，给我们介绍一下这个队伍平时都是谁在布置战术啊？在比赛里都有一些什么样的细节？
Most of the amount of work, I think me and Ethan do. I always have the final say. I'll add strats, I'll make strats, I have a really good mind for strats, but Ethan is really diligent in his work, so he comes with the statistics and he says what we need and I come up with the solutions. Everybody though has say. Alright, since day one I've tried to make the team in such a way where everybody can compete. So whenever a player tells me we're missing something or they want to do something, I try and incorporate it into the play. And yeah, Ethan helps with that. And James is our dedicated hype man. He controls the emotions.
Yeah, remind me, who's Ethan again? Who's James?
Oh, I'm sorry. Vision is Ethan. So Vision would be helping me with strats and in-server work. And James is Savage. So he helps with the mental.
就他作为指挥的话，就是基本上这个队伍所有的战术都是他来制定。他觉得自己对这个作为指挥，他对这个战术是比较敏感。然后呢 ，Ethan，who is Vision， 对，然后Vision 就是会来帮一些忙。但是他说，他们战队从这个第一天组建的时候呢，他就所有人都可以把他们的想法来跟大家分享。但是最后制定战术是他来。然后 Savage 就是就打比赛的时候会比较嗨。
So Savage is helping you guys with the mental there, and we could really see it, especially on map 2 when it got really tight and you guys made into that overtime there. Who is your vibes merchant? Is it Savage?
对，就是图2，就是你们非常危急的时刻，那你是不是 Savage 站出来跟大家说啊，没关系？
I think James makes sure that we keep the hype up, but the rock of the team. Vibes-wise is Matt. He's always going to be the guy who goes, "It's okay, buddy. You're great." Right? So he's the rock. He gives the vibes, and James makes sure everyone's fired up.
Who gives the vibes? Sorry.
Fuck me.
Who's Matt?
Valiant. 就是 Ethan 这边肯定也帮忙，但是 Valiant 啊 ，Valiant 就是确保让大家能保持一个很高涨的一个情绪，让大家保证大家能够一直燃起来，然后就继续追分。
Okay, so at the beginning of this tournament, we know that you guys scrimmed, you guys went to boot camp in Europe. I think a lot of us had some really high expectations, but when you guys got knocked into lowers, things looked a little bit shaky. Out of 0 out of 10 and 10 being Semperfi's best performance, where are we now on that scale?
咱们这个前一阵在欧洲集训了很久，大家对这个比赛也都比较自信，但是呢，你们上来输了之后就去了这个败者组。 那么你们觉得你们现在这个状态，如果从0到10分打分的话，你们现在这个状态是有几分？
I think we've timed it very well. We had our ups, we had our downs, but I personally think we're peaking right now, and we have everything we need. So I'd reckon a solid 8.5 and 9. There's obviously room for growth, but it's really good.
我们的状态因为也很正常，就一直是起起伏伏的嘛。但我们觉得我们这个来到这个比赛，我们就来到了一个巅峰的一个状态，所以我给我们自己打差不多8.5到9分吧。但是肯定也有这个提升的空间的。
And we now know all your teammates' real names. What's your name?
My name is Christus.
Christus?
Christus?
It's Christers, but Christus.
Christus. Everyone, ladies and gentlemen, Keen from Semperfi.
好，掌声送给 Semperfi 的 Keen。
All right, we're going to send it back to the desk to break down that match. Thank you.
好，我们把时间交回给解说席。
Congrats.
Listen, Geordie, I can't tell if Keane is Latvian, British, or Australian, but I'm happy because all three hit the mark. But something that hit the mark today was Semperfi somehow upsetting Mongolian Counter-Strike in a way. Again, you know, IHC is definitely not the strongest part of Mongolia, but one thing that's always occurred in the last little bit for us Aussies, and also, you know, a little bit of now that Latvian influence, is we get to these events and we sort of push something up, and then it is struggle street from there. You know, we've had some success in a fly quest and things along those lines. Talon's obviously doing good things, but you know, when it comes up against teams like Atox, teams like the Mongols, obviously it is such a strong region, rich with Counter-Strike talent. So it was nice to see something different today here at eXTREMESLAND, and that is why it's an event that is so well needed for Asia Pacific in general.
100%. And Shady definitely deserving of the MVP, doing huge work there in the second half to bring him back into the game. Also, overall, you'd say he's probably the MVP after that performance over just behind Keane on Mirage. But yeah, heaps of impact, impeccable performance. And look, I'm keen to see what they're going to be able to actually do in the playoffs, because quarters is going to be difficult. They will find out their opponent very shortly. Whoever wins that best of one is going to be going up against them, and that'll be a fun one. A much shorter one, you'd hope, but I guess we'll see when we get there. But that is it for now. I'm going to go kick my feet up. It's time to bring Elfish Guy back, but before that, it's time for a break. See you in a minute.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited.
Let's go!
CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diact 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diact technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diact 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
So basically we're a new team and we take it as a strength, this tournament that we lost and we weren't that ready. But we will come back here and make sure that we will do better results. We are growing because we feel the vibe in the team and we practicing hard every day and we just think that we're gonna be the best team in Asia. Our goal is basically to win this tournament now and I think we can do it, because we believe in ourselves and we have everything that it's required. And our goal is to win a major in this team.
At that time, I was like, we were not full roster. Now our roster is fully completed, and we already practiced a lot, and yeah, we are ready for everything now. The old roster was we used to play against with just and accuracy before, and it was really easy to work with them. And then we changed to the players to the Yami and Cool Forest, and after that we knew that we made a mistake for changing the roster, so that's why we bring them back to the roster. Actually, I am so surprised because I saw news on Facebook, and I see they're joining taking Yami, and I was like, oh wow, okay, then let's some, you know, that's it.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Rightio then, halfway through the day, but tell you what, Conky, that is a long day so far. That goes all the way through to the third map, and obviously a long couple of maps in there as well, and overtime, all that jazz. But luckily the guys were using some Zowie peripherals, monitors, etc., so it wasn't too strenuous for them. Give a shout out, of course, to Zowie, who are our sponsors for this, and they are the, I guess the name sponsor, it is the Zowie eXTREMESLAND. So yeah, shout outs to Zowie. We love their content, we love their products, we love eXTREMESLAND, and so thank you very much for making that one possible. But yeah, crazy last game there, Conky. I mean, I don't know. I sort of felt that was a 50-50 going into it. I said as much on the broadcast, and then we end up with a 3-mapper that goes pretty much the distance. Obviously, the second map, it could have been a 2-0, quite frankly, but wow, good effort from Senpai to get that one over the line. A feel-good story for them to win.
Definitely. You know, even going into the series, I was probably sitting even a bit closer to like 55 in relation to IHC. Again,
right.
You know, just the richness of the Mongolian scene at the moment and how much motivation and passion they've got behind them. And, you know, what we saw earlier in the day against Tyloo, there was something there, right? You know, and the way they opened up on Ancient, it was a bit of a fake comeback from Senpai, so you thought maybe something was going to happen there. But yeah, I was expecting a 2-0 until they dropped their 2 map points and series points, I guess. And ultimately, we ended up in a 22-18 tirade on Mirage. I feel like that's a bit too common for us Aussie casters, the amount of times we've gone into quadruple overtimes and the like. But at the end, Nuke was a bit more clean. There was a few misplays to come on through, but ultimately they looked like a much more well-drilled team on Nuke, which is a good thing.
Yeah. I was sitting upstairs talking to Kay, who's obviously, I guess, our Mongolian counterpart, one of the commentators through from Mongolia. He's here making some content, and we were having a bit of back and forth. You know, he was saying, oh, I think it's probably 2-0, and I was like, I smell an overtime number 2. And, you know, we're doing a bit of that, and it was good fun. It was good fun. The only thing that made me sad was I was thinking, like, you know, there was a world where Annihilation ended up joining FlyQuest, and then we would have had a team where we would have all come together and
still possible,
join forces.
Still possible.
But
one day.
Anyway, look, enough about that. We've got to move on to our next matchup, and in the spotlight now, it is Gigi Hao and Atox will be taking each other on. These are the 2 teams through from Group D in the upper bracket right now, and look, for me, Atox is one of those teams that within the Asia region is debatably quite comfortably inside the top 5 at the moment. I mean, I say debatably and then comfortably in the same sentence because it is a bit of a weird one. I think you could definitely look at it on paper and say, well, Linvision and Tyloo and whatnot might give them a run for their money, but I don't really count them right now until we've like locked in a core 5 for both of those rosters. I'm not really putting them in my rankings anywhere. So I'd probably have Atox up there. I think at least as far as this tournament is concerned, they are absolutely one of the favorites to go through to that grand final, and hopefully they're going to be able to prove it to us here in this best of 1. But then again, GGHAO is not a team that you can just sweep by the wayside. They're not a completely irrelevant roster, and so maybe they can come in here and it being a best of 1 cause a bit of a ruckus.
Yeah, you never know. Like, you know, GGHAO, we've seen them in the history, right? Like, not this exact core, but there's been a few times where they played through the RMRs, they've taken the Middle Eastern slot, and they're definitely not a questionable side at all. You know, you can't sweep them under the rug, as you mentioned, especially after we've seen EXO Esports decimate their way through. A little bit of an easier group, sure, but outside of Atox, you know, I look at this one, and realistically for me, it should be the Atox favorite, but the individual prowess on GGHAO makes me question that a little bit. You know, they're a team that obviously doesn't get the opportunity to play on LAN as much, and even high ping kind of events around the bend when they're all preparing for this stuff, but I think they have a couple of boot camps here and there, and you know, they've obviously played in some other regions as well through being with a Chinese org in GGHAO. So yeah, I don't know, I can't really put down an exact finger on who should pick this one up. It's probably going to be Atox given their consistency as a roster lately, and you know, again, kind of almost being the secondary in that Mongolian scene at present.
Well, I would say they're definitely the secondary team in the Mongolian scene right now behind the Mongols. There's no real dispute about that one, but I sort of look at it in a weird light because looking at Atox, I mean, you say consistency in terms of the roster, and that's true in the sense that they have that core 3 and the coach, obviously, in turn, that have been together for quite a while now. It's something about like 18 months for Cabal, MIQ, and Dobu, apart from that, you know, sort of slight little tangent that Dobu took in Alter Ego, which was
about to say, yeah, for the major.
A little bit more temporary, but you know, spicy little spoiler alert, that could have not been temporary, actually. He did tell me last night. So interesting little one, that one. But yeah, I mean, I think Atox, going back to this original roster with the re-additions of Zester and Accuracy, it shouldn't cause too much problems for them. Whereas GGHAO as well have gone through their kind of rebuild since, I suppose, this time last year. If we go back to the first RMR of last year, both of these teams were actually there. GGHAO and Atox both there. Mini and Issa in particular were the two that maintained their position in that GGHAO roster, and obviously Atox, the core that we talked about. Kind of, I had them at similar levels at the time, but I think Atox have kind of gone from strength to strength, and even though they have made some roster changes, are still providing a little bit more at the moment than what GGHAO are, but it's not necessarily to say that this is going to be a foregone conclusion. I mean, it is a best of 1. GGHAO looking very locked in based on that POV.
Certainly a roster that's got potential, I suppose. You know, I remember Para, obviously, where Aaron and Bibu came from, did kind of turn some heads for a little bit. Same for 500, where Denny Slaw's come from, the man on your screen right now. But overall, again, you know, these mixes from the Middle East, you know, always have capacity. They always have opportunity. I'll never remember how sweaty it was watching Greyhound fight up against GGHAO when it was like Blue Phoenix rather, and the likes over there. That certainly made a bit of a sweat happen. So they're always kind of on the cusp here. So we'll see how they go over the next little bit. But again, you know, Atox, well-rounded. And how was it chatting to old Dobu last night, mate?
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. He seemed to be in reasonably high spirits, I would say. Atox are still kind of going through the motions of reintegrating Accuracy and Zester, but he sort of said that they felt quite confident as a core, and they feel like peaceful in the team, I think was the terminology that he used, right? There was obviously a lot of chaos with the Annihilation Yami iteration of Atox. Now they've gone back to something that's a little bit calmer, maybe. It seems like they're getting along quite nicely, and I think they've got high hopes for 2025. They obviously want to follow in the footsteps of Mongols, but they don't necessarily want to be, quote-unquote, the next Mongols. They just want to be as good as Atox can possibly be, if that makes sense. You know, they are their own players. It's obviously a lot of discussion around the Mongols when it comes to the Mongolian scene, but these guys want to forge their own path, and their ultimate goal obviously is to make it to a major, and I don't think that's unrealistic, particularly with the added slots that are coming through to Asia. I would have said if they would have made it to the RMR previously, 3 slots there, I think they would have been a good chance, but now it's 5 slots, one of which is going to be an invite for the Mongols through to stage 3. Plus, we don't really know where the remaining slots are going to end up in terms of allocations, or if that's going to be a LAN qualifier or what have you. But Atox definitely in with a good chance of making it to the major at some point this year if they can really lock in and use those added slots. Now, there's obviously 32 teams at the major as well, so it does make it a bit, I would say, a little bit easier to actually make it to the major. But Asia seems to be rising a little bit up as well, so there's going to be more competition definitely for these guys to face. But yeah, important to start the year nicely. They played at XPL, they took a second there against Rare Atom. Now here on stage at eXTREMESLAND, a lot of experience in this roster. They'll want to take first. I think ultimately first place is more or less the goal for Atox. Anything less than that will probably be a little bit disappointment, but anything less than top 4 is extremely egregious. So at this stage of the tournament, not too concerned about where they're going to get. I would imagine they're going to make it through pretty comfortably. But once we get into the playoffs is where things will get interesting, I'd say, for Atox. And the map that we are going to end up on is going to be Dust 2.
Not bad. Dust 2, happy with that. I think this will be a good sort of proving ground for the boys. But look, there's a reason we talk about FlyQuest and the Mongols so much in the current climate, and it's just purely because they're obviously now a bit more of a namestay in these international games. They don't need to be running through those qualifiers anymore. Obviously, the Mongols, you know, took a step away from this event to have a little bit more rest and, you know, prepare for some other events that are coming up for them in the future now. You know, top 8 at a major, obviously pretty huge. So all that means is that there's not only more aspiration from some of the other players in their regions, but also, you know, more slots, more opportunities, as we said. And when they don't need to come back as regularly to take qualifying spots, they can just bring back their experiences and their richness in their rosters and allow good practice for some of these other teams. So yeah, I don't know, overall it's a good run for them. As I said, I think this one is going to not be a super easy game for them by any means. GG Hao should be able to give them a pretty decent fight, especially on a map like this in Dust 2. Gives a hell of a lot of free reign to some more aggressive style plays, but overall with that map going to Dust 2 means we should be loading up very, very shortly. I like to see that everyone did have a brief little huddle before we dove into the game as well.
Yep, Coach Flynn, he spent a bit of time actually in the roster for Atox lately, towards the end of the year when they were playing at the ESL Challenger League finals for Asia. Obviously Dobu was over in Alter Ego at the RMR, and Yami had left the team, Annihilation had left the team. They had a sub and they had Flynn in there. It was a bit of a weird sort of eclectic mix really in Atox, and there was a point where I wasn't too sure if that roster was even going to continue or if they were going to break apart, but it's kind of nice to see them here once again back to, I would say, reasonable strength. Obviously, I've made no secret of the fact that just in terms of a mechanical, on-paper skill level and maybe peak level, I preferred the Annihilation and Yami iteration of this roster. I think that that was where the extra level of talent was that might actually push this team from being the #2 in Mongolia to actually being a serious threat internationally. But obviously for more personal reasons and team dynamic reasons, that didn't work out. And so we're back to this Atox, which is by no means a bad roster. But it's just a question of, you know, will they be able to reach those same heights? I don't know, but I certainly hope so. And then on the other side of the coin, GG Hao, I mean, we haven't really been talking about them. We've spent a lot of time talking about Atox, and I think that's for good reason, right? Like, Atox has been one of the better competitors within Asia lately, but GG Hao, they're out towards the Middle East a little bit more, so they don't necessarily pop up on our screens quite as much. Mini and ESO we've seen quite a lot, but another new roster with Dennis Law, Aaron and Bibu coming through. It's still kind of hard to really rank them where they sit. We're not too sure. I think this is going to be a good little barometer for us to have a look at and see how are they going to go against the likes of Atox. I mean, typically they are able to beat the weaker level teams in Asia, but the stronger teams like your Lin Visions and whatnot seeming to be a little bit of a difficult time for GG Hao, and they did play at that XSE Pro League. I don't think they made it quite as deep as Atox did. Top 4, not a bad shout. Was it a top 4 or was it a top 8? It was a top 8.
Like, yeah, and getting pretty hammered by Lin Vision too.
But to be fair, you run into Lin Vision, and even then, look, it's a Lin Vision that maybe doesn't have a full proper roster at this point in time. I've heard good things about their Suki guy, so I think it's still Lin Vision, probably the team coming into this one that we wouldn't necessarily expect to win, but I don't think it's unrealistic to say that a best of one they can potentially ran away with.
Yeah. Seems like a roster that is trying to play a little bit more in some of the European events as well. Just like looking back, a couple of decent frags, but more in that sort of T2 challenger level, right? That's the only kind of opportunities that they are getting. It's always an interesting investment trying to pull together a roster like this, right? From so many different regions, so many different points. As I said, like ping usually is quite a heavy issue, especially always thinking about those online qualifiers for the RMR. Still remember casting a couple of those and players having to like swap servers mid-series, right? Just to make it fair, because you had a bunch of people in Dubai playing on basically, 5 to 10 ping, I understand, something like that on LAN, and then the rest of the team was playing on like 150 ping across the other side. So it's quite a broad region with a broad group of talent though, and it's certainly one that you need to keep your eye on, because they can show up to the party. So
yeah, I mean, I think that's very evidenced by EXO, right? We sort of came in with not too many expectations necessarily for that team. And honestly, they're looking like one of the better teams in the competition just based on the eye test. And I know it's, you can't really say too much because it's only 2 best of ones.
And who they've played against as well.
Yeah, and who they've played against hasn't exactly been the strongest of competition at this event, but they are looking damn good. So I wouldn't be super surprised to see them go a little bit deeper within the playoffs. And I suppose you can extend the same regard to GG How. Let's not underestimate them. I think that's something that happens quite a lot in the world of Counter-Strike when a team comes from a lesser known region or you don't get to see them play quite as much. And GG How perhaps suffering as a result of that.
Well, surprises that are usually part of the most exciting in this game, right? Even something as simple as last night overnight, we saw Na'Vi facing up against Imperial Female, and there was actually some pretty cool results to come out. Obviously not a win, but progression. And it's just fun, it's exciting, that's entertaining Counter-Strike to be a part of. And same thing when you get some of these teams that come into events like eXTREMESLAND and they might be lesser known, individuals lesser tested, and all of a sudden they come out swinging. So yeah, that's all we can sort of hope for. But again, the only reason we harp on Mongolia is just given how strong the current region is, and I'd sort of agree. I do wish that we potentially still had this iteration of Annihilation and Yami, but as you know, individuals don't always mesh, and that's just unfortunately how it does have to go sometimes. So yeah, Atox, looks like we are loading up now. Everyone ready to rock and a roll in the server. Jordan took a little bit of extra time there, but with the shift between the 2 teams, it's a-okay. So as we move into Group D, the final of the day, we're going to determine the last couple of teams that are going to go into our playoffs. We'll crown one now and one just afterwards. So let's see what happens, hey?
Yeah, and Alakavara waiting down in that lower bracket. I don't think a particularly threatening prospect for either of these 2 teams, but you'd much rather be getting it done here. Just a one and done. That'll be what both are looking for, and it's a 1-4-1 to start things off until GG How able to double down. Another flash comes through. Mini popping off. Nice round from him. 4 kills in it, and GG How already starting well up against Atox.
Well, it's the map that we saw EXO on, I think, twice, right? Just absolutely hammering down on this confidence peak, Dust 2, CT. It's been in the pool for a little bit again now, but just the way that you're able to get up short a little bit more proactively. It's certainly a map that you can fight pretty hard on that CT side, and if you can overwhelm the Ts and not give them too much space, certainly a map that can look pretty good for you.
That'll be a force buy from Atox. They did not get the bomb plant down, so a little bit lackluster, missing out on any upgraded rifles or anything like that. It's just pistols and the Scout. MIQ, here's a little fun fact for you, Conky.
Hit me.
Stands for Mongolian IQ.
Ah, is it high?
I hope so.
Mine is low.
Is it?
Yeah.
70?
I actually don't know, to be honest. It's been a little bit.
65.
They call him Toxic Guy for a reason, ladies and gentlemen.
Atox. A toxic guy.
A toxic guy. Hey, we like that.
Okay, apparently Atox stands for against the odds.
What's the X for?
That's the odds.
Ah.
Like, ATO is against the odds, but the X is the odds as well.
All right. Let's see if the odds are in the favor of Atox.
Yeah.
Just in general, you know, it's been a pretty slow run up short here. They've been put to a stop up, and all of them are here. A couple of warning shots now as the utility does start to go in for the cross up short. Dennis Law will have to be ready to rock and roll here with the M4, but as Aaron gets accuracy, dropping through the smoke there.
Whoa.
Great shots from, whoa, was that a collateral?
No.
But it was a couple of quick ones.
Yep.
And MIQ getting another back as well. IQ clearly high. Now they got to get this planted. Both members are coming up short.
This is bad news for GG Hal for sure. Like, I don't know how you're going to make this retake happen. They don't have a defuse kit. They don't have any util. You've got 3 players to find, not just 2, so don't even have the numbers advantage here at all. Time is really ticking away, and Cabal right behind this smoke, unless he gets unlucky, should be
there it is,
able to survive. He does get a bit unlucky. The spam is good, and that opens the door up a little for GG Hal, but these scout tags are great, and the double setup at Goose is a really tough one to dig out. You will not be expecting Zesty here after spotting MIQ, and MIQ will buy enough time that Atox is going to win the round. So even though it's a reasonably expensive one for Atox as well, all 5 members going down, in fact, a win's a win, especially on the T side. You're going to take that.
Definitely quick turn of the tides, some confidence up short. Great shots from Zesta, especially after accuracy drops down. Does make it a little bit challenging in the jumping shot into the crosshairs of MIQ. Bibu did get one on the exit, but yeah, as I said, you know, only running away with the round with just an MP9 and no success. It's a tough prospect to go into, especially now with a couple of AKs up. And accuracy just on down to that Mach 10.
Not a whole lot happening at the start of this round. Atox just doing the standard default things. You had a player set up in upper dark, lower dark, have a look in toward middle and short. Got a player watching bedroom.
Oh,
that's a nice little response though from GG Hao, and a great flash. Accuracy is just a dead man walking before he even knows it. So it seems that the shenanigans will continue here. We're on a bit of a roller coaster, and GG Hao are the ones that taking to the sword. And Atox may just save these 2 AKs. That's going to be a long save, a minute. But they can take him through to the next round. I'm sure they're going to want to continue to fight. Zesta's still having a look, though. That might be his undoing. Aaron, not going to be expected on this angle.
Oh, no. He's let him through, but at least he's made the call. Okay, no, never mind. Aaron, that's the AK collected now as well, so it means that you're just likely going to expect Cabal to go down to time. Maybe do some damage, chip away at the economy, but give me another fun fact, Jordan.
Cabal's a dad?
I like that.
Did you know that one?
No.
You did?
Actually, no, because you told me yesterday.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry. I just don't listen to what you have to say a lot. So.
Oh, alrighty-o. That's fair enough. Okay, I think when it comes to Atox, one of the reasons that those changes came through, the Annihilation and Yami changes came through initially, was that they sort of felt like Zesta and Accuracy maybe weren't the complete package as players just yet, but after the time that they spent in IHC, the discussion came around that maybe those 2 had picked up a few things, learned a couple of things, leveled up a little bit, and now that they're back in Atox, they are the players that they sort of wanted originally, but they weren't those players yet. And now we're back into... it's the same Atox, but maybe a little bit of a different vibe from Accuracy and Zesta. That's what I've heard on the grapevine.
It's funny, Annihilation, thinking back to that run they had at EPL. That was the name that I kept hearing the casters repeat. It's always entertaining when our T1 talent do have a little listen in to what's kind of been happening down Asia way. Especially with IM Chengdu around the corner. Later on this year, of course.
Yeah, sometime in November. Couple of Asia slot invites. It's very important, the VRS system now, because it kind of affects everything. It doesn't just affect the majors or the major qualifiers. It affects a large majority of the circuit. So without VRS points, you're kind of doomed. So that was a frequent talking point in my discussions with players at this event as well. Is this event going to be VRS ranked? We're not really sure,
Yeah, it'd have to
actually.
be retroactively, right, at this point in time, and just depends on who says what, I suppose. It's going to be very much up in the air just throughout the course of the year in how many points are distributed. Like, is it just directly driven by prize money? Is it directed by quality? You know, where the other VRS ranks are of the other teams competing? Is there invites? Is there not?
Yeah. Looks like maybe something to do with Dobu's PC here needing to re-log into Steam. I imagine that's why the phones come back to the stage. The old Steam ID verification. Restarting Steam perhaps for whatever reason. But yeah, it is going to be an interesting year. I think the rich are going to get richer, and I'm not so sure that it's going to be very easy for, let's say, the lower class teams to rise their way into the upper class, if you'll entertain that analogy.
Robin Hood, who will it be? Mongols? FlyQuest?
Well,
who knows? I just want to see some of these, like, you know, as I said, Lin Vision, Tyloo. Like, imagine if we had a super competitive, like, top 4.
We do. We
You know,
should.
That's like relatively clear, you know, that the rosters stay together, they push through, they prac a bit more, they can, you know, start to stress test internationally.
I think we do, but the problem is that we very rarely get to see those teams all at the same event.
Yes, that's true.
Like, when was the last time that we saw the actual top 4 teams make it to an RMR?
Yeah.
It's not happened in the last, like, 2 years.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Either it's because of slot distributions or an upset in one way.
Yep. Upsets have been a key there, haven't it?
Or a ranking problem causing an invite to go where it maybe shouldn't have. You know, the last RMR we would have wanted Tyloo instead of Lin Vision. Otherwise, you know, probably would have wanted Atox to qualify over GR.
Yep. Yep. GR didn't really have a showing, did they?
Yep. Previous to that as well, obviously FlyQuest, or rather Greyhound at the time, and the Mongols were perhaps the top 2 that you would have thought in your mind, but you know, Tyloo was kind of going through the rebuild, Lin Vision was going through the rebuild. Yeah, it's just all a bit messy at all times, but you know, if we had an event where we had Mongols, FlyQuest, Rare Atom, Tyloo, Lin Vision, Atox, that's probably your top 6 in whatever various order you want to go for. And then you can fill that out with the rest. But, you know, for whatever reason, most likely Mongols and FlyQuest will be elsewhere playing something else. And maybe there'll only be 2 slots for China, so you can only have Rare Atom and Lin Vision, or Tyloo and Rare Atom, or what have you. Yeah, it just ends up being a little bit funny. But either way, enough of that discussion. As we head back into game. So tech issue all sorted, and Atox setting themselves up for a B take, which is not a bad shout. You've only got Bibu over here trying to hold that side, and he's got a Famis in hand. Shouldn't be able to get more than the 1 right here, although taking a little while to get him down, and that's provided the opportunity for Gigi Hao to rotate across. Although they are locked out of the site by the smokes, they will be fast on the retake.
Got to go in quick, don't they? Molotov actually manages to deny a little bit of further position. Offlane did go down. MIQ caught out by Mini. This is the thing about these close angles now. All 3 forcing their way out of the doors. I love this proactivity from Atox. Yep. And now they can wrap around towards the high heavens through the door. Great shot from Aaron onto Dobu, but Issa still kicking. Accuracy drops down another. And now no Kit. Oh, no, never mind. Kit is in hand, and there's a jumping little shot there as he's taken down very, very low. Cabal will be able to live on, though, I would say. Issa has to pretty much just run away. And unfortunately bid farewell to the round. So Atox will get 1 back. It's a back and forth, that's for sure. And Cabal, he's pretty happy with that one.
Yep, that roller coaster ride continues. You a bit of a roller coaster man yourself, Bonky?
Not too much. I give it a go, but yeah, I am a little bit of a scared boy. Don't take me to a horror movie.
Okay, fair enough. Well, if I were to use that roller coaster analogy, you know, like you get strapped in, right?
Yep.
We've probably gotten past that stage where, like, you get strapped in and then the roller coaster starts and you're probably getting pulled up the mountain.
Yeah.
I reckon at this point, we're right at the top of the highest precipice of the roller coaster. All right. And we're just waiting for the dive, but we're just not sure which way it's going to end up going yet. It looks like maybe my analogy's wrong, because we're going to go a little step higher even here if Gigi Hao win this round.
You'll know what's happening when I start screaming, basically, because that's the only expectation there.
I mean, Atox were the team that was probably in the advantageous position going into this round if they break Gigi Hao's economy, but assuming Atox now go on to lose this, if they can still get a bomb plant down, they can still pressure the Gigi Hao economy. So we're really not into the nitty-gritty of it just yet. It's kind of like that establishing platform still. Still climbing the mountain.
Giving away a couple of AKs too, which is always a bit dicey. And now that Aaron finds accuracy, it should be that turnaround of the rounds. Like, no real prospect of a bomb plant now, which means we should hopefully see Atox take one. But what's crazy to me, Jordan, so far is that the games that we've had on Dust 2 so far this tournament, and admittedly between completely different teams, have been so fast. You know, it's really been a couple of 13 threes, 13 fours, and I feel like by now, we're only into round number 5, these games would have been done. So round 6, around the bend, an eco for Atox as you would hope, and then Gigi Hao can, of course, try to establish a 4th and a little bit of control into this series. But at least the roller coaster will freeze for now, because I don't want to have to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, this is where the fun begins for Gigi Hao, really. They've done the hard work. They... Ooh.
You're joking.
Never mind. I will just hold my tongue for a second and see how the rest of this round plays out, because it's actually a force buy again from Atox. They've fully invested. They've got the scout. Now they've got themselves a rifle in the hands of Dobu. They've got armor across the board. They've got the opening pick as well. And it should have been Gigi Hao starting to take control of this half, right? They took 5 guns through. Money's starting to look good. Atox should take a save, but instead, Atox trying to push the issue once again.
No,
Aaron
man.
pops his head up. That's dangerous. That's scary.
This is Asian Counter-Strike, isn't it, Jordan? They are swinging around on towards the side. MIQ still not yet to be spotted. They've tapped away, but I don't think they've actually given up his hand. Mini could be walking into his demise, but in the end, no. Issa, Aaron will be able to pick up a couple.
It's fast plan.
It is indeed, and they're walking their way around towards Long now, short as well as they march on up. Accuracy, a sitter dropped. Now it's on to Zesta and himself, as well as Dobu swinging. Does get one in Dobu. But it's actually Zesta with the deke, and he's been sharp with it, right? Now they're going to start to run around towards Gandalf, and with the head just showing Aaron, no kit in hand, surely one dropped on the side. Zesta, oh no, it's all falling apart, but I don't think there's going to be enough time. Accuracy, he can just sit Wizard. And no spells will need to be casted this time. It's another round for Atox and Jordan. I think this roller coaster even goes potentially higher.
Yeah, this roller coaster ride continues, doesn't it? Might as well start to call it a giant drop, because we've been sitting at the top of it for a while now. You know, legs dangling in the air, waiting for something to happen.
When are they going to hit that bloody button?
Yeah, but that button hasn't been connected by either team. It's been 1 for 1, tit for tat for the entire game. It's gone back and forth, and no team has been able to lock in 2 in a row, which would start to secure an advantage in this half, break the other team's economy, and put you in a real winning position. But Atox, you know, win the unlikeliest of rounds so far with that last one. And once again, put themselves in the pole position to really do the damage here, unless Gigi Hao can win this round with multiple guns alive. They are going to be on a reset again. So pressure's really on both teams at the moment. Money just disaster for both. Orb's out though. It's a glass cannon orb for Dennis Law.
Always pretty bold to be playing up against, but I suppose Dust 2 does beg for it. The orb can be so impactful still with those long lines. Big shot as well, very, very quickly. That is going to be the orb going down, unfortunately. Jordan Cabal makes one happen, and maybe it's him sitting at the top of this giant drop, ready to hit the button, but Issa responds back quickly. So now just the 3 remaining members of Atox starting to walk on through. Bibu does give his hand up, but Issa is holding the line. Accuracy, actually quite wise to run away there. They pulled the information away, but Zesta finds Mini, who did get baited into submission there, thinking the pushing lowers would have been the wise choice, but it is not. And now as they get up short, they should be allowed free reign on towards this site. The rotation is there quick from Bibu. But ultimately, I think he's going to be falling to Zesta, who has had a cracker of a start in this game so far. 2 with the AK in this round. And surely Issa's starting to think about, yeah, just leaving this one at bay.
Yeah, that might be his first non-deagle kill, honestly, there, Zesta. He's been getting a lot of work done with the pistols. This round is the one that we've been waiting for. Atox will put 2 in a row together. GG How, their loss bonus has not built up. They don't have the money to buy. So it'll probably just be a force buy next round, followed by a full eco.
Something to work with finally, right?
A half buy potentially. Yeah, Mini's got a bit of extra cash, so he's got the AWP fund. This is where Atox can really look to accelerate, and it'll just be the save this round for GG How.
About time. 8 rounds in, Jordan.
Yeah, they're still not going to have a fantastic buy in the next round. It's a good nade though onto Dobu, and a big swing from multiple members of GG How. Has now been spotted out. Zesta doing a bit of body blocking. Wants to get in the mix. Going to zap pad a little bit and is doing so rather effectively. Down to 14 HP. He'll get his molly out and survive as a result. Helped out by Dobu and Cabal. Cabal, the one that should be taking this fight. He's got all the HP. Knows that Bibu's hanging around somewhere. Opting for the Glock. Teammates wrapping around through the A site, looking for that fight onto Long as well. They just want to clean this one up as quick as possible before Dobu goes down, ideally, and they will. 5-3. But let's have a look at this buy coming up here for GG How, because they don't elect to invest into that last round, meaning that they want to buy into this round. A couple of players just below 2K. I mean, it's workable, it's serviceable, definitely. But you're going to be missing some pieces of util, maybe a kit here or there, maybe a piece of head armor or what have you. I mean, yeah, exactly. It's smoke and a flash for Issa, just a flash for Mini.
Leg on a Bibu.
Only a nade for Dennis Law. So not a huge amount of util to play with right here for GG How. They're going to try and do something a bit faster. That hold towards Long will not prove too effective. Issa's down.
No,
Cabal,
accuracy.
Doby, accuracy all dropping. Atox will try to pick the pace up still, but Dennis Law is there to hold on, and now it's on to MIQ solo. He's somewhat recently picked up that AWPing role, but it's not going to prove successful this round. And a good little push through from GG How is going to keep it close and interesting.
I was going to say a crack around from Denislaw there as well, opening up the bank account with a boost here, and then a shot onto Cabal, who was just sort of peppering some shots away and then playing around the short line. So pretty happy with that one, I would say. You know, he started off 1-5, so pretty confident building round. And you can tell that not everything's going super well in the camp Atox either. They seem to be a little bit stressed, a little bit up and down. It's only really Cabal that's just sort of smiling on, and Denislaw able to get one back onto MIQ, so he's continuing the advantage. As you mentioned, right, you know, Orpa obviously trying to make this work. We've seen it on a couple of different players in this roster over the time. Not this roster specifically, but just around the bend in other Mongolian lineups. Issa up close. They are going to try and flush him out here. Short members will be forced back. Likely going to be the split through mid to B. Got plenty of utility to make this work, and it's really only just Bibu on towards this B site. Eyes again still peeled onto Issa. Zesta clearing out short, making sure nobody's home. And now as they still continue to creep through, it's just like a completely frozen in time moment, right? You know, Issa's hit this W every single time. 80, 80, 80, 80. Just waiting to see if anything will peek his way through.
Some Vici Flash logos there on the gun. I don't know whose that was exactly.
That's a throwback.
It's a real throwback. I'm going to guess it was maybe Dobu. Zesta. Oof. It's not worked out though. Dobu though walking his way into B. Will crack open the important head of Bibu, which at the very least is going to give Atox a bomb plant here. It's unlikely to be converted into a round. Maybe unlikely to be converted into a bomb plant either. Cabal though, doubling quickly, is going to be overwhelmed by Denislaw before it gets out of hand.
That was just such a strange round in the end from Atox, wasn't it, Jordan?
Yes.
They basically just sat still for 40 seconds, didn't really do a hell of a lot with it. You know, they forced a utility to get the members back up short. They have a little bit of a look. I don't think they've got to, you know, be fully aware as to how many players were over towards B, but at least if they tried something a bit earlier, maybe they would have found something. But it's attack pause to try and iron out the kinks here, because it just doesn't appear that everyone's on the same page from Atox right now. And with the pressure on them, a second at XC, XPL earlier on, only losing to Rare Adam. You certainly got to beg the question about how they're looking here. Obviously, this is an elimination though, Jordan, right? So neither of these teams are going to be eliminated out of this one. It will be to see who fights up against Nala Kuvara shortly after in a best-of-3 format. I think this group was almost a pretty clear 1 and 2. Miracle Play eliminated 2-0 by Nala Kuvara.
It is a closer match than I anticipated, but Dobu, again, looking to keep it interesting. It's really come down to these 4 spies being so effective on both sides. Here's another one from Atox that has started well. MIQ's been pretty effective with that scout. Even if he's only 6-9, he's been getting a lot of tags. I'm sure he's going to have quite a number of assists when we get onto that updated scoreboard at the end of the game.
Nice little opener to the bank account here now. But how are we going to see it? The adaptation.
There it is again.
Aaron and Mini. But they are going to line up, Jordan. And with no real trade potential there, MIQ, he's only got the scout. So Mini's going to walk away with 3. And now he's going to try and defend it solo. They are up towards the site, but only with an MP9 and a MAC-10. I think Mini's on for the ace here. Going to jump up high and have a little bit of a look forward. Bibu now joining the fray as Mini starts to walk his way up. That's going to be tapped away. Dobu does find it, but Mini, oh no, Denny Slaw. Can't be doing him like that, but Mini doesn't care at all. Look at him, stone-faced. And around for GG How again, Jordan. I just can't put my finger on this one right now. It feels like slow, a little bit lackluster. Not really a hell of a lot of actions happening because like that round prime. Everyone just swinging and no response.
6 on the CT side. It's really not a bad shot here at all for GG How. It's got to have Atox a little bit worried. Final round in the half will be an important one. Luckily for Atox, they did get that bomb plan, so that will shore up the buy a little bit. Lacking an AK, you've got a Deagle and a MAC-10 out there for Cabal and Accuracy, respectively. It's not a fantastic buy here for Atox. They're just going to try to force the issue out onto Long. Already a good result. MIQ, with the assisting flash from Cabal, will take Long control. Perhaps a recontest, though, from GG How. Mini almost dead.
Yeah, I like the idea, you know, to keep them sort of towards Long, especially with Denny Slaw in tow, but the warning shots getting thrown through. Zesta, MIQ, Accuracy, all very low, so I understand why they tried to, you know, bite it off. But now with all the members taking presence towards Long, I just can't really see where this one's going to go. You know, we said we saw a team with 2 rounds in a row, but that's basically all she wrote. No real further contest. Last round of the half, and it looks like it may very well end a 6-6 stalemate.
I think that would be fairly representative of how this half has been. Super back and forth. Oh, a collapse from Dennis Law. That might change the script a little bit, but MIQ will put him to bed pretty quick smart. Trouble is, Bomb has not crossed CT spawn, and there is no smoke right now for Atox, so they're going to have to chuck it across, and it's on to Dobu to get that plant down. Luckily for him, he remains safe while doing so, and he is the man on the site. That if he gets one, pretty much secures the round for Atox. Dobu drops here. Could be interesting. Won't come into play as MIQ and Dobu will finish it off. And there it is, that prophesized 6-6 scoreline that you were talking about right on halftime. First half does not tell us a lot about how this will end up going. Gigi Hao and Atox locking horns at 6 apiece. Who's going to walk away with the dub right here, and who ends up having to play against Nella Kavara for a remaining playoff spot? I couldn't tell you right now. It feels quite evenly matched. But CT side now for Atox could be their downfall.
Literally no idea. Every single thing has been showing that it's a pretty evenly matched game, but the way it's kind of happened, very slow. I do like this position from accuracy, though. They're just going to keep their eyes on towards Cabal, but in the end, they don't go that way. Going to pull out immediately. It is a little bit of a lean towards main. They're waiting to see if there's any bedroom aggression coming through. It's just Zesta to hold over towards that A position. He's got a smoke. No kid across the team, though, Jordan, so it's going to be a all-out defense required or a very quick retake.
We'll see what Zesta has to say about that. USP in hand. Can pop a couple of heads as they try to make their way up long. There's a smoke and a flash, but that won't really dissuade Zesta all that much. You have to imagine the smoke's going to be for the CT cross. So it's just one flash.
Yeah, Aaron ready now, throwing that utility up. Smoke ready to go. Zesta's going to pop one of his own.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it makes it pretty challenging, right? Zesta's going to creep on in, getting the opener. Now Denny Slaw picking up the pace straight into that smoke. Have to think that they're going to try and march it up right now as quickly as possibly can be. Zesta ready, waiting in the wings. One spotted over towards Gandalf, but Denny Slaw not going to be able to connect on any heads just yet until now. Zesta gone. Dobu pretty trapped here with a couple of members trying to rotate around Jordan, but it's a little bit too much of a challenge as Dobu only good for one. It was Bibu who went big in that round, and it looks like Gigi Hao is going to be taking a pistol again.
Yeah, Glock's just proving to be a little bit too strong there. USP in CS2. Unless you're very, very sharp, which I have to say at this event, I don't think has necessarily been the case. For the most part, the USP's really, really struggled. Seen a lot of T-side T-side pistol conversions into gun rounds. Got triple nade from Atox though. I wonder where that's going to end up being headed. Looks towards long. And just a slight tad too early to catch Mini. If they would have waited another half a second, he might have walked right into that.
So it looks like they won't be winning that second round. It was Gigi Hao, obviously, that picked up the pistol, lost the second before our game of cat and mouse started to occur. There's Gigi Hao now spotting out that early utility. No force back in from Atox, no scouts, no deagles, no nada. Just going to play the old USP game, popping away at a distance. And Gigi Hao is going to make quick work of all of them. MIQ in lowers, Cabal just waiting. They are still dotting their T's and crossing their I's, though.
Not sure that's how it works, Scott.
No, that's where I'm at.
Where did you learn to spell?
I've had quite a Shanghai Elfish guy, is all I will say.
That's what they teach you over in WA, is it?
No, they teach us how to mine rocks and trade resources, and not how to drive.
Okay.
It's a great place to live, though. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, no shade. How about a Zeus, though? Oh, good.
What sound does a character make when dying to a Zeus, Jordan? More masculine than I expected. I like that.
Do you think I could be a voice actor?
Yes. Unironically, yes, I do, to be honest. I think you guys would do, you'd do quite a good, like, intro, like, trailer to an event, something like that, you know? I think you could do that pretty well.
Yeah. If I was going to be a character, a voice-acted character, what would my character be? Would I be like a cool, dashing, handsome, amazing public speaker?
Maybe.
Or what?
Nah, like, kind of the, you know, thinking anime.
Like main character, you know?
Nah, oh yeah, main character, but Japanese schoolboy.
Okay.
Girl kind of thinks he's cute, but he's too scared to approach.
I can't believe you've done me like that.
And then he ends up hitting the gym, gets jacked.
I'm a Geek Chat IRL.
Joins a run club.
Have you know? Actually, it's not true. On the internet, I'm a Giga Chad.
That is true.
IRL, I'm just like, whatever,
Big
man.
softy. A big softy. I don't know, man. These tech issues in this game specific, can't quite kind of put down on what's happening.
It's a good opportunity to use my motorized DX Racer chair to have
These
a
are
nice
actually
lean back.
sick. Like, not to toot any horns.
You are.
If anyone's been in any of the more modern cars, that you've got the little switch that moves the seat up and down. It's also
My
got
car
that.
doesn't have that. I have to do it manually.
Yeah, but you don't spend money.
Well, that's true.
It's got that lumbar support button too, which is kind of crazy.
I play with it all the time while we're casting.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a low-key massage, but maybe not as targeted as you'd want it to be if it was a massage chair.
Targeted advertising.
Oh, so relaxing.
Zowie monitors, DX Racer chairs, Wooting keyboards. Pretty bloody good event, really. I'm keen for tomorrow, man. I suppose we can use this time to briefly talk about that, you know, like,
yeah,
it's got to be one of these teams, so really we only have to find out who's going to be the latter, and it would be assumed that Nullakuvara probably doesn't have what it takes to face either of these teams. We'll you know, give it a shot. They did manage to 2-0 miracle play, but again, the Korean
that's not saying
scene
much.
in CS is a bit of a roughie at the moment, you know, just purely on the basis they don't have a hell of a lot. Strong in Valorant, strong in some other titles, but CS ain't prevalent there at the moment.
I was talking to my Korean correspondent over there.
Ah.
His name's Tom. Tom Kim. If I would have given you a guess as to what his last name might have been, I think you could have got it. But
potentially.
Anyway, he's apparently pretty invested in CS as far as Koreans are concerned.
Yep.
He was telling me that Miracle Play, he didn't actually think were necessarily like the best players that are in Korea. It's just that a lot of people maybe didn't know that the qualifier was on, and so couldn't put together a 5-stack to sort of have a crack. But he thinks there's actually better players in Korea.
Yeah, right.
And I said hopefully next year, you know, he should get the message out there.
It's not uncommon to sort of hear that, right? You know, some of these TOs, not eXTREMESLAND specifically, but any others that have kind of, you know, dipped their toes into some of the regions and you just don't find out about it. I still remember there was one Liquid event that I got called up to cast a few years back, and barely any teams knew it was on. And I think we ended up having like 2 good teams and then a handful of others, and that was about it. So definitely visibility is important, especially in the current state that whatever that mess of X is. Wish it was as good as it used to be.
Yeah.
But, anyway, teams-wise, Jordan, tomorrow, right? So we got Tyloo Rare Atom. That's going to bring a bit of a crowd. It's exciting. We're going to have all quarterfinal games played out tomorrow as well. 4 best-of-4 starting at 11 a.m. GMT +8. Make sure you're there.
There is a possibility it could be a Tyloo Rare Atom final because they are on opposite sides of the bracket.
That would be sick, especially given the crowd here.
Similarly, it could be a Chinggis Atox final.
Yep.
If we get both of them all the way through as well. They're both also on opposite sides of the bracket.
And Controls, he's been nuts, that guy. Chinggis Warrior is quite an impressive team. And then look, as I said, I didn't really expect Semperfi to take down IHC either, so I thought it was going to be a relatively powerful looking China ex-Mongolia group. But I don't know, wonder what we're going to sort of see if, you know, we hope to have eXTREMESLAND back again next year as well. Sort of similar time, you'd assume, given the calendar that's ahead of us. And if so, what does it look like? How many regions? How many slots from each region? I think this one will probably sing a bit of a tune.
Well, from last year to this year, they added 8 slots.
Yeah.
From this year to next year, I think they should add 1 caster slot.
I agree.
Yeah.
Then I wouldn't have to deal with you all day.
Then I wouldn't have to deal with you all day. That's what I was thinking.
You say that like we're not going to go back to the hotel and have dinner together.
You said you're going out without me.
That's only because you're casting, mate.
You said, Jordan, I'm going to have a good time. You stay here and do the work.
Jordan,
I'll have a half day, as is my right as half-day con cannon.
That's true. Do love a good half day.
AKA Bonky.
The amount of, like, Oh, bro, I still remember when you were at the top of the ivory tower not letting me in, and I would come home from a 8-hour, 9-hour day work, and then I'd do MDL Australia into MDL EU, go to bed at 2 and then do it all over again.
You were a hard little worker, weren't you?
That's why I get half days now. Put in the hard yak up.
It's
But
my
Jordan,
turn.
we're back.
We are back. Thank God for that. 8-6 right now. It's GG How advantage in the second half, but Atox will get their first gun round here, so let's see what they've got to show us before we draw too many conclusions.
It's looking good. Dobu getting that pick up towards short. Does get tagged up a fair bit for his troubles, but Aaron gets a response back onto Zesta, who has been a little bit of a menace so far. There's been a fair few kills coming out from these GG How individuals. And now as they line up the utility, they're going to try and isolate off CT per usual. But just the warning shots really to come on through. They don't have a hell of a lot to defend it here, Jordan. A couple of smokes, a HE, no kit for Atox.
No kit, no clue. You ever heard that one before?
I have, mate.
Yep. See if that comes back to be a bit of a problem for Atox. First, GG How's going to have to make their way up into the site. There's going to be that same sort of smoke that Atox used in the pistol round when the CT cross smoke was tossed in by GG How. So far, so good in this round. Nade as well. Really catching Bibu. Dobu does very well to get himself another kill with low HP. Maintain that numbers advantage for Atox.
Running all the way around now as well. Issa does have the Galil. It was only the Mac-10. They've managed to pull the rotate fully over. As he said, Dobu pretty lucky to get away with 3 kills there. So now I do like this proactivity from accuracy up short, but the Molotov will keep him at bay. But now where do they want to go with it? If he goes a little bit too far, accuracy might actually be able to spot him, but no, it's Issa to hold the cross. Surely they're going to be aware of this, right? Holding mid, Issa now has to try and spin on a dime. It's going to be Aaron to hit the shot. This was a 2-on-4, Jordan, and I like this. Aaron, this guy, man. Hungary from Hungary. What a guy, Aaron. Aaron, as known to some.
Aaron, man. What a player. Yeah, that's
your Aaron equivalent be Jordan.
Jordan, yeah.
M-Itch.
Normally, the mistyping or the miswording of my name would be like Jordan with an O.
Yeah.
It's like, mate, no one's spelling it like that, come on. But nice movement from Aaron there. He jumps himself up into the window. It's pretty unorthodox, right? You'd think, if you're the remaining CT in that situation, that he's just going to plant the bomb, because that's kind of the percentage play. But instead, confidence, he takes the little peek into the window, and he's able to win that duel. Tech balls again.
The admin was there very quickly and
Short
has
one.
left, so I'm hoping it's a quick turnaround here.
A few fist bumps.
You're just lucky that Jordan has a podcast, guys. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to fill.
That's true.
Make sure you check it out as well. Unreleased content coming shortly.
Ooh, what kind of special content? I got the Conky special.
Topless pics at 1K subscribers or something? Is that how it works?
Oh, we're already at 1K. We need to make him work harder for that.
Shows how much I know about your channel.
Yeah, you're a dog. 10K subscribers.
All 100 views is me just refreshing it 100 times.
We appreciate it nonetheless.
Yep.
Atoc's going to call another tack timeout here.
That's okay. Tack timeouts I'm fine with.
Yes.
Yeah, man. It's just seeming to be the individuals that are really showing up, right? Like the in Middle Eastern region, obviously, again, to touch on so many different points where it is kind of Europe here and there as well.
Yep.
They're bloody good players, and I think a lot of them really smash out FPL too.
Yes.
Which is where, that individual prowess comes from. We've seen so many of those talents get poached. When they make a little mini super team, it's looking good. Issa, obviously, has been around for a fair while as well. Seen him in some previous sort of Turkish-based projects, like Zentaras and Calyx and all that. Anyway, Denislaw gets another opening. He's been looking very, very good. Bibu hasn't had to do a hell of a lot, right? It's been the rest of the team doing the heavy lifting for him. But just with the pistols, Atox really should be. GG How is 10 rounds here. Issa does get tagged up by Dobu.
Yeah, going to be incredibly tough to come back from this for Atox. Assuming this one goes to 10-6. Accuracy is going to get away with an AK. That's a small win. I'm not sure that that's necessarily going to come into huge amounts of impact for Atox unless accuracy can continue to work the map. I like this move from him actually going in towards T-spawn.
Denislaw though, man, it's just like a pea shooting gallery for him.
What I was going to say is coming back from a 10-6 deficit on the CT side is going to be really quite difficult for Atox. Economy is going to be a factor. Oh, great shot from accuracy. And we might not be getting to a 10 and 6 the way things are going at the moment. Aaron, trying to slow things down here. Oh, if accuracy would have hit another headshot there, that might have been round over.
I'm so confused. Because Dobu's now rotating around. I mean, he's only got a scout. He's got no Kevlar, so who really cares about his position at this point in time? Dennis Law just holding W up long. Dobu is going to have a little bit of a look. He should actually get this kill. No, he misses the shot. So maybe it's possible. Maybe it's workable. 30 seconds. They have to go for it now. Dennis Law is going to drop the smoke.
Oh, there's a hole, I think.
Bit of a gap in it, yeah. And I think Dobu's actually run away expecting it to be B. None of this round makes sense.
Oh, if he hits the shot on the cross. She won't.
There's another Dobu enthusiast. Maybe.
Oh, he's making a lot of noise.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was... He hit that?
Yep.
Aaron down.
One
Dennis
shot
Law.
for Dennis Law.
74 HP. The clock comes out. Dobu with a whiff. And Gigi Howe will survive. Tens times, but you're on the T side. The economic impact of that is not too drastic.
Certainly been an interesting game when it comes to Counter-Strike, right? You know, from the highs of the highs that we had in the previous series. Semperfi taking down IHC. I'm never critical of a game of CS because these individuals in the server are much, much better than I and many of our peers, but this has been certainly a scrappy game, and I think it's just off the back of Atox looking highly lackluster, right? They've got the AWP now, but no one's really had, like, established weaponry. It's just been kind of these weird force rounds, ecos. MIQ now holding the line. He will be flashed off. There's an opportunity for him. Cabal is here too. Great flash, accuracy, and Cabal making it work. Dennis Law gets another shot back though, so they've got to be careful that they don't overextend.
Spam battle!
Yeah, this is what I need, right? They've all rotated over, Jordan.
Yeah, he's like sticking around a little bit too long. Nading open the smoke there, obviously, Gigi Howe, and they stuck around looking for an equalizing frag, which they got. It's really all that they need out of that small passage of play. Dobu's position will be an untenable one a little bit later in the round, but for now he can at least hold on to this.
Trying to see if the rotation pulls away, but it doesn't.
He's got to be aware of the fact that someone could be pushing in through middle, so I wonder how long he's going to stay right here without, you know, having a peek in the mid or just deciding to push his way up into dark instead. It looks like it'll be the push into dark on the timing. It's being waited for by Gigi Howe.
Triple boost? What?
Yeah, they were watching, they were waiting. And you've got Dennis Law looking over the smoke into the B-bomb side. He'll end up dropping to accuracy. It's all about the AWPs in this round. Bomb is out on the B-bomb side, though, so Gigi Howe are now more or less forced to go forward.
What do you even do? They
Got
pop
no
the
util.
smoke. They've got another one to kind of go a little bit deeper, but now they're just confused, right?
Gotta go. Just gotta go. Hope that you can catch a nice shot on the entry there. Missed shot from accuracy. 15. That gives them a chance. 15 seconds as Gigi Howe push their way forward. Issa gets 2. And another huge clutch from Gigi Howe under pressure. It feels like they're getting all the luck in this second half, if you want to call it that.
Can you imagine Kay's scream if he was broadcasting this match right now? Imagine what the chat would be saying.
It's probably some things in Mongolian.
Yeah, I would say so. That is the language that they do speak. But yeah, I don't know. This has just been pretty lackluster. I don't know how else to sugarcoat it, Jordan. Atox is not really playing Counter-Strike right now.
They're trying though, like they're really grinding at some of these rounds, but Gigi Howe seem to have that little extra X factor that they need.
It just feels frustrating what they're experiencing right now.
It does feel closer than an 11-6 scoreline would indicate, but at the end of the day, Atox now, they're pretty broke. They have to come back 5 rounds in a row, maybe 6 if this goes the way that it should.
Dennis Law is just murdering them.
And indeed, the AWP is proving to be quite effective on Dust 2 right now.
I thought this was going to be a cracker, to be honest, you know. But I guess that's Dust 2 for you as well. It definitely does have a an opportunity to be a bit chaotic. This is the map that you used to play all the hackers on.
Sure.
Definitely not happening today, but does mean a bit of a scrap as Mini gets another. Dennis Law again, like, I just keep repeating his name.
Can't keep him out of the action. 20 and 9. I mean, it's not a hugely out of this world performance, but it's very good.
They're just hitting their shots. Right now, it looks like 10 individuals in a server, and the 5 individuals from Gigi Howe are looking better right now.
That's true.
That's all it is.
Yeah, a bit of a flat one from Atox, honestly.
Yeah, maybe it'll be a wake-up call for them, Jordan, into the next. Because, again, this is not an elimination station, right? They still do have another lifeline. But all I can say is if it's a passionless-looking Atox, Nalakuvara, the hot streak could do something.
Yeah.
I mean, it's wishful thinking, right? You know, realistically, it should be a quick 2-0, but either of these teams should be able to sort of walk over the Chinese City team, but you just never know. Like, those are the storylines that you kind of live for in these events, right? You know, no one really was saying that Semperfi was going to be walking into the finals, and here they are in a pretty challenging group of C.
I don't think Nalakuvara is an awful team, so
that's it.
And off Atox and on Nalakuvara, I could see an interesting result happening there, but...
And then what does that mean for Atox? You know, surely you just brush it off, but it's certainly a tilter to, you know, come back on after the XPL second to where Adam.
Definitely, that would be a pretty disastrous result, actually, as far as I'm concerned, for Atox, were they to drop there to Nalakuvara. But right now, we just got to focus on this game against Gigi Hao. And accuracy will at least provide them some assistance in this round. It's going to be a 4v5 now.
Overtime, please. That's all I'm calling for.
That's a long stretch, man.
Yeah. I'm just wishing it at this point in time, so at least we have something to talk about in this game for Atox. I hate being critical, but yeah, as I said, it just seems like they're trying and it's just sort of, you know, not really working in any way, but accuracy might be the breath of fresh air that the team sort of needs. He does cross over. So a 3 versus 5, Jordan. Poised outside A. He still will walk into the bedroom, but the Molotov will keep him away for now.
Imagine this is going to end up being a pretty patient round from Gigi Hao now, having lost those 2 opening picks. They're just going to wait around. We saw it in that round where they were playing upper dark and watching into B. They're happy to really take their time and give Dinosaur the opportunity to find a refrag. Doesn't look like Atox is going to give them anything in this one, though, so this might end up being a round that just kind of peters out into nothing, depending on what Gigi Hao opt to do. But my gut feeling is if they wanted to try and go for something in this round, they would probably be grouping up by now, and with 20 seconds left to go, I'm sure it's just going to end up being a save.
Super slow again, right? Couple of picks, couple of shots, but then not of a hell of a lot of action. It seems to be a similar tune to that previous half. But at least it's something for Atox, as I mentioned. 5 more rounds is what they'd need to take it to overtime. Certainly not out of the question. It just would be very, very challenging and some sort of real shift in what GJ Hao are approaching them with. Color me impressed, though, in a way, of the individuals for GJ Hao. Like, I was never going to doubt them out. I think that's like the most dangerous thing you could do. We talked about that briefly earlier in the in this match, Jordan, where these Middle Eastern mixers are pretty powerful. And, you know, if you're playing against the best in the world quite regularly, even in a pugging setting, you might not be the best, you know, when it comes to tactical depth or anything like that, but you can certainly hard swing and hard clear. And if you get caught lacking or caught disrespecting, you'll get your bloody head ripped off your shoulders. So
yeah, this is certainly going to be a bit of a talking point. Oh, what's going on here?
I don't know. What's happening? I'm wondering if that's the same. Actually, what side are they on? Yeah, that's the same seat that Savage was sitting on, I think.
Savage was in the middle, wasn't he, or no?
Nah, Keen.
Okay.
Keen IGL.
Yeah, it could be the 3.5 mil extender.
Yeah.
Having a couple of issues.
It's just funny, right? Having it happen at 12-7.
Yeah.
Can be like kind of rubbing salt in the wound a little bit.
Yeah, you just want to get this one over and done with if you're Gigi Hao. Can go back and prepare for the match tomorrow, whatever that may end up being. It'll be Semperfi, isn't it? Winner of this group plays Semperfi.
Correct.
Loser plays Tai Lu. So actually, that is definitely two different kettle of fish.
It is, man. Like, really gives you that motivation to want to try and win this one. Because I was thinking, like, I guess the obvious answer is that if you're Semperfi, you'd probably want to play against GJ Hao, but Atox, I suppose, has got a bit more to go off of. Like, you know, JJH has got demos. They've got, you know, stuff that you can watch back, and especially some of the individuals that have been on different rosters, you can see what they look like individually. But at least Atox has probably got a bit more of a consistent line of practice, especially some of those ECL videos.
Ever any good at staring contests?
No.
I'm not either.
My eyes are cooked. Can't quite do it. Aaron just really giving it all to us right now. Oh, yeah, as I said, I can definitely see some of the frustrations up there. Looks like the cable has been reconnected again.
Yeah.
Everything should be plugging back in. Because, yeah, I'm wondering if it's like where the in-ears are plugging into or not.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility.
Yeah.
I mean, this kind of thing happens, right? You know, there's all manner of things that can go wrong with a piece of technology.
At least it'll be fixed for the finals. I think, yeah, tomorrow it's going to be a massive day, having 8 teams on and off the stage. But day one was the big one, right? We had 16 teams on and off, 8 best of ones. We had all the groups running around. And that's where you can see Dobu just head in hand.
Just wants to lock in, you know, but can't really.
Just crack into those spreadsheets.
You need a bit of mental fortitude to be a pro player in a game like this, on days like this.
Yeah.
It can end up being a really long day. Obviously, the tournament itself, it's not one of the longer tournaments in the grand scheme of things. It's only 6 days, but
action-packed 6 days.
You're always, you know, kind of hanging around or getting ready for a game or whatever. The days are pretty draining, even when you're not doing anything. But here we are, back into the server. So 12-7 is the scoreline. It's a double AWP set up again for Atox. Accuracy has been a primary AWPer in his time as well, so not a shabby secondary AWPer inside this Atox roster.
Similar position, MIQ up short. Just having a little bit of a spot forward. Bibu already taking point. It looks like they are leaning quite quickly, like over towards that B position. A lot of these rounds have been relatively slow from GJ Howell, but I suppose Accuracy now taking that line. If they can overwhelm him quickly, the progression smoke will come through. So they are trying to posture up this way. The HE to give him some information should catch. No, not quite. The molly's good. At least that'll flush them out because they are outbid now, Jordan.
Oh, good util
Molotov is
usage.
going to force Cabal into position, but again, they've got to get that smoke down, Jordan. They've got to get moving right now. A minute on the clock. Issa catches Cabal. Maybe a nail in the coffin here as they do start to pull away. Now they want to go back towards A, it looks like.
I don't hate it. It's giving Atox a bit of a question mark. They're not too sure exactly what the intentions of GG Hao are, and so you've seen Dobu's had to push his way in toward middle to try to gather some info there. He's been collapsed upon a little by Dinosaur. It looks like an exchange of damage over there as Issa maintains control of long, but that will only bring it back to 4-on-4, and you've still got 2 players tied up in middle right now. GG Hao getting a lot of work out of Dinosaur, but no kill in the end. They've got the plant down. Timer's working in their favor, and Atox not really prepared just yet to start this retake. So this is actually going to be quite the tight finish.
God.
Bibu jumping down, headshot from him.
Zesta
doubling down, and he'll get an easy one on to Bibu. In the end, GG Hao kind of go ahead of that play, and it ends up working against them.
That's crazy from Zesta. Massive 4K from him, you know, to have Bibu jump into his face, and then from his position, it all started with this opening pick towards long where he managed to catch the rotation out of bedroom, but just keeping patient, right? Zesta really, really crispy on the one-taps. So this guy individually, you know, you talked about how maybe they weren't quite the ones against Yami and Annihilation, but he's certainly looking pretty good today.
Yep.
Accuracy's also had his moments as well. Close.
Nice shot from Dinosaur, making amends for that last round. He had a few cracks through the mid doors. They didn't get converted, but this one does. Another 4v5. GG Hao, they weren't able to convert that last one, so they don't want to let this chance go begging. Otherwise, it's going to start to get a little too close for comfort.
Once again, just waiting outside B. They They do have the advantage this time round. Cabal, backside. Just watching over towards Heaton, now drops sort of back more onto the side itself. There is the rotation around now from an accuracy. Got Annihilation on my mind because that's what it sort of feels like GAJ How are doing up until now. Now Atox having to try and get it all done here. Awkward line, accuracy, has to just get somewhere, move into a position. MIQ will drop Aaron after he opens up his round, and now Cabal all alone gets one taken. Bibu gets it back. 3 versus 2 now, and this very well should be the closer for JJH, but Issa, is he going to be able to get caught here? Who knows? Dobu also rotating around here. Jordan Issa will take it, and that should very well be the round. It will be. In the end, it is JJH, your victor. It was a long best of one. It was certainly a little bit of a journey, but in the end, the Middle Eastern Knicks will be able to make it work, and they will find their way into the playoffs first in this Group D, when I'm pretty sure everyone watching along at home would have probably said Atox.
Yeah, I mean, I said Atox. I would definitely consider that one to be an upset. In the server, eye test-wise, it doesn't necessarily look like much of an upset, really. That feels like, oh, okay, that seemed like that's just how it should have gone. Yeah. But you go back to XPL, and Atox took second there. GG How only managing a top 8 in that event, but bearing in mind that they did run into Lin Vision a little bit earlier in that bracket than they might have liked to have. And also that was, I think, their first week in China, so, you know, maybe getting over a bit of jet lag and whatnot during that week. Atox had a decidedly easier run into the grand final than what GG How did. They played against a couple of lesser-known Chinese teams, LSH and TCG. Probably most people have not heard of those guys. I mean, TCG have a couple of names in there that you'd recognize, but realistically speaking, perhaps that result at XPL a little bit less of an indication than what it perhaps should be. But Atox are not done yet in this tournament. They'll go down now into the lower bracket and play against Nanakuvara, which is a matchup that we should expect them to have a pretty decent time in. Then again, that's sort of what we would have said about this one here from GG How, and so it's kind of cool to note that the Middle Eastern representatives from each respective group have actually topped their group as well. Something to be said for that, because typically, I'd say the Middle Eastern region has really struggled at these kinds of events where they've gone, like for example in Asia RMR. They tend not to be hugely impressive, but if this is what we're going to get, if this is the kind of quality that we're going to get on a more consistent basis, then they're definitely going to be a serious threat going into 2025.
I'm thinking right now, you know, it's so far just these best of ones on Dust 2, you know, the teams have made their way into the playoffs through 2 lots of best of ones, so it's really going to be the true test into these playoffs. Best of 3s all across the board against some really, really solid competition. So whilst it's not exactly the most expected result, I definitely do respect it. Yeah. So JJH, I think, yeah, well earned to get in towards this position. But overall, I think we do need to see a little bit more from Atox. Nanakuvara around the bend. I think they've got what it takes to take it. But again, they're definitely going to have to do something about it.
Yeah, most definitely. End of the day, look, we have to just wait and see. But tell you what, someone who might have all the answers for us is waiting down on the stage, ready for an interview. We'll hand it over to Victoria.
I'm with Minnie. Congratulations on your win. Now, the casters are talking about Atox being one of the favorites to win it, and your team has been looking pretty darn solid. Did you do anything specifically to prep for this match today against Atox?
就比赛之前，解说们还在说，就是 Atox 可能是这个整届比赛最有希望夺冠的队伍之一。那你们今天有没有对 Atox 有做一些特殊的准备啊
？Hello.
Yeah. So did you prep? Yeah, let's just give him a round of applause. You did good. You did good, Minnie. Did you do anything specifically to prepare for today?
We did anti-strat, and we were really ready to play them. We were preparing to play Ancient, but we didn't vote because we were not ready, but not a big problem. Dust 2 is very good map for us. We are actually prepared for all maps, and we're gonna do our best.
我们确实是为他们这个特别准备啊，但是我们本来是准备打遗迹这张图，但是后来可能搬图的时候出现一些问题，但是大素这张图我们也是非常的舒适，非常的熟悉，所以就没有问题。
Now, talking about prep, who's the IGL on your team? As I understand it, it's Aaron, but who comes up with the strats? How do you guys prep for the teams, and how do you guys comms in the game?
Aaron 是你们队的指挥，那你们平时在准备战术的时候是谁来制定呢？然后在比赛中你们的这个沟通大概是什么样的？
So our IGL is Aaron, and usually it's Aaron and Lord, our coach. Credits to them, who's doing the anti-strats. And they're preparing everything for us. We only need to have good vibe in the game for the win.
平时就是 Aaron 就我们的指挥 Aaron 和我们的教练一起来制定这个战术，然后我们其他的队员不需要参与制定，我们就在比赛里打好自己的就可以。
Well, the vibes have been looking good. Now you've gotten to see all the teams perform. Who do you think is going to give you the biggest challenge for playoffs and finals?
你们现在也看过就所有的队伍的表现了，那你们觉得你们在这个淘汰赛里面哪一支队伍会给你们制造最大的麻烦？
So we don't have anybody on our mind. We don't care who we play. We are ourselves in the game. We're gonna do our best, and that's it.
All right.
我们也觉得也没有谁哈，也没有在想是谁会制造比较大的麻烦，我们就打好自己的就可以了。
I see EXO Esports wishing that you said their name, but you didn't say it. Anyway, congratulations, Vinny, and we're going to go back to the desk to break down the match just now.
好的，恭喜 mini， 也恭喜集结号拿下这场比赛的胜利。我们把时间交回给评论席。
Yeah, thank you very much, Mini. 13-8, of course. GG Hao getting, I would say, a really quite convincing win over Atox. Honestly, it could have been a round or two faster there as well, the way things were going. But end of the day, a win's a win, and that's all you need to go through to those playoffs. Semplify up tomorrow. I think that's going to be a pretty interesting match as well. We've got a nice blend of players, lots of different regions going to be represented in that particular game. But for Atox, the road ahead now is down in that lower bracket against Nalakuvara, and gonna have to see a little bit better from them. MIQ, Cabal going a wee bit missing, but even the rest of the squad not really putting together the numbers that you'd want. I'd say the only one that was really looking a sizable amount of threat was Zesta. Yet it's of course going to be Issa to walk away as the MVP of that one for GG Hao. 101 ADRs and not a bad shout at all. 21 and 13, but there was no shortage of names that you could have pulled out that hat, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Aaron had his moments. Denny Slaw was hitting shot after shot after shot, it felt like. So overall, I think a really, really good run for them, and awesome to have, you know, two Middle Eastern teams as representation into the playoffs. And as Vic sort of said, I think EXO will probably having a look over to them going, hey, why didn't you guys say us? But I do like that approach for JJH. You know, they just left it as it is and said, we can play absolutely anyone. But I think it's about Atox into that next series, Jordan. So we'll take a short break and we'll find out if they can bring it back against another Kuvara.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diact 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diact technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diact 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mousepad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
大家好，我是来自 NKG 的 Pokula， 我们队队长是小 Kerrigan， 然后狙击手是 L2S， 哈亚特是替补，OC 是这个突破手 ，Toxi 是教练兼选手的身份，还是挺顺利的，没有输过一支队伍，当时还是挺激动的，因为 拿下这个8强之后，还会有这个 HLTV 认证的这个认证选手嘛，所以当时也是给我一个很大的动力，给我就是坚持玩下去玩这个游戏的动力。因为我们接触到的战术啊，各种方面都是靠这个队长小 Kerrigan 一个人自己去研究、自己去想、自己去创作的一个战术，就是很少不会说去学习，专门去照抄国外队伍的一些战术，都是打自己的东西，就比较特别一点嘛，就不容易被人家猜透。
At that time, I was like, we were not full roster. Now it's our roster is fully completed, and we already practiced a lot, and yeah, we are ready for everything now. The old roster was we used to play against with just and accuracy before, and it was
really easy to work with them. And then we changed to the players to the Yami and Cool Forest. And after that, we knew that we made a mistake for changing the roster. So that's why we bring them back to the roster. Actually, I am so surprised because I saw news on Facebook, and I see they're joining, taking Yami, and I was like, oh wow, okay, then let's some, that's it.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
G'day, welcome back on into eXTREMESLAND 2024. Time for the final game of the night. We've got Mac back.
Hey.
That rhymes, doesn't it?
How you
Mac
doing?
is back.
That's me.
Mac has a back as well. But what else do you have, Mac?
A Zowie monitor, a Zowie mouse, and hopefully soon a Zowie mouse pad to pair up with it. Of course, we did see a couple of the players already rocking the mouse pads. Everyone's rocking the bloody monitors, and a fair few are rocking the mice there too, because they are damn good esports mice with all the clinical testing that they go through. You see it in the ads, but they've also sent the reporters as well over to the lab. They showed it off, the
science.
The science, the arm bits, the motion tracking to make sure everything was going right, and it looked bloody good. But yes, again, shout out to Zowie, because without them, this wouldn't be happening.
Indeed. You would not be sitting right there, I would not be sitting right here, and those teams would not be sitting right on that stage. Atox would probably prefer right now to not be sitting on that stage, actually, because it would have meant that they would have won that last match, which they didn't. They actually got kind of clapped. I mean, I guess not clapped, maybe that's not the right word, but they did get pretty comprehensively beaten by Gigi Hao. I mean, they'll now have to
looked good.
Play against Nala Kuvara, and yes, I agree, Gigi Hao did look pretty good. One more slot left in the playoffs, and then it'll be going the way of Nala Kuvara or Atox, but I don't know, I mean, Atox looked a little bit flat today for me.
Yeah. I feel like, from what I've seen, you know, I expected a bit more. I thought Atox was going to keep it more competitive than what it was, but it felt like that game was kind of over. And then maybe, you know, things like the tech pauses, of course, you know, shuffling the momentum in a different direction. But that being said, momentum is something that Nala Kuvara are not going to have, because they're coming in real fresh, and it's 6 p.m.
Yeah, they're looking pretty chill, ready to go.
Mini Carrigan. Yeah, at the ready.
What the map pool is going to end up looking like here. Nala Kuvara banning away Dust too. Maybe Atox happy to see the last of that today. It's going to end up being the Inferno pick from Nala Kuvara. And Atox are going to go toward Nuke. We've been seeing a bit of Nuke today.
Yeah, in almost every series.
I think we'll get a fair bit of it in the playoffs too.
It's been in every series except that last one with D2. But let's have a look. It will be our good friend I'm tired.
Yeah.
Anubis. It's taking a while.
Anubis. I knew it all along.
Yeah, of course you did, mate. But yeah, it's a bit of a change of scenery. Some Anubis in the mix, bit of Nuke again, and then Inferno, which I believe we've only seen one time, maybe two. There's been a lot of Counter-Strike over the last couple of days. But yes, Inferno is a place where, look, these Mongolians are pretty good at usually.
Yes.
So we'll see how they go. NKG, I believe, the ones that picked it. They're starting on the T side.
Yeah, it's a bold pick from Nala Kuvara. It's definitely a map that's in the wheelhouse for Atox. They've been playing it quite a lot lately. Mostly against domestic Mongolian competition, but a lot of wins on it. In fact, 91% out of their last 11 games. The only loss that they actually have is one against Rare Atom, and that was a 13-11 loss. They've actually beaten Rare Atom in that streak there as well on Inferno. So I think if you're going to go into any map, I mean, picking Inferno into Atox is, interesting choice from Nala Kuvara.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely very much in the wheelhouse for these Atox lads. And so looking at that map pool, I'd probably be leaning towards a 2-0 here. I don't think Nala Kuvara is a bad team, but I just don't think they're up to scratch here in comparison to Atox. We'll have to find out. We won't have to wait too long, Mac. That is what we love to see. We'll get straight on in to this match between Nala Kuvara and Atox and send our final team home from the group stages and start to think about the playoffs after this.
Hell yeah, let's do it. Okay, straight across mid, Cabal getting the info on the man. L2S down towards the bottom of mid. Mini Carrigan going to be putting the team on his back and trying to create some space here. Chasing him down at bracket, wrapping up long, and Cabal going all the way back towards jungle there. Going to be able to stop that cross, and now the site gets turtled up. They need to get a couple of picks here. Zesta going to be the first to draw blood, and Accuracy making it work across the top. What a bloody play, but he had to go for the reload, and L2S tries to bring it back single-handedly.
Now, I'm not sure he's going to be able to do that one, Mac. 1 on 3, MIQ looking locked in with the dualies, but it is Dober to find that final kill. Comfortable pistol round victory for Atox. Accuracy especially, not looking too pleased to be in this position. So he wants to wrap it up nice and quick here.
Nice try, nice try. Individually, making it happen, and of course, you would expect Atox are going to look a little more warmed up than NKG. And this round should be quite easy. L2S opting for a Deagle, got those couple of picks, so can afford it. And going to make the most of it as well. 1 Deag onto Dobu, Cabal taken out by the Glock combo at second mid. Good HE, just to chip down Toxic, and at that range, man is in trouble, but just buying time, tucking in the corner. He'll fall eventually. And MIQ is ready just for a big old swing in from that banana smoke, waiting it out.
Yeah, Pro Killer and L2 not going to be up to much at the moment. Just waiting to see if Atox are going to make a mistake, give them an easy avenue of attack. Not going to be the case, though. They've chosen correctly to head towards MIQ. He is on his own. Deals with the first effectively, but that's a nice swing in with the Glock, and another gun will fall for Atox.
A quick one. Out of the way. And we are going to be getting quick smart into that rifle round. NKG finally going to get guns in hand. Let's see what they opt to do with it. No AWP yet. I don't know if we're going to see that at all. Inferno, more of a rifler's affair on the T side. Whoa, crispy one. Accuracy. Snatching L2S away, and just like that, 15 seconds in, NKG a man down.
Yeah, a bit of a recovery to be made here for Atox. They want a clean round right here, and they're not necessarily going to get it. Ocean, who I felt has been a bit of a standout for Nala Kuvara in the event so far.
100%.
Once again, getting himself into the action early on in the piece. He's hiding inside of that smoke. MIQ, did he spot him out? I think he did. Woo! But it's not going to matter. Ocean, a little bit too sharp. Accuracy missing the shots with the AWP, and the B side now looking severely weakened on the behalf of Atox.
No commitment in just yet, though. So the regroup will happen at mid. Pro Killer falling in the meanwhile, and Zesta playing a dangerous game here at Hay. Will be able to get up on the balcony and live. And Cabal down mid is looking to stop that rotation. Molly into pit, and that is bloody that. Mini Carrigan dropping the bomb in an irretrievable position for sure. 30 seconds. If anyone can do it, it's this man.
It is Ocean, but he's going to have to do a bit of magic, I'd say. That smoke is even going to spread further. Cabal waiting for Ocean as he comes through that smoke.
Cabal worried, trying to locate him, but he will get there eventually.
Easy breezy, 3-0 for Atox. It was looking a little bit tentative for a moment there, but they've got it done.
Yeah, you'll take that. You'll take that for sure. Clean beginning for Atox. 2 AKs now carried across into round 4. Couple of reactions in the player cams. And Atox sending 3 towards B early, maybe expecting some kind of change-up, some kind of extra aggression through this route. Ooh, Molly burning Dobu half, and wants to get that incendiary out in time. Makes things real awkward for Ocean.
Hasn't spread.
Yeah, it didn't spread backwards. The incendiaries just kind of suck now, Jordan.
Luckily, the smoke is going to be enough to keep Nalakavara at bay in Banana. Bit of chip damage onto Ocean as he tries some jumping Tech 9 shots over the half wall. No harm done, though, to Atox just yet. Could just end up being a bust into brackets through middle, but
yeah,
no flash, so they're not willing to go through the smoke.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening here. Pro Killer smokes that. Looks like it is just going to be one to deny the vision at Archers. Little waterfall one. I don't know if that was intentional. There's going to be a teeny gap here for accuracy to play around. Someone's got to watch that. He's worrying, although I guess it's not if you're just going to shoot back better. Mini Carrigan going to be doing the honors, and now we're going to see a full wrap on site. 30 seconds and penetration into CT. Mini Carrigan here with Ocean. Looking to dominate and find some extra information. In the meanwhile, there is not much time, and L2S is making his way up Banana, maybe trying to draw a rotation back towards that B site. But the CTs, they are hitting everything, and NKG, I feel like, have overthought this one for sure.
Yeah, Zesta finishing off Pro Killer quite easily, and it's just L2 on his own. Heard there in CT spawn, making his way up Speedway, and 4-0 is the scoreline. Atox, although 1 or 2 of these rounds haven't been super convincing, generally it's felt like a pretty comfortable start to the map for them.
Yeah.
Once you start to push that lead out beyond sort of 4 or 5, it really starts to get into danger territory. So for Nalakavara, the next sort of passage of play over the next 2 rounds or so will be quite important, and they seem to have recognized that in that they will be calling attack timeout. So a bit of a time to chat. The first of many, I'm sure, we'll get out of this series. Atox are not looking too threatened at the moment.
Let's see what they came up with. Putting their heads together, saying, hey guys, I feel like there was some disconnect in what the hell we did that round, because if they just wrapped into A, like most people usually would, I feel like it might have gone much better. They would have had 2 pincering in from long, 2 up short, and everyone would have been happy. That's Diggity. Sorry, I'm in Europe now. So.
Well, we're actually not in Europe right now.
I know. I'm sorry, guys. Anyone watching at home? I'm on the Diggity time zone. Oh, I like this app setup for Atox. Eyes on Lightroom, eyes on Freezer, which is another one I've had to teach Europeans. And Cabal spotting over towards mid as well. Falling into the trap, accuracy. And that is a very ambitious angle to hold with an AWP, but it's worked out, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think you can get away with it once in a half, potentially.
Yeah.
once you've done it once, it's probably not going to be something you'll get away with any more than that. But that's not a bad start to the round, and Dobu, he's going to keep himself alive, and in fact, take a couple for his trouble. Over on that B side of the map, it's kind of fallen apart a little bit for Nalakavara. They've got a member working his way through arch side. Maybe if Dobu would have gone down there, there could have been a world. But there was already a quick rotate coming in from Accuracy anyways, and now it's just Pro Killer. They know that he's towards CT spawn, and Accuracy missed that shot. Big wide swing from Pro Killer. Not an easy shot to hit there. But job well done so far from Atox. Should be 5-0. And Money starting to look reasonably healthy if they keep these 3 guns up.
I think they will. Pro Killer just looking for a pick, looking for a save. Realise that the bomb is down in the very open position on the middle of sight. And there ain't no chance of that happening. But just the little things, right? NKG's utility is incredibly basic. Atox's kind of has been as well, but it's been more effective. You saw Accuracy there using both those flashes at CT. First one was perfect to enable Dobu to get the first pick, and then there was a follow-up one as well, just in case every team was there. Looking towards back of sight, you'll see it here in a moment. There's that flash, boom, see you later, Mini Carrigan, and the second one was to follow. So it's just all the tiny things, and Atox with extra experience, extra structure, and playing in arguably a stronger region at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's arguable personally. But to be fair, these teams would be able to scrim against each other.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a moot point, but also that's nice from Cabal. Great double.
It might be worth having a chat with the Nalakavara guys and see what their scrim schedule looks like, if they are playing like the top teams or if they are just sort of the best of the rest.
I don't even know if it's that. I mean, you never really see them playing in anything, to be honest.
Yeah.
Dobu, close up behind that smoke, is well prepared for Carrigan, and he gets Toxic through the smoke too. Yeah, it's a disaster for Nalakavara this round, and he's going to go ahead and grab another AK, which has now got 4 bullets in it. Could start with 9. Just doesn't want to stop firing. Eventually, we'll have to reload. But yeah, I don't think Nalakavara is necessarily on the standard circuit, really. I haven't seen them playing in anything personally. You know, they're not one of like that lower echelon of competitive Chinese teams.
Yeah.
You know, beyond Tyloo, Rare Atom, Lit Vision, Fated Rise, Steel Helmet. You get a few teams here and there that are made up of various pros that have sort of popped up every now and then a bunch of new guys. But I've literally never seen any of these Nalakavara guys. So I don't even think they're at that level.
They could just be, you know, big 5e players that have all decided just to play together. By the way, we can employ our investigative journalist, Mitch Conky Concarnate, also known as Chonky around the area.
Chonky, Bonky, Plonky.
Yeah.
Call him whatever you want, really.
Donkey even, but not for the reason you'd think. Ocean.
Ocean Man.
Wait for the flash. Great patience. Problem is, flash was well too deep. Went behind those CTs, so they were able to clean up like it's nothing. That could have been a double, like a super easy double if the flash was good.
Xiao
Carrigan. Boom.
Makes me feeling all kinds of ways right now, and Pro Killer's got himself a kill with the Deagle as well. Again, it's onto Cabal. Oh! He's having a bit of a sizzler of a map, 7 and 4. He's hit a nice double in this round alongside the previous. They are going to allow that bomb plan to go down. Dobu not even trying to creep his way out of library. He has been spotted now by Toxic, but that's given MIQ the confidence to keep on pushing his way forward. Dobu will drop, but MIQ will make no mistake, and so that is a 7th for Atox. As I said, Mac, they're a very good Inferno team, so taking them to this map seems like it might be a mistake from Nalakavara.
Yeah. Maybe on paper, they just thought, yo, we're going to do our thing and it's going to be sick. And unfortunately, they're just looking like they turned up today a bit sick. Cabal, lovely second kill there. The bloody turret swinging around. And it is looking like a blitz here. 7-0 already.
That was Dobu, not blitz.
Yeah, blitz plays for Mongols.
Oh yeah, that guy. I get. Wait, that's what you meant?
Yeah. I thought you would know that, but anyway, we all learn something every day. Right now, Nala Kavara is learning that maybe Atox is not too bad on Inferno, and 4v4 in this round, a bit of a better chance for Nala Kavara than some of the previous. They have struggled to get map control in towards brackets. They've really been exploring Banana a little more so. This time, just not even working their way into Nana.
Ooh, nice flash.
So starting to pressure. Gonna need a bit of help here.
Swing in.
Gets it from Cabal, and oh! He's really mini character. Can't even see him anymore.
He's top quit in the console. Oh, Toxic. Spin of the round. Trying to do it all himself here. Only has 8 points of health to try to capitalize on any minute advantage he has, but he's left the bomb in apps, and that is a huge issue.
That is an incredibly large issue. Not to mention there's some business happening next to him, so might be a little bit distracting.
MIQ just finding the bomb now. And Dobu trying to figure out which way to go, and he gets a freebie in the back. Toxic starting to run low on time. Thought he'd go for the objective, but it was just a little too late. And that's going to be 8-0.
Yeah, it'll probably be a tech timeout here as well, I'd imagine. Not a tech timeout, even a tech timeout. Yeah, this was potentially an awkward spot for Zesta. Cabal having gone down. He was liable to get swung from up on the balcony, but ended up getting himself a double kill in through middle, which makes a big difference.
Yeah.
And so survives quite nicely. Looks like the the tech issue may not have actually been a tech issue. Maybe you're right. Maybe he did right quit in console.
Just disappointed with how he died. Just disconnected. Maybe just needed to restart the client for whatever reason. CS2, there are still some tiny little issues here and there. That being said, we don't know. We'll figure it out later. L2S has an issue of his own, and he is out of the game. Kicked again. Going down really early a fair few times now. Mini Carrigan going to try to take the whole space that he can all the way into Archers. HE going to dunk him down to 16. That's looking pretty easy for Accuracy, who wants a little bit more. Looking for that fight now on Ocean.
Zesta under a bit of pressure, had that nade gone in his direction. He was a dead man, but there's a headshot waiting for him instead. Dobu sees the player lurking around the smoke, catches him, and Accuracy locked in on that short line. It's Ocean to drop. Bomb is going over towards B, though. So Brokula will at least get a bomb plant, which honestly has kind of been few and far between for Nana Kuvara in this half.
Yeah, and the good thing about that, you know, when you are this down bad, you've got max round loss bonus. Bomb plant means full buy in the next. And if Pro Killer can do just some, at least damage to the economy, look, there is still a chance for him to swing back into the half. Maximum of 3 rounds, maybe 4 if Pro Killer somehow pulls this back. But more financial damage could make that a possibility. You throw that molly, you give up your hand, they know exactly where you are, but it has 9-0.
I have to imagine MIQ would have had the refrag there anyway. His spacing looked pretty nice. You saw him kind of swing in.
Yeah.
Just as Dobu won that duel. Would have been a pretty tough spray transfer. Possible, of course, but pretty tough. So I think Atox was all right in the end anyway. Nala Kuvara is going to take another attack timeout here, but time is getting away from them a little bit. 8-0. Remember when we were at 4-0 and I was saying, you know, 4-0, it's not great as a start, but it starts to become really problematic once you get past 5 or 6. Well, we've zoomed straight past that. Gone to the next station by accident.
Atox just doing everything right, man.
I did that
individually and chemistry-wise, it's all sorted.
You ever go to the Blue Mountains?
Yeah, been there a fair few times.
One time I went there and I was staying in Wentworthville. Was it Wentworthville?
Yeah, maybe.
And I wanted to go to...
It's not Wentworth Point.
I wanted to go to Lura.
Yeah.
But then my train was too long for the platform and I was on the front carriage.
And you couldn't get off?
Couldn't get off at Lura. Had to go to some other place.
They don't teach you that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just too big, Jordan.
So I went right past the station, just like Atox have gone right past 4-0, right past 5-0.
Yeah.
Got up to 9-0. they get to 10-0, double digits? If the deal was not already sealed here for Atox, I imagine that would go a long way in doing it.
Last time on the arch smoke, accuracy burning up. They know he's here. Nice jiggle to bait out the shot. Pro Killer with the equalizer. Now there might be a chance for NKG to stack a first round on the board. Finally, Dobu at range looking to stop that one from happening, and will find good damage on a Pro Killer. But again, the rest of everyone around him, the rest of Atox, are just getting thinned. In the meanwhile, 2v3 for the retake, and let's see if NKG can crack the egg.
They have got the money to go for it. Rounds running round in the half, so Atox can afford to be a little bit risky here. L2 is up in graveyard, and he did spot Dobu out. So all is well that ends well.
It's not a 13-0.
It is not a 13-0. At least they can say that.
With their heads held high, unless they come back. You never know. Maybe they got a crazy CT side, but from everything I remember, NKG have so far had better T sides than CT. That seems to be an echoed statement between a lot of the teams here at the tournament. Is most of them have been best on the T side, and however, Atox obviously putting a bit of a stop to that narrative. Flash at mid, Cabal going to drop some HE damage down there, but opts to save it instead for a later date. Bracket control a priority, as Zest has been boosted on quad. Good read from Atox.
Yep.
Dobu coming across early.
MIQ still got his smoke in hand as well, so he'll be feeling pretty comfy over there on B. He's got full vision in Banana. A lot of delaying util still available in hand. Cabal, nice kill alongside Zesta. Really it was Zesta, but Cabal acting as a distraction gets some credit. Toxic now trying to find his way out from Boiler, but accuracy is there, so it's not even just Zesta. It's that high-low that Dalakavara are forced to deal with.
Ocean's not bad on the smoke push. Seems to know how to do it well. This time MIQ is very much aware. Someone could be around the corner. Good clearance, there you go. Clears both sides easily and MIQ falls. Bomb's still gonna make its way to A, and accuracy's heard something, so he's got the package. And Ocean's thinking, what the hell are you doing, Carrigan?
Ocean Man. How does that song go?
It sounded like you were singing Turn Around, like the
Yeah.
Turn Around.
It's kind of like that.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely, something, something, something down. Without the karaoke words, I don't know. But it will be one we belt. We should belt on Sunday night if there is karaoke.
I'll get the belt on Sunday night.
Don't tell me missus.
It's a good thing she doesn't watch Counter-Strike.
Hey. It's always defeating. You know, well, oh, babe, did you watch?
No.
Yeah, no, well, no, but I'm sure you did well. Cabal dropping the ROP smoke, looking for nice early banana control. And what do we got from NKG to try to double it up? Mixed bag, of course, last round. Not going as expected. Ocean did manage to keep that AK across next. But let's see where to from here. Hard bracket control, flash in, and get the info they're looking for. KG swarming at mid.
As is their prerogative for the T side. There's not much else of the map that they actually control right now. Once again, MIQ's been given pretty much full control of Banana.
I don't hate that. Nice little mid smoke from side. Mini Carrigan just popping out of Boiler solo. Does draw the attention away. There's a 4v1 here currently on the B side, but that smoke timing is immaculate from MIQ. Just needs to keep on shooting to stop it. Dobu going to be able to find that second. Spamming the smoke. MIQ almost finishes the job. And that'll be L2S, who has been falling early, but it's his time to shine.
In a 1v5?
In the 1v5.
You've given him pretty rough time to shine, Mac.
Last round of the half. Has to go for it. If not now, then when, Jordan?
Whence?
When Did Zesta
Never.
ask? That's the
Never.
big question. We got a break to get to see if this is a quick one or if there is a comeback on the cards.
It's 1-1 versus 1. Who's better?
The people with more ones, I think.
What does 1 plus 1 equal?
2.
Window.
Window.
Have you ever seen that?
Oh.
1 plus 1 equals
the window.
Ah.
Yep. What year is it?
It's actually 11. Atox has got 11.
That's true, that's true. You said maths wasn't your strong point.
Good thing we don't need it in Counter-Strike, apart from if you're counting the economy. But I would never say that was my strong suit, and I'm not an in-game leader, so who cares? It's all good.
All good, mate.
It's all good. Atox on this T-Pistol. Would love a win here and just clean up Inferno. Nice and easy. Oh, nice and breezy. MIQ tried to give it to them, but despite Ocean going down quickly, the dualies will be able to strike. There's a Molotov in there that's causing some problems for Nala Kuvara. It forced Shao Carrigan forward, and Cabal said, thank you very much, I'll take another couple. It's 9-8. I felt like Cabal's had more impact than a 9-8 scoreline would indicate, but I'm sure he's not too mad.
That's all right. Some rounds didn't need to do anything.
all
Some
good,
rounds gave his life for the info or something like that. Zesta and Dobu, both of them doing huge work, accuracy. Had a big couple of rounds, and some rounds just hasn't really had to do too much, but also the supportive utility has enabled everyone else. So big eyes on that. Accuracy up top. Gets the info for Atox to close out 12, and that should be that. Nala Kuvara going to be forcing into the second. Should have a better buy, arguably. They did get that bomb plant down. Actually, no, they're on the CT side. Don't mind me. The other positive for a CT side on Inferno is it's Inferno. There's lots of nice little choke points and SMGs and 5.7s and deagles. These weapons can still have valuable effect. So percentage chance of winning still quite low considering just overall performance-based.
Performance-based analysis. We love that. L2 is tagged down pretty substantially off the grenades. Ocean as well, copping a bit of a beating here. A couple of the NKG members already half HP, and that is a sharpie from Zesta. He's almost doubling down on the Toxic, in fact. He looks like he wants to keep going for more. He'll catch up with him just as the smoke blooms for a nice and easy double kill. Atox indeed look like they're going to be going nice and easily through to the second map. Not sure what's going on with Cabal pushing over to be their knife out, but either way, Atox have got a 3-on-2 here. A 1-on-3 even, as it is Ocean Man.
We didn't look up the lyrics, Jordan.
I did, actually.
You did?
Hang on.
Well, that's news to me. Ocean, 36 points of health. 1 bullet into accuracy or Zesta can kill them. 1 bullet into MIQ could also kill him if it's on the head.
Ocean Man, take me by the hand, lead me to the land you understand.
You've got the wrong tune. You've got the wrong tune, Jordan. And I feel like NKG are also playing by the wrong tune this game, because that'll be that. A clean victory on Inferno from Atox. And I think we all expected it. We've just been surprised a lot this week, so maybe we gave NKG a bit more of a chance than what, well, they showed they had there.
Ocean Man soaking up the thirst of the land. How about that one? That is lyric. But there wasn't really too much to write home about, unfortunately, for Nala Kuvara. I think that's why we've started looking up the lyrics to Ocean Man, a song by Ween. I've never heard of Ween before, but maybe Nala Kuvara will be hoping that they haven't heard of Atox by the end of tonight, because that was quite a damning defeat. I don't really think that there's too much to say, honestly. It's just Atox being a far better roster, and nobody really stepping up on the behalf of Nala Kuvara. Ocean had definitely had his moments in some of the previous matches that we saw from them. But yeah, it just felt like a massive skill discrepancy and a complete lack of anything really on that first map from Nala Kuvara, especially considering it's their map choice of Inferno. Atox made that look way too easy.
Yeah, I feel like there's not a lot you can break down other than, you know, Atox played better. If you watch the game, you'd understand they were just strategically and positionally were always in the right spot. CT side sometimes can look that little bit easier, and then in the second half, nice little boost to open things up. Cabal with a double, B side open, and had the man advantage in the post plant. B side hard nut to crack, especially if you don't have the utility to do it.
Tough nut to crack indeed. We'll go on to map 2 in a minute. First, obviously, we have to go through some very important statistics back. And I tell you what,
where are they?
I don't know if there's going to be much of a way back into this one for Nala Kuvara. It just doesn't feel like that kind of game right now. But let's take a look at those stats. And you can tell me what you think about that. Matt, what do you think about those?
Well, that is a very one-sided scoreline. Atox winning a whole half more of Counter-Strike than NKG. 12 rounds the gap. That's a big one. That's a big one. And look, if round difference mattered, then we'd get extremely excited about this. But it kind of doesn't. Only map score matters. So I guess NKG, maybe they'll feel a bit more warmed up going into the next. But here are the other stats that matter. Look, in terms of rating, I thought it was going to be worse. On paper, I thought it was going to be worse. There were a lot of rounds. I'd say I remember like 3 or 4 rounds there where there was, you know, very winnable 1v1s and 1v2s. But NKG just couldn't get them across the line today. Atox, that much sharper than their other opponents they played so far. And I feel like, look, you're looking at Zesta, Dobu, performances like that are crazy. MIQ still crazy high ADR considering he's only 9-7. And accuracy, look, kicking off that game with a bang. But are they going to be able to make it happen again? Zesta MVP for Inferno. Who's going to be your MVP prediction for Nuke?
For Nuke, I'm going to go MIQ. MIQ? I like MIQ is a bit of a fragger.
Yeah,
he's actually semi-recently taken that AWP role for Atox. It was previously, obviously, Annihilation, and prior to that, it was Accuracy. Accuracy coming back into the roster, but not coming back into the AWP role. So a few little change-ups going on over there for Atox, but yeah, we'll see how things end up shaping up. I think if they do end up going through from here 2-0 in this second match that they have to play, they're not going to be too disappointed with the proceedings. Obviously, a loss to GG Hao, not ideal, but it will mean that Atox is going to have to play Tyloo tomorrow by taking second seed out of this group. So I think you'd probably prefer to take on Semperfi, honestly, but we'll see what happens there. Obviously, still a bit of a ways to go before we get to that point. We'll take a short break here before jumping into map number 2, but things looking pretty good for Atox right now. We'll see you in a sec.
Welcome to eXTREMESLAND. Since 2016, eXTREMESLAND has been the stage where many Asia-Pacific esports enthusiasts made it into world-class elites. Together, they strive to achieve dreams. Now, at the eXTREMESLAND, the horn has been sounded, the flames of war have been reignited. Let's go! CS players from all over Asia are gathering to fight for their recognition and honor. Be prepared to embark on a new chapter. eXTREMESLAND, where infinite miracles unfold.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. TR Series incorporates a softer, high-density rubber base. Unlike typical soft mouse pads, TR provides superior support, minimizing excessive depression during spraying or tracking, while reducing discomfort from desk surface hardness. What's more, it also offers better elasticity. When players resume mouse movement after applying force, the base's elasticity provides a quick rebound of the mouse pad, which provides smooth and stable transitions from stop to motion. The TR series incorporates exclusive surface fabric technology, ensuring a controlled gliding experience. The top layer of cloth stays dry and avoids sticky glide feeling, often resulting from clogged moisture. Moreover, in addition to the TR series, the SR and SR-SE models also feature Zowie's proprietary anti-slip technology, which enhances stability, reducing mousepad slip caused by intense gameplay.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like
Alrighty, here we are back on into the second map, or about to be in the second map. Now, guys, I have a pretty funny story for you guys. Mac is stuck in the toilet. He wouldn't want me to tell you that. It's very embarrassing, but he's stuck. He went to the toilet. Apparently, the door is locked and he can't unlock it. So it's just me. It's just me here with you today, this evening, tonight, to watch this illustrious game between Atox and Nalakuvara, which honestly at this point we kind of feel like it's probably going to end up being a 2-0. I mean, that first map didn't really draw too much excitement on the behalf of Nalakuvara. But they're getting themselves ready for map 2 nonetheless. It is a best of 3, so they've got a bit of a chance back in here. 1%, some might say. 0.5%, others might say. I'm giving it no percent. 0% chance of a comeback. Mac has come back from his adventure.
Did you see what happened?
I saw what happened.
The lock on the toilet broke. I got locked into the toilet stall. I've never seen it, never been there.
I bet you enjoyed that.
I knocked on the... There was a cleaning lady who obviously didn't speak English on the other side of the door. I knocked on the door from the inside and said, "Hello, I'm stuck. Can you please unlock the door?" Because I know that there was a key in the front of the door. And I have a feeling that's why I got stuck. Either way, the prank is over from the crazy ghost that locked me in, but we're back. We are back at it. And I can't wait to see Counter-Strike after I thought I was going to be locked there for a while.
I'm glad you're back.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm not sure what I would have really said.
I don't know how that happened.
About.
Why does this shit happen to me, huh?
Because you're Mac. Yeah, it's because you're Mac and you have problems.
Yeah, I got problems. That's crazy.
So does Nalakuvara at this point. Hopefully they're going to be locked in and ready to go for map 2 in a second here. Does look like maybe something needing to be sorted out on the stage.
Yeah. What's the scoreline prediction we're feeling? Oh, I'm thinking another like 13. I'll give it like a 13-4. I feel like Nalakuvara are going to be able to come out swinging.
Yeah, I thought 13-5 in my head.
Yeah.
So somewhat similar realms of discussion there. Who's starting on CT side? Is it going to be Atox? That first map was Nalakuvara's pick, so they should get choice of side here. So I imagine they'll start CT side, and I'll be proven correct in that assumption. So maybe, yeah, 5 rounds sounds all right to me.
Yeah.
Atox to win it.
I'm glad we got there.
Piss around though.
A lucky number.
Seen the Glocks do a lot of work at this event. We'll see if they can do it again. Dualies from Toxic straight on into Hard, and MIQ was not ready for that one. There'll be an attempt at a trade from Atox, but Toxic's already out back into the safety of the site, and Cabal gets a little bit overzealous and thusly will get overwhelmed. So the Glocks so far not having a great old time. Carrigan with a nice shot there on the USP.
Nice little taps at range. L2S going to be coming through for a trade. And Dobu has a big job to do, and he's not going to be allowed to do it already. 1/4 of my prediction has been gained by NKG. No plant. So probably no buy from Atox into the second.
Yeah. In saying that, I have seen a couple of no plant buys coming out from various teams at this event.
Yeah, true.
So, especially given the result in that first map, it wouldn't be a massive surprise to see Atox go for this one, and indeed it will be the case. Tech9's Mac 10 Deagle. They're going to try and give it a crack.
Molly in hand means you're not going to be able to shoot back, Zestamate. With these smokes pluming at outers, it's a fast rotation toward the lower side of things, and there you go. Ooh, good timing on the flash. Toxic can't see a damn thing. Little Carrigan, gonna be Little Carrigan? He's changed his name again, but this time Toxic, we're gonna make this work. Gets it done eventually. And 2-0, gonna be the scoreline. Atox gonna be heavily on the back foot.
It actually says Little Carrigan now.
Yeah, that's why I was confused. I was like, isn't it Mini Carrigan? Now it's Little Carrigan. It was bloody just Xiao Carrigan.
Xiao Carrigan.
Apparently the Mandarin letter means mini.
Yep.
Means Jiao, which means mini.
Well, that force buy did not work out for Atox in any way, shape or form, so they'll have to wait another round before they really get rolling in this first half. And saying that though, the Deagles pretty scary sometimes. Zesta has been a pretty good Deagler throughout this evening. We saw that on Dust 2 in the game against Gigi Hao. But having already lost Dobu, will put a little bit of a spanner in the works in this round for Atox as they try to fight for outers.
Okay, big shot. Zesta going to be able to find more damage. Mini Carrigan quite low already. Tucked away here at credit, just going to be flashing his way. I thought it was to safety, but he's still hanging around here. We're going to fight together.
Hey,
L2S gets domed. Zesta not going to be able to find another. And they know Cabal's up there somewhere at the vent. Good timing on the swing from him, but he's not going to be able to follow through just yet. Little Carrigan alive and kicking. 2v3. But where's that bomb? Planted on the B site already. Ocean looking to find this man. Accuracy. Okay.
Gone past him.
Might be able to catch a time in. Kills the low member.
And 4, he wants it, but he's going to hear Ocean charging in his direction, so he won't be given the chance to pick the gun up. If he could have got the Zeus out there, oh, imagine what a play that would have been. 3-0 though. And NKG get their allotted rounds on the back of the pistol. But this will be where it gets a little more difficult. Guns in hand for Atox. Once again, though, another nice round from Zesta with the Deagle. 2 kills in it. Quite an expensive one, all things considered, for Nana Kuvara. Gives Atox a goal to work towards. Try and break the CT economy pretty early on in this half.
L2S looking to crack the smoke and maybe find a line onto anyone in lobby, but won't find anything. Flashed off. Mini Carrigan back a warehouse, looking to cut the rotations to yard. And Atox just playing it slow, making sure that there's no easy picks for NKG this time. They don't want to waste the round. First big gun round, quite important. No one looking towards the back of warehouse. Awkward. Carrigan will be able to find at least one there. Toxic falling. Dobu, too damn sharp. Takes 3 names. And this is looking bloody good for Atox to convert. But it is still this 2v2. Ocean swinging through. Accuracy. Great coverage.
Hey,
what are you doing? Oh, wait. Can't park there.
That round just got out of control for Nana Kuvara. It looked like they were kind of controlling it at one point, and then Dobu did the Dobu thing, and the guys up in heaven kind of lost their minds a little bit. Pro Killer just, he was like, well, I guess I'll jump out, see what happens. Ain't gonna work that way, mate. No money for Nala Kuvara. Bit of a miscom maybe on the buy there as well. L2's gone all in. Pro Killer having to go back and invest a bit. So taking some time for Nala Kuvara to get out the gates, and that's allowed Atox to set themselves up on outer. We're starting to see the class discrepancy between these two teams showing a little. Atox a little better drilled.
Oh, MIQ won't be able to slide into credit that flash. Supportive utility a little too good. Another one going across the top in the 3v3. Toxic in low, and Mini Carrigan keeps on fighting. Leaving Toxic out on an island.
I'm a little bit surprised that Atox keep fighting outers here. Like, surely they've seen that stack. Got Zesta into the A site. Takes a while for them to end up making that rotation into A, but they are going to get there eventually. 2v2, you'd still back Atox here in the post plant. Will be a safe plant from Dobu behind the silos, so Ocean's position not hugely concerning at the moment for Atox. Toxic being low. It's going to be hard to get anything done from upper with that amount of HP. Always ends up being a bit of a messy duel, but 1v1 now. Flash is getting tossed in. Dobu trying to delay and peeks off of his own flash, catches Ocean. Dobu seems pretty locked in on this map.
Pass getting rolled by Ocean. Just copping the flash to the face. And Atox getting on the board. Before it's too late, before our predictions are wrong. It's going to be a rough round for NKG on paper. A couple of 5.7s, Eagles, CZs, P250s all in the mix. And Atox, the full bite. Ooh, aggression. Toxic. Thinking about this one. And Atox, okay, they do have Dobu here. And Cabal just up on the rafter, waiting for the aggression, and the Molly will fend him off.
MyQ has to wrangle that spray a little bit, but he gets it. And Atox, I think slowly but surely kind of working their way into this map now. It seems pretty evident that they're quite comfortable on the T side here on Nuke. Down into that B bomb side does not appear to be a whole lot in this round for Nala Kavara. Maybe MIQ goes down here, P250 at that range definitely can get some work done, but despite giving up an AK, Atox will be pretty comfortable in this round, making it a 3-3 scoreline.
Nice safe exit positions. Looks like Toxic is going to hunt for a rifle if possible. Pro Killer defending the AK. And L2S has a flash to pop if anyone came this way, but that ain't happening. It is just the handshake. The defused situation. 7 will survive at the end. Toxic not finding anyone here. And that'll be that for the round. Into the next. Nala Kuvara will be able to get themselves a full buy, especially with the same AK. Maybe some lack in util, we'll see. Nah, they got everything. MP9 for Toxic just to make sure the util is prioritized. What are we seeing from Atox? A similar thing. Just lobby control. Stay a bit passive at outers. May just throw the wall eventually. You got accuracy back there with the stacked smokes in spawn. Zesta clearing out the close angles at hut. Three-man stack on A for NKG. Just Mini Carrigan looking to control these smokes at outers. Ooh, tagged down. Worrying.
Cheeky little nade into the smoke there, but Nala Kavara not going to be unearthing any information off the back of it. Apart from, I suppose, a lack of information. It's interesting that Nala Kavara have got those 2 players down on B here.
Yeah.
Could be a bit of an over-rotation on their behalf. Atox still prioritizing the top site.
I don't hate it if MIQ gets caught off here at red from the double secret push.
That's true. But Atox might be well and truly into A by then. Here comes that push, the flashes over the top, and Dobu, maybe he is the smashers in this game so far. 7 and 3, and he looks to continue that. Accuracy, though, with the bomb will drop. Zesta as well, and L2, he gave himself a bit of space with that smoke. That really helped him out. Bal going to get a freebie onto the player on top, but eventually the smoke in Annex will fade, and he'll fall. It's another round for Nala Kuvara.
An interesting old situation there, but Nala Kavara, 4 on the board. Atox just unable to get that entry. L2, big play finding those. And a great job done from the rest. 4 on the CT side, but Atox happy just to buy up again, going down to Galil's for some accuracy with the AWP on hand. Boosted up and waiting for Mini Carrigan to maybe get a bit overzealous. Lovely little flick there. Dobu deleted. And won't be able to get too much more done, emptying the magazine through that vent spam. L2 again dominating the A site, and 2 of the players are here. We'll see where Atox go.
Accuracy, nice flick. Very nice flick. It was a dead man if he didn't hit that one. Ocean pick up the line from Showers, but he's cleaned up by MIQ. A couple of very, very tight fights go the way of Atox and swing this round quite dramatically in their direction. Toxic on for the 1v3, but completely wrong part of the map. And he'll be spotted out by Accuracy, tries to shift down the vent. So Atox keep it pretty close, 4-on-4. Ooh. That's great work from Zesta though, perfect timing. Very, very nice flick from Accuracy. Horizontal and vertical.
Yeah, everyone doing a good job that round, playing their part. Atox keep it tied up. Should be, on paper, another one of these easy rounds. But we'll see what NKG do with 5-7. Miss HE. Cabal looking down nicely. Due to snatch. And over the top, Cabal going to be able to find a few more heads. Looking to go blow for blow. Pro Killer thinking about pushing the point here towards lobby. But this angle, a very strong one to hold, even if he does get flanked from sight. He's got that helping hand from Toxic up above. And Sally.
Sally! I like that 5-7 skin. Got that one myself.
Yeah.
Bit of a purple color scheme here for Pro Killer.
Yeah.
Don't half mind that.
The combo.
Juicy.
Jumping around. Spotted, but unable to connect enough. Toxic now, realistically, has a very fat chance of making this round work for himself. And without any armor, you may as well just sit here and go down with the ship, to be honest. Oh, oh. MIQ up in the vents. Not spotted. But there is a world, if he pops up, Toxic may be able to find him. You can't see it. At what point does that angle allow you to see it? I don't think you do.
I don't think
you do ever. Yeah. Haven't really tried to spot heaven from inside a closed vent before.
No, not typically something that you'll be getting up to. Toxic's going to go down to the bomb anyway. All right.
And a slow burn for the end of the round.
It's been a slow burn of a half, really. I feel like it hasn't been super explosive in the same way that Inferno really was.
Yeah.
Not a lot of super quick rounds out of Atox. Haven't really done quite enough to dramatically break the NKG economy on multiple occasions, so it's ended up being a bit of a back and forth half, but maybe now Atox starting to get ahead if they do win this round as well. This is kind of where it can really balloon out. Oh, and that nade. Opening it up for Dobu, but Zesta luckily had his gun out. Pro Killer and L2 will find themselves one apiece. It's a double stack in the ramp room. Not often what you'll see. That's a sharp shot, though, from Cabal. Highly impactful frag. They still want to have a crack. Accuracy with the Tech 9 just puts L2 to bed. It's Toxic on the fast flank, though.
A little bit crazy, that one. Let's see where to from here for Mini Carrigan and Toxic. Toxic will fall, won't be able to get past Accuracy, still on ramp. And Mini Carrigan has a 1v3 ahead of him, spots the first man, Cabal with a nice little jump peek. And MIQ already formulating the backstab. Smoke on the doors, and it's a free one for MIQ. Atox taking the lead 6-4.
And that could very well be 7-4 right after this. To see exactly where that money's at. I imagine the NKG loss bonus is not too bad. But not too good. So you're going to need another round to build it back up. Should be going to 7 here for Atox, which means NKG, best case scenario, playing for 5. Potentially only the 4 here, and that would be a very good, solid, and dominant first half from Atox. Zesta in with the Mac 10, gets himself 1 or 2. Nice effort from Pro Killer with the pistol, but it's not enough to really save the day for Nalakuvara in this one.
Mini Carrigan finds himself in a sticky situation. Guys, Outers is clear. What's happening over there? Oh, you're all dead? She. Okay, just going to do it himself. AK retrieved. Accuracy. Not going to be hanging around if he loses that bomb. It could have been awkward. Ooh, speaking of awkward, MIQ allowing McCarrigan past him, but accuracy not going to miss a second time. Ready for the swing. Didn't plant the bomb, didn't make things awkward. And all things considered, nice little bit of damage out of Mini Carrigan.
This doesn't look like too strenuous of a game for Atox. Really quite routine for them as they're just chilling, really, aren't they, on those player camps? Kind of feeling like a formality for them at the moment. They'd love to get this 8th, though, just to make the job a little bit easier, a little bit quicker. MIQ able to wrangle control of that spray, and will drop his life to Carrigan, which does give NKG a bit of an advantage, a large advantage off the back of Ocean. This round's just fallen to bits. It's onto Zesta and Cabal to pick up the scraps. Zesta, if he goes any further, is going to walk right into that AWP sightline. Cabal, in the meanwhile, did get himself a kill, and luckily Zesta wise enough to that possibility. Will molly off Z connector and fall away. Nobody calls that Z connector anymore.
Zcon.
Zcon.
Where's Zcon?
Ramp to ladder base. Looks like a Z.
Yeah. Did we used to? I can't remember.
I think it was like
I think it's always been
a long time ago, like 10 years ago.
Yeah, maybe.
Either way, it's not going to matter. 5-7. Nalakuvara will grab themselves a 5th and give themselves a chance here on the first half of the second round. So 5-7, it's a better performance from Nalakuvara. We'll have to give them credit for that, but yeah, that's a bit of a stretch in terms of positive praise, considering they only got one round in the first map. Atox, though, are still on their way to victory. 7 on the T side of Nuke. I think, you know, most teams would probably take that. Now they'll move on to this CT side, and pistol was actually quite easy for Nalakuvara on their CT side, and if they can follow that up with a T side pistol, then it's going to be game on.
Yeah, they look good. They look refreshed, and this time, he's going to be fighting fire with fire. The CT shouldn't be pushing like that, especially on a pistol, jumping around like a madman. It's going to be enough for Zesta to get another. Toxic, unable to trade. It's going to be Mini Carrigan to do it, who has been pretty sharp for NKG, and might just be able to do it all. Zesta still here. He's already got 2. He's found a 3rd.
He wants a Glock.
Yeah, Glock. Better gun.
No, what?
No, get the Glock back. Get the Glock back.
Yeah, mess of a round, really. I mean, Atox, you could see the methodology there. They're just trying to beat NKG with pace, but if they're going to do that and they're going to take USPs to a fight like that, the Glocks are going to reign supreme, you would think, and they do. NKG get himself 6.
I like that. Going out at Heaven. Nice cheeky pre-fire on the line for Ocean to lock it in. And that'll be the pistol taken. So both of our predictions now wrong, no matter what.
I'm a bit surprised by that. I think if you're going to go for that kind of a push, are you maybe a bit more inclined to buy a couple of sets of dualies, forego the armor somewhat?
Maybe. Maybe. But we are going to see a force in the second from Atox. No respect shown. MIQ going to be ending up with an M4 and full armor. Who's got the L for that? Looks like Zesta. He's just been tossed that Deagle.
I mean, he's pretty good with the Deagle.
He is.
So, still quite a significant threat. NKG got to be expecting a force buy here. They've seen it enough from Atox in round 2 that if they do lose that pistol, they're going to force in.
And also, Atox have not really been given a huge reason to respect NKG yet. Still brimming with confidence after map 1, which could come back to bite them. But for now, it's still early days in the second half. Cabal trying to bait him in. Just shooting that USP, spamming away, trying to sell the fake.
Pop flash in for the ramp room. Hasn't gone quite deep enough to catch accuracy, so he'll oblige with a kill onto Mini Carrigan, and Cabal a little bit too far away. Still quite a presence here toward ramp. MIQ is doing a good job of clearing out. He'll be caught in no man's land, but he doesn't need the help yet from Cabal. It's an off angle that was not expected by NKG. He'll get more than his money's worth out of that M4. A kill and quite some damage onto L2, which will make it easy for Zesta to pick that one up. Just a body shot required. Dobu!
Oh, no!
A real whiff from him with the 5-7. That 100% could have been the round for Atox, but just missing a few too many bullets. Now it's onto Cabal, though. 2 half HP players. This Mag 7 could be put to good use. He's gone for the Galil instead for the second fight. No idea where Toxic is now.
There is that smoke for him to play with. Toxic in the open. The off angle, you'd think it'd work, but Cabal, very crispy today. Will be able to win it in the 1v2. I thought it was awkward that he kept the Mag 7. I thought he was going to go back, get that M4, and maybe swing up to Heaven real quick, but element of surprise worked for him. And I love this stack. I love the way that they made this one work.
Yep. Juggling the aggro.
Yeah. Wrong game, but it works. Juggling aggro. Isn't that a LoL thing?
I mean, I think it's just a general thing, but I guess it is definitely a LoL thing. But, you know, it's terminology that works.
Yeah.
First person takes contact, next person takes contact, next person takes contact. You're never really sure where the next peak's going to come from. By the way, Atox win themselves a nice little round thanks to a good clutch from Cabal. And that is potentially the beginning of the end for Nalakuvara. Dobu only good for 1, but does get a lot of damage onto Toxic as well. We've got another player on top of Hut to deal with. It's Zesta with the MP9. MIQ having a bit of a peek into Hut.
Yeah.
Won't see much. Nalakuvara on the exit.
Oh, has Ocean seen that maybe? Playing it sneaky.
Oh, volley. This is the problem.
Oh, it's a problem if you don't get out of it. Oh, Ocean following through on that molly damage. Oh, they missed the vent. Both of them, in fact. Unless they're looking for the gun. I don't know what the hell's going on. Mini Carrigan's missed it again. Come on, boys. You got to fix that up.
Zesta should be able to get a reload off here. Just tucked behind Tetris. And it is going to be Nalakuvara down toward B, but we've already got Cabal here. Not to mention a fast rotate available from MIQ, but Defense is definitely being split. Cabal going to get the info. Squeaky door opened. Mini Carrigan goes down. So too will Ocean. Zesta spotted out that last player, though it will be at the cost of his own life. Not an unwinnable round, actually, with no head armor on Cabal or MIQ. This MP9 could still do some real damage. But in saying that, 20 seconds to work with doesn't give you a whole lot of time and is a pretty rough crossfire to break. MIQ long range with the AWP. Will miss his first shot, but gets the info for Cabal, who will lock it in. Another one for Atox as they march toward victory now.
Yeah, arguably the MVP of the round. Big couple of shots. Great positioning from him. Able to slide into the corner at the right time and stop that B-site hit. Although, think about it, if both those guys didn't miss the vent, they would have been down there, beat Cabal in the rotation, made things much more awkward for Atox. So it is just a punish for the mistake. You see from Nala Kavara. Flash outers. And KG going slowly. Quick peek. MIQ snatching that away, and Toxic as well, just looking to make magic happen with the Glock. Everyone getting shut down real quick. And then KG getting this one out of the way, quick, smart. Pro Killer, take a couple of names. Ooh, just dodging those all bullets. Things getting awkward. An MP9 running at him. Zesta could taste that eco frag a mile away.
Coach Flynn, he doesn't look particularly locked in, I'll say. Can't just let the boys do what the boys are doing. There's no need to really get involved in this one. They're working through it okay on their own. And 6. Time running out for Nala Kuvara, but it's been a pretty good opportunity for them nonetheless. Wallace snuck his way into secret.
Yeah, interesting. A lot of members walking with these smokes now, and Cabal is unchecked initially. Well, no reaction from Mini Carrigan. Yeah, it must have been half blinded.
Yeah, I think he was. Didn't look like he could see much. Even if it's not going to show up there as an assist on the kill feed. I think he was like walking into the wall a little bit.
Yeah.
4v3. So good start again for Atox. Formalities continue. Pro Killer has managed to progress quite nicely in Hut, but it'll only work out if Dobu walks onto that line unaware, and of course he's never unaware. It's another kill for Atox, and that'll be one more, or even 2. Accuracy almost spraying down L2. That's it, done and dusted. Atox up to 11, and if it's not the map done and dusted, it just about is.
Look, they came out of the gates swinging pretty hard. At least in the second half. And they've shown us that they are a capable team. But at the end of the day, experience goes a long way, and lands like this will give you a lot of that. The problem is Atox have been to a lot of local lands in their time. So
it's true. Not just local lands either, like they've been to big lands too, pro leagues.
Yeah. Some of the players have been to a lot of different leagues.
Yep.
IMs.
Majors.
Yeah, majors.
Cabal's been to a major.
Good timing on the incense. Ooh, well, Zoo's lucky to be alive and almost gets through the AWP, but he won't get through Cabal. That second stopper.
Ooh. Everybody missing shots. That's not good for Atox. Luckily, Dobu's there to help on out, but even accuracy now under a bit of pressure. Gets a little bit messy for Atox. MIQ missing a few too many shots, and Cabal the same. Have somewhat given NKG a little bit of a sniff into this round. Toxic, not quite going to get the better of Dobu, though. And Zesta will spot out Ocean and win that duel. So no harm done in the end. Atox lock it in. 1 round to go, and it will be a playoffs spot secured for Atox.
Oof. Nasty one. That'll be a fun game. Atox against Tyloo, right? I think that's where we're going with it. See if Tyloo can deal with another chunk of Mongolian power. Ocean spot IQ over towards Unbreakable, but that box, as named, is impenetrable. Dobu getting that smoke down at the right time. Expecting the door lurk too. It's just a matter of timing as to who goes through. Pro Killer. Does he expect the rewrap over towards CT vent? This is going to get real awkward real fast, depending on who gets the pick.
Alakuvara are the ones with the onus on them to make the move. Zesta, however, is being pretty active here, and he's going to spot out the player going through Annex, get the freebie there, as well as Dobu winning the duel at the vents. Cabal also wins his 1v1, and that might just be all she wrote for Nalakuvara. The curtains will close on one more Chinese team. Rare Adam and Tyloo made it through, but Nalakuvara will join Fated Rise in going home. Atox, the last team to qualify through to the playoffs here at EXTREMESLAND 2024. And everything is as it should be.
Yeah, and that's going to be the closing of the group stage as well. A great way to round it out, and probably the most dominant best of three, I'd argue, that we've seen, right? Yeah. That was the least close one that we've seen so far. Maybe there was like another one down in that lower bracket first day, but there's been a lot of Counter-Strike, and my mind is fleeting. Just enjoying what was in front of us, and it was great Mongolian Counter-Strike, teaching a couple of young up-and-comers how it's done.
Yes, indeed, and we'll hopefully get to see a little bit more from Atox going forward. I don't know that they've really hit their peak just yet in this event. I think they will need to if they want to go any further.
Yeah.
Obviously, Tyloo for them tomorrow, because of the fact that they dropped to Gigi Hao, is a scary prospect, let's just say. So
yeah,
lots to think about tonight for Atox, but at least job done in terms of making it to the playoffs.
Yeah, they looked a little bit shaky. Maybe just get Dust 2 out of the veto, quick, smart, see what else is going down. Didn't remember that one from that POV. Everyone jumping everywhere, but yeah, the highlights, pretty damn good for that half, and just this game in total. You know, NKG definitely had some moments, had some opportunities to try to make a couple of clutches happen in their favor. But again, it just took a little while for them to get close enough. And Atox felt like they were mostly in full control. They just had better protocols in different situations, and then mistakes, like many mistakes, getting punished there. So there is a lot for NKG to learn in the future, and I believe at this point that's what it's all about. They didn't come last in their group, and I think you've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, most definitely. Alakuvara, not necessarily the kind of team that we get to see on LAN pretty much ever. I've never even seen them play online. So yeah, I mean, it's a good start to 2025 for them. Hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more as this year plays out. But in saying that, this moment is all about Atox, and it's time for us to hear from them. So we'll head back down to the stage for our last interview of the night.
Hello, I am with none other than Dobu. Now, Dobu, let's rewind a bit. Let's talk about that BO1 that happened right before this. What happened there? What went wrong?
我们把时间倒回上一场这个 BO1 啊，你们觉得是出了什么样的问题？
It was disappointing loss for us. We didn't play at our level. Yeah, we just didn't perform, and that's it. Like.
就是没什么可说的，就是很失望。那场 BO1 我们没有发挥我们应有的水平。
So then you obviously switched it up for this match just now. What did you guys talk about between that break between games?
那就两场比赛之间的休息的时候，你们都说什么了？队伍之间。
Between the series, like, I just told to the guys like we didn't perform. If we play like this, we never can be champion. Our goal here is the champion, so we need to step up.
休息的时候我就跟队员们说，我们现在这个状态打得太差了，我们如果这么打的话，不可能能拿冠军的。但是我们这次比赛的目标就是冠军。
Now, I want to talk about your IGL role. This is the first time you're IGLing for a team on the stage. How much has coming into this role affected your own play personally?
这次是你第一次在这个舞台上的这种比赛，然后当指挥啊，那你觉得当指挥对你个人的发挥有没有一些影响？
I'm still new in this role. I'm still trying to figure it out and trying to gain experience. But overall, for me, like I believe I can be a decent AG.
我仍然是一个很新的这个指挥啊，我仍然在学习啊怎么当一个好的指挥，但是我觉得我是以后能变成一个好的指挥。
All right, well, I also believe in you, Dobu. Congratulations on your win today, and good luck for the rest of playoffs. With that, I will be sending this back to the desk to explain what just happened and what's going to happen tomorrow.
好，我们祝贺Dobu，也祝贺 ATOX 获得了本场比赛胜利，挺进了淘汰赛。我们把时间交回给解说席。
Yeah, look, Mac, I don't know if there's too much explaining needed about that one. That was just a professional, salaried, legitimate esports roster. ATOX up against what is really a little bit more of a developmental project in Nala Guevara on LAN.
Yeah.
So pretty quick and clean 2-0 for ATOX there. Zesta definitely coming into his own. My pick of MIQ as the MVP for that map ends up looking not correct. 8-11, but it's all right. They won anyway. Zesta and Accuracy definitely stepping up there. I'm definitely a little bit more interested to discuss tomorrow more so than today because, look, it has kind of felt like with regard to eXTREMESLAND 24 as Cabal picks up the MVP, days 1, 2, and 3, and 4. We've had 4 days now, right? Day
this
1,
was
2,
day
3.
5.
No, this was day 4. There's no way this was day 5.
This was day 4.
4. This was definitely day 4 at most.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, and 4 have felt like, you know, just a bit of a teaser. We've kind of been getting a bit of an understanding of where teams are at and, you know, maybe doing some seeding and whatnot. But for the most part, we kind of knew which teams were going to make it through from the group stages. Here's where it gets interesting, though, as we get into the playoffs. Groups A and B in the quarterfinals up there at the top, and C and D on the bottom. But it's not an upper bracket, lower bracket situation. It is a single elim bracket. You have one chance. Rare Atom plays ROG, EXO plays Chinggis Warriors, Tyloo plays ATOX, and GG Hao plays Semperfi. And for mine, Mac, kind of looking at that lower side of the bracket again as being slightly more stacked than the top side personally. So I think those teams in Group C and D, I mean, especially the teams from Group C, which is Tyloo and Semperfi, they don't really get much of a break. They had a hard group stage, and now I think they're going to have a hard playoffs as well.
Yeah, I think on paper, that bottom side of the bracket is 100% more stacked. But that being said, I'm mostly interested in that EXO and Chinggis Warriors game. It may be the first time EXO get tested, and Chinggis Warriors, you know what they are capable of? They were able to push Rare Atom a little. There was only a best of one, and that's the thing as well. Rare Atom, getting to this point, only 2 best of ones, haven't had to play those big series, same as a couple of the other teams that have made it through. You know, your GG Haos, best of one, Tyloo, best of one, and that's where we're at.
It's true. It's true. I'd probably give the benefit of the doubt to EXO in that one, actually, based on what I've been seeing. But either way, you know, we'll have to find all that out tomorrow. And on our way there, we will give a quick shout out to Zowie once again. This is Zowie eXTREMESLAND 2024. So I'm going to give them a big special thanks, of course, for all of the stuff that they're providing. Most notably, I would say the monitors, but the mouse and the mouse pad, and of course the eXTREMESLAND as well is always a nice start to the year here for Counter-Strike in Asia.
Great bit of technology, this one.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Glad to be here. Glad to be here. And glad that Zowie has put it on for everyone in Asia, here in China that's come down. And I think there's a few people that have come from, you know, other regions to come and spectate. And I dare say we're going to have pretty stacked crowd at least tomorrow. And then probably the next day for the semis and the grand final, depending on if the Chinese teams make it through. But yeah, Rare Atom starting and then Tyloo playing on later in the day. Even GG had a decent audience there too.
True, true. Well, hopefully you'll join us as well tomorrow. It's going to be a big day for best of threes as we get through all of those quarterfinals. Time for us to wrap it up, though, for day number 4. We're back at 11 o'clock local time for all of those quarterfinals tomorrow. We'll see you then.
so sweet.